Chapter 451, Turtleback Wolf Group, Urgent Report. A large group of turtleback wolves has appeared 3,000 li ahead. They have a huge number, estimated to be a group of 10,000 wolves. Gu Tribe's investigative Gu Master came running over and reported to Gu Tribe Leader. Gu Tribe Leader's expression turned solemn and waved his hand to the Gu Master. Investigated again. Not long earlier, he had already received a letter Gu from investigative Gu Masters. But often in the battlefield, to prevent the letter Gu from being cut off by the enemies, investigative Gu Masters would come over to personally deliver the message. Turtleback wolf is the wolf species with the strongest defense. 10,000 of these wolves will be a difficult bone to chew. We have already ordered Gu Masters to lure them, but there has been no results. This wolf group is heading towards us. How long has it been since we started migrating? It seems Man Tribe doesn't want to let us go. Fortunately, these wolves are not fast, which leaves us time to arrange our formation. Gu Tribe's elders made comments one after another. In the chaotic northern plains, none of the Gu Masters that could climb to a high position was a fool. Right now, all the elders had already realized the truth. Most of Gu Tribe's troops had already halted their movements and formed into a circular formation. Large number of Gu Masters were nervously using Gu worms to erect high walls, archer towers, and many layers of defense. The higher-ups of the Gu Tribe were overseeing the situation from the central tent. Son, Gu Tribe Leader softly called. Father, I am here. Gu Guang immediately answered. Invite Lord Changshan in to come over. At this battle which concerned the survival of the tribe, Gu Tribe Leader was not willing to let go of any battle strength. Yes. Gu Guang bowed and left. He had just walked to the main tent when he saw Fang Yuan. Uncle. Gu Guang greeted cheerfully. Fang Yuan nodded his head, directly walking towards him, and said in a slightly urgent tone, I know about the wolf group's invasion. How is the situation? We have about 8 minutes before the wolf group reaches. Since our relocation, to prevent Man Tribe from playing tricks, Father had assigned light cavalries to scout a distance of 600 li. Gu Guang followed Fang Yuan and reported to him from the side. The two walked inside the main tent, which was situated on a mound. The mound had already been raised by using Gu worms. The higher-ups of Gu Tribe had excellent field of view from the mound. This was because they encountered the wolf group. If they had ran into the eagle or owl group, they would have dug a tunnel. Different methods dealt with different situations. Seeing Fang Yuan, the Gu Tribe higher-ups hurriedly greeted him. The atmosphere here was tense, like a storm was brewing. Our Gu Tribe is really fortunate to have Brother Wolf King to help us. I can be at ease. Gu Tribe Leader sighed and spoke with gratitude. The fate between me and the Gu Tribe is not shallow. Friends should help each other when they walk the same path. How is the situation? Fang Yuan asked. Please take a look. Gu Tribe Leader led Fang Yuan towards a table where there was a sheepskin which had a map drawn on it. He pointed towards it and introduced the surrounding terrain, Gu Tribe's defensive lines, and wolf group's movement. Sir has arranged it properly. There is nothing wrong. Fang Yuan first praised, then pointed towards a mark on the map. Everyone's gaze followed his finger. It was a river beside their camp. Since there is such a danger area, why don't you use it for defense? Fang Yuan proposed. Brother might not know yet. We have already thought of it. But most of the troops have slow movement, and it will be too late by the time we reach the river, set up a camp again, and arrange new defensive lines. Gu Tribe Leader gave a bitter smile. For the tribe's migration, most of the tribesmen were using big stomach horses. However, due to many things being stored in the big stomach horses, their speed was slow. Gu Tribe's Gu Masters could quickly reach the riverside on the hump wolves. But most of the mortals would fall behind, and once the wolf group arrived, all the mortals might be annihilated. Without mortals, how could there be any future new Gu Masters in any tribes? Mortals were the cornerstone of all tribes. However, Fang Yuan gave a bright smile. Brother, I am also a northern plainsman. I naturally know this. We are not able to go to the riverside, but we can let the river come to us. The Gu Tribe's higher-ups' eyes brightened at these words. Right, we can dig a canal and draw in the river to help us defend. Turtleback wolves have heavy bodies and are unable to swim. Once they fall into the river, they will sink to the bottom and drown to death. Lord Tribe Leader, send the command quickly. Gu Tribe Leader also directly sent the command. I command Gu Chui, Gu Xiang, and Gumi to lead the 1st, 7th, and 18th troop respectively. Immediately stop all current tasks and go to the riverside to dig a canal. As for the 3rd, 5th, and the 16th troop, you shall take over the unfinished tasks of 1st, 7th, and 18th troop. Yes. The investigative Gu Master outside the tent immediately received the order. Several breaths later, 3-letter Gu flew out separately towards distant locations. Fortunately, Brother was here to guide us out of this bewilderment. The old tribe leader greeted Fang Yuan again with a grateful expression that came from the depths of his heart. Just relying on this suggestion from Fang Yuan, They could preserve around 100 Gu masters and even could reduce the casualties. He is the Wolf King after all. Instantly, all the Gu tribe's elders' gaze towards Fang Yuan faintly changed into that of praise and admiration. During this tense and busy period, time passed quickly. Investigative Gu masters came to the camp one after another to report the position of the wolf group. At the same time, they had also clearly scouted the numbers of the turtleback wolves. Over 38,000. When the wolf group was only 800 li away from the camp, Gu tribe leader began to call back the investigative Gu masters orderly. By the time the wolf group reached 500 li away from the camp, the canal was formed and the river water was drawn in. When they reached 300 li, 3 defensive lines finished forming and combat troops were deployed urgently. The support and logistics Gu masters in charge of the construction retreated one after another, using primeval stones to quickly recover their primeval essence. They did not dare to relax for even a moment. When the battlefront was unable to endure, they would have to go as reinforcements. At 100 li away, everyone could see a large number of ghostly shadows of the wolves in the horizon. In the main tent, 8 investigative Gu were activated. Smoke rose and could be seen from all directions. Turtleback wolf group was mainly coming from the northern side. At the same time, there were also a lot of wolves coming from the northeast and southeast. As the wolf group neared closer and closer, all the mortals could see them clearly. Turtleback wolves possessed broad physique. Their whole body was dark green and had dark blue eyes. On their back was a shell like that of a turtle. This shell was very heavy, and about 1/3 of a turtleback wolf's weight was due to it. Apart from defensive purpose, it could also store nutrition just like camels. The charging of a few tens of thousands of wolves caused the ground to start shaking. Fang Yuan walked out of the main tent and gazed at the grassland only to see large numbers of wolves moving on the ground. He then looked at the camp below. The Gu tribesmen were moving about busily without disorder. It was a normal thing to encounter beast attacks in northern plains. Thus, whether it were Gu masters or mortals, they had cultivated a strong mind. The first defensive line at the north was the first to meet the attack. Fight! A Gu master leader who was watching from a tower shouted loudly and threw a wind blade. Soon after, the surrounding Gu masters also began to make their moves. A row of wind blades flew far, cutting over dozens of turtleback wolves instantly. When the wolf group reached closer, the Gu masters abandoned the wind blades and used the more powerful fire Gu, lightning Gu, and so on. For a moment, countless colorful lights burst out in the battlefield, like simultaneously fired fireworks. Human shouts, furious wolf howls, and the piercing sound from the wind blades formed into a medley of sounds. The wolf group's offensive was like a rain that came unceasingly and succeeded in charging over. They first came across the earth walls. The earth walls were thick, and their foundation had been reinforced with copper and iron. Countless turtleback wolves were badly bruised when they smashed against these earth walls and even died on the spot. However, the wolf group advanced wave upon wave. Some trampled upon the corpses and leapt high, while some clawed the earth walls to pierce through. Next, the defensive lines at the southeast and northeast also entered the battlefield. Shouting resounded all over the sky, and casualties began to appear. Healing Gu masters began to show their worth. Because they had made sufficient preparations, the whole Gu tribe was moving very orderly. Look, it is a myriad wolf king. Someone shouted while pointing at a certain direction. Everyone immediately followed the voice and looked. This turtleback myriad wolf king was enormous. Even 10 times the size of a normal turtleback wolf was slightly inferior to it. Its tyrannical aura manifested as it crouched on the ground and howled, commanding the wolf group to divide. Turtleback wolf group divided into 5 to 6 groups and began to circle around the Gu tribe camp, searching for a hole in the defense. Like this, Gu tribe was surrounded by wolves from every directions, and battle unfolded everywhere. On a nameless hill outside of the battlefield, a group of man tribesmen were using Gu worms to conceal themselves and were using investigative Gu to observe the situation. The battle has started. Manhao smiled, taking joy in Gu tribe's calamity. Gu tribe actually channeled the river through a canal. Gu tribe leader is truly an old fox. But there are over 30,000 turtleback wolves. Even if Gu tribe is able to resist them, they would suffer serious losses. Manhong smiled coldly. His appearance was strikingly similar to the tribe leader Mantu. He was Mantu's eldest son and had a cultivation of rank 3 middle stage. Young tribe leader is right. Even if Gu tribe can block the first wave of the wolf group, there is still the second wave and also third wave. Manhao flattered. Although Manhong was the eldest son, but he was still not truly the young tribe leader. However, Manhao had already pledged his allegiance to Manhong and was his zealous supporter. He called Manhong his young tribe leader. It was a flattery and also his expectation. Young tribe leader? Manhong did not refute and instead nodded his head. Father has given this important task to me. I will be establishing great merits by finishing this and might indeed be a young tribe leader when we return to the tribe. Unfortunately, that sneaky bratman duo did not come over. Otherwise, I could borrow the strength of others and conveniently get rid of that sinister brat. Man duo might be somewhat intelligent, but his aptitude is lacking and he is simply not young tribe leader's match. Look, 100 Wolf Kings have made their move. Manhao said. 100 Beast Kings had rank 2 Gu worms residing in their bodies and were very strong. Their appearance immediately caused the pressure on the Gu tribe's frontline forces to increase greatly. The number of casualties increased sharply, and 200 to 300 Wolf Kings smashed the earth walls and pierced through the Gu tribe's defense. Looking at the Gu tribe's Gu masters dying one after another, Man Hong showed a pleased, sinister smile. This ignorant bunch of fools actually did not join Man tribe. Now weren't they suffering their just desserts? Man Hong's smile stiffened. Through the investigative Gu worm, he saw a wolf enslavement Gu entering 100 Wolf King. It immediately changed its alignment and let out a howl, causing the wolves beside it to fall into chaos. Soon after, these turtleback wolves followed the Wolf King towards the Gu tribe's camp and gathered under a Gu master. Man Hong narrowed his eyes and looked at this Gu master. Could this person be the Wolf King, Chang Shanin? Yes, young tribe leader. Man Hao confirmed. Man Hong scoffed. Father said he was the greatest uncertainty. Let me see what ability he has. Chapter 452, Intense Battle, 1/3. Look there, it is the great hero of Northern Plains, Chang Shanin. Chang Shanin struck. He truly is spectacular. The camp was cheering. Not only Man tribe, but even Gu tribe Gu masters were looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had just tested his skills, subduing 100 Wolf King, and instantly made several hundred turtleback wolves part of his force. It turned this battlefield into a safe zone. Chang Shanin. High up on the mound, old Gu tribe leader looked at Fang Yuan's back view as he muttered. In everyone's mind, there was one question. The former Wolf King, the genius of Northern Plains, how much battle strength did he have left now? Fang Yuan looked at the tens of thousands of turtleback wolves in front of him with an earnest gaze. In other people's perspective, these wolves were a threat, but in Fang Yuan's eyes, these were presents sent to him. He was worried about not having enough wolves in his group, but if he could subdue these Wolf Kings, his battle strength would surge. At this time, it was a clear blue sky as sunlight shone down. Vision was clear as the battle was ongoing. Gu tribe had prepared sufficiently, having 3 earth walls to defend them, and also built water canals to divide the incoming wolves into segments, preventing them from encircling the Gu masters. This was a terrain advantage. Looking at themselves, Gu tribe's Gu masters were defending with young tribe leader Gu Guang leading. They were extremely safe. Gu tribe were united in defending against the wolf groups. Their hearts were as one. This was the most favorable condition. If I traveled alone, I would have to run away from a beast group of such a grand scale. But now, all the conditions were perfect for me. This is a godsend opportunity placed in front of me. How can I not make full use of it? Thinking so, Fang Yuan laughed cheerfully. His battle intent rose as he said to the people, "Everyone, come with me." Gu Guang and the others responded. Under Fang Yuan's lead, the Gu masters started to move their formation, going to another area of the battlefield. Bam! A tall arrow tower fell onto the ground, smashed into pieces. The culprit behind this roared loudly as it battled a dozen rank 2 Gu masters around it. This was 100 Wolf King. At this point, all the wolves around it had died. It was battle alone fiercely. The surrounding Gu masters used their Gu worms to attack from a distance, trapping it as they whittled away its life slowly. On the battlefield, there were 3 Gu master corpses. At this point, Fang Yuan and the others ride their hump wolves and arrived. Wolf Enslavement Gu go. Fang Yuan pointed with his finger, and the rank 2 Wolf Enslavement Gu turned into a light smoke, landing on this 100 Wolf King's body. The Wolf King howled angrily, unwilling to be enslaved, resisting with all its energy. Fang Yuan's eyes shone as he suppressed it with his 100-man soul. The Wolf King whimpered as the smoke settled into its body, turning it into Fang Yuan's personal pet instantly. The 100 Wolf King sprawled on the ground, keeping its claws and teeth as its body was covered in injuries, oozing with blood. Healing Gu Master. Fang Yuan instructed, and a Gu Master walked out from behind him, activating his Gu worm and healing this 100 Wolf King. This goddamn beast. He killed my brother. A young Gu Master who had entered battle still wanted to attack. Gu can't, Gu Guang shouted, staring at this person. The young Gu Master's neck stiffened as he walked to the 100 Wolf King, kicking it fiercely, but did not try to kill it. Next, he covered his face and cried, sobbing uncontrollably. The surrounding Gu Masters felt a strong resonance with him. After the young Gu Master cried for a while, he raised his head, wiping his tears as he said, "Go. Let's continue killing wolves." "All right, Let's follow Brother Gu can. This ordinary small group entered the battlefield again. Let's go to the next stop. Fang Yuan continued to move ahead. At the northwest area, 300 wolf kings broke through the earth walls and ravaging the line of defense. Fang Yuan quickly arrived. I am Wolf King Changshan. All Gu masters listened to my instructions. With Gu Guang beside him, he successfully gained the commanding rights. These 300 wolf kings, what are their respective Gu worms? Fang Yuan asked. Immediately someone reported. Fang Yuan's eyes shone as he split the people into 3 groups. Group 1 will lure the left 100 wolf king and bring it to the second line of defense. Fang Yuan instructed. Bring it there. A Gu master was shocked, expressing his concern. Fang Yuan stared at him fiercely. I said bring it over, so do as I say. This is an order. Yes. Group 2, restrict the wolf king on the right. Make sure you destroy its defensive Gu. Yes. Group 3, follow me. Fang Yuan waved his hand and entered the battlefield personally. After a bit of battle, he used the wolf enslavement Gu. The light smoke was about to land when this wolf king shot out a flame that burnt the smoke away. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. He felt heartache losing this rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu. Gu Guang scolded. Why did it still have a firelight Gu? Please forgive me, young tribe leader. This is the first time this Gu has been used. The subordinate quickly reported. Gu Guang, you are in charge of this firelight Gu. Use all methods you have. I will come back shortly. Fang Yuan saw that this wolf king could not be handled in the meantime. Thus he gave his instructions and passed the trouble to others. Meanwhile, he swapped his target to another wolf king, using a wolf enslavement Gu. This wolf king's defensive Gu worms was already destroyed by Gu masters. Without any accidents, Fang Yuan easily captured it. When he turned around, Gu Guang already created trees and sealed this 100 wolf king's mouth with vines. It could not shoot out any more flames. Good job. Fang Yuan praised as he used a wolf enslavement Gu. The 100 wolf king watched the light smoke enter its body. After a mild resistance, it lost to the 100-man soul, becoming another one of Fang Yuan's pet. After keeping these 200 wolf kings, Fang Yuan turned around and captured the 100 wolf king at the second line of defense as well. In just a short time, Fang Yuan divided the 300 wolf kings up and captured them one by one, resolving this crisis. Everyone was amazed. They continued following behind Fang Yuan, listening to his commands. Eventually, they realized that as long as they followed his commands, they would result in the least injuries or deaths possible. This Changshan has some skills. Outside the battlefield, eldest son Man Hong used his investigative Gu worm to watch Fang Yuan's performance, his expression sinking. His soul is a 100-man soul. It is not hard to subdue these 100 wolf kings. But just this cannot change the situation. It will depend on his wolf manipulation skill. Man Hao consoled at the side. Fang Yuan sat on the ground directly, holding 2 primeval stones as he recovered his primeval essence. Activating wolf enslavement, Gu did not expend much primeval essence, but most importantly, it was the burden on his soul. Fang Yuan subdued 100 wolf kings one after another. He used his 100-man soul to suppress the wolf kings. After the competition between souls, Fang Yuan's soul became more impatient and impulsive, while the annoyed feeling in his heart intensified. If he left this symptom alone, he might develop dizziness, or worse, his soul might get damaged, losing his memories or lowering his intelligence. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and meditated, calming his mind and soothing his soul. After resting for a while, the 100-man soul stabilized. All his negative emotions vanished into thin air. Everyone, continue following me on our conquest. Fang Yuan rode on his hump wolf as Gu Guang and the others followed. Like this, after moving around the battlefield for a while, Fang Yuan subdued 300 wolf kings and 800 ordinary turtleback wolves. How? Fang Yuan's actions angered 1,000 wolf king. Seeing his subordinates surrender to an enemy, this 1,000 wolf king howled as it led the wolf group towards Fang Yuan, attacking fiercely. 1,000 beast king could control thousands of wild beasts, while also having several hundred beast kings under it. There were rank 3 Gu worms in its body. Ignoring the wolf group, at least 3 cooperative Gu master groups were needed to kill 1,000 beast king. If there were 3 rank 3 Gu masters, they could barely match evenly with it. Seeing the 1,000 beast king charging over, Gu Guang and the others' expression changed. They were mostly rank 2 elites. Only Gu Guang was a rank 3 Gu master. Don't worry, young tribe leader. We are here to give you a hand. Just at this moment, 3 Gu tribe elders came over. Fang Yuan had made an agreement with Gu tribe higher-ups in the main tent. Gu tribe had to help out in this. Ha ha ha. With your help, this wolf is as good as ours. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. An intense battle occurred. This 1,000 wolf king attacked in a frenzy. It used its claws and teeth, and was even able to summon a wolf strength phantom. On the battlefield, it rampaged and moved about without restraints, attacking mercilessly. But on Fang Yuan's side, they had greater strength. For rank 3 Gu Masters, 1 rank 4 Gu Master, as well as a number of rank 2 elites. After 2 elders were mildly injured, Fang Yuan found a good opportunity and used a rank 3 Wolf Enslavement Gu. The rank 3 Wolf Enslavement Gu turned into a light smoke, much thicker than the rank 2 version, as it landed on the 1,000 Wolf King. Fang Yuan used his 100-man soul to suppress it, and after a dozen breaths' time, the light smoke succeeded and completely fused into the 1,000 Wolf King's soul. This was the first 1,000 Beast King Fang Yuan subdued in this battle. After the 1,000 Wolf Kings surrendered, the 200 Wolf Kings and several thousand ordinary Turtleback wolves under it also changed allegiance. Such a great number of Turtleback wolves revolted and switched to Gu tribe's faction, causing this part of the battlefield to cease battle. The entire wolf group only had around 15,000 Wolf Kings, but now one was taken by Fang Yuan. At this moment, even the myriad Wolf King felt something amiss. It howled as a huge 4-leaf wind blade rotated and shot towards Fang Yuan. 3-claw water dragon Gu. A clan elder shouted, pushing with his hands as a light blue water dragon crashed into the wind blade, exploding and causing a small drizzle. Fiststone Gu. The second elder punched with his right fist as a large rock was created in mid-air, flying forward like a fist, but was shaved by the wind blade. Lightning Web Gu. The third elder shot out a large web made of lightning, covering the wind blade. The wind blade was weakened. After it was covered by the lightning web, it rotated furiously and cut the web open, but it was at its final moments. As it flew in the air, it slowly dissipated. Throughout the whole process, Fang Yuan did not do anything. Gu tribe's Gu masters were very protective of Fang Yuan, even if he was a rank 4 Gu master that had higher cultivation than them. Enslavement path Gu masters' lives were extremely important. Thus, when they battled, there were often Gu masters in charge of protecting them. Gu tribe's actions were not overly protective. It was just a norm of the Gu master world. Chapter 453. Intense battle, 2/3. Myriad Wolf King's attack caused all of Gu tribe to be nervous. Far away, Man Hong's eyes brightened. Is this Myriad Wolf King going to join the fight? But soon, his gaze dimmed. After Myriad Wolf King failed in its attack, it did not make another attack and instead continued sitting at the rear while commanding the wolf group. A branch of 1,000 wolf group moved over to fill the gap created due to the previous 1,000 Wolf King's surrender. Crimson flames burned all over this 1,000 Wolf King, and its nose let out thick black smoke from time to time. A rank 3 self-ignition Gu. Fang Yuan recognized one of the Gu. With this Gu worm protecting the 1,000 Wolf King, Wolf Enslavement Gu's smoke would be burned off before it even landed. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched, and he glanced at the faraway Myriad Wolf King. Myriad Wolf King also seemed to be staring back at him. When beasts evolves to Myriad Beast King stage, their intelligence would greatly surpass similar species, and this Myriad Wolf King was clearly indicating its decision to target Fang Yuan. Gu Guang stay behind and cooperate with 3 elders to kill this wolf. As for the others, follow me. Fang Yuan turned around and walked. Subduing this 1,000 Wolf King was not an impossible matter, but it would be very troublesome and time-consuming. This wolf was not suitable, so it was better to go to another. Anyway, the battlefield was so large, Fang Yuan did not believe all of them would have methods to suppress Wolf Enslavement Gu. Sure enough, he moved around to several places and reaped great harvests. In just about 2 hours, he subdued 1,700 Wolf Kings and 2,000 Wolf Kings. Adding in all the wolves, Fang Yuan now had 4,000 Wolf Kings, over 300 Wolf Kings, and ordinary wolves were already over 8,000 in number, nearing 10,000. Most of them were all Turtleback wolves, but there was also 1,000 beast-level Wind Wolf King. Among the 100 Wolf Kings, there were also Poison Beard Wolf King, Water Wolf King, and Wind Wolf King. With his actions, the military strength between the two sides in the battlefield was being equalized. A portion of the 30,000 10,000 wolf group was incorporated by Fang Yuan into his troop, and adding in countless deaths, the wolf group only had about 20,000 remaining now. The battle surged on like wildfire, and Gu tribe leader eased his brows, seeing the hope of victory. With Changshan Yin making his move, the pressure on my tribe's troops has greatly decreased. He is after all the legendary hero. His skills are truly exceptional. This is not strange, he is a rank 4 Gu master. Moreover, he walks the enslavement path. Such battlefields are his domain. All the elders praised, and the atmosphere in the main tent became relaxed. Don't be careless. Myriad Wolf King still has not made its move. The outcome of this battle is yet to be certain. Gu tribe leader timely warned others. Lord tribe leader is right, we can't relax yet. In my opinion, this Myriad Wolf King might not join the fight. The wolf group has suffered huge losses. It is normal for the wolf king to retreat in this situation. Huh? Not good. Just as they were talking of it, myriad wolf kings suddenly let out a long howl. All the wolves in the battlefield simultaneously went into crazed offense when they heard this howl. Over 20,000 turtleback wolves charged towards the camp without caring for their lives. For a moment, Gu tribe was caught off guard and was utterly losing. Order the front line to quickly retreat to the second defensive line. Gu tribe leader immediately commanded. The wolf group is making an all-out attack. Gu Guang, who was on the front line, paled. Go help the Gu masters to retreat. I will go back to the ranch to rest and organize. Wait for my support. Fang Yuan's expression was dark. Lord, we have been ordered by the tribe leader to protect you. Some Gu masters hesitated. Fang Yuan opened his eyes and let out a sharp gaze. The Gu masters, where his gaze landed, all lowered their head. Gu Guang. Fang Yuan looked at the young tribe leader of Gu tribe. Gu Guang gritted his teeth. I shall listen to uncle. He then waved his hand. All of you follow me. Fang Yuan returned to the ranch alone, surrounded by wolves. He gathered all the wolves together. With close to 10,000 wolves crowding together, this temporary ranch immediately felt narrow. Fang Yuan wailed, and a strong, vigorous water wolf moved out of the wolf group. To ordinary people, this was a water wolf. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, it was a white-eyes wolf. White-eyes wolf was a mutated beast, like Biao among tigers and lightning boar among boars. Every single ordinary adult mutated beasts would attract wild Gu worms and possess the strength that could match myriad beast kings. However, this white-eyes wolf was still in infancy and had not matured yet. The fur on its whole body was like water and was dyed with a light blue color, the appearance of a common water wolf. But as long as people carefully observed it, they would discover its pupils was more white with little black, greatly differing from ordinary water wolves. When it completely reached adulthood, its pupils would become white. At the same time, its vision would be greatly magnified, comparable to some rank 4 investigative Gu, and even at night, its vision would not be affected. Fang Yuan had accidentally discovered this white-eyes wolf in the market, and without making any suspicious movements, he bought all the water wolves. At present, this white-eyes wolf had already been planted with rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu by Fang Yuan. And to speed up its growth, he had used third watch Gu. This created a violent increase in the white-eyes wolf's appetite, about 13 times more than the ordinary water wolves. Also, its lifespan had shortened. Go! Fang Yuan gave a command, and this white-eyes wolf, whose speed already surpassed that of the wind wolves, quickly moved out of the ranch towards the higher grounds. Wolf Hair Gu. Fang Yuan covered his right eye and only used his left eye to look at the white-eyes wolf. At the same time, he poured his primeval essence into Changshan Yin's investigative Gu. Instantly, the scene in his left eye changed, as if he was overlooking the battlefield from a high ground. This was the ability of the Wolf Hair Gu. It could share the sight of the specific wolf to the Gu master's eyes. Fang Yuan then opened his right eye, and 2 different scenes transmitted to his brain at the same time. His left eye showed the battlefield, letting him be clear on the situation, and his right eye showed the ranch where the wolves were crowded together. Fang Yuan summoned all the wolf kings and searched through the Gu worms in their body. If there were any rare Gu worms, Fang Yuan would take them so as to not let them be destroyed in the battlefield. Naturally, his main focus was the wolf enslavement Gu. Wolf enslavement Gu was a one-time expendable Gu. To capture so many wolf kings, Fang Yuan had used up a lot of wolf enslavement Gu. Generally speaking, wolf kings would have corresponding wolf enslavement Gu on them. Sure enough, Fang Yuan got a rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu and 5 rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu from these wolf kings. As for other Gu worms, they were all ordinary, with only 1 or 2 being better. But they could not catch Fang Yuan's eyes, so he left them on the wolf kings to preserve their battle strength. Wolf Smoke Gu. Fang Yuan activated this rank 4 healing Gu, which was especially used to heal the injuries on wolves. Surging smoke enveloped the whole ranch for a long time. Fang Yuan's primeval Qi rapidly lowered to the bottom. The primeval essence consumption to heal so many wolves at once was very huge. When the primeval Qi hit the bottom, Fang Yuan took out primeval stones and quickly recovered his primeval essence. After healing them twice more, Fang Yuan saw Gu tribe leader lead a group of elders and rush towards the front lines. Soon, intense explosions sounded out from the front lines. Through his left eye, Fang Yuan saw that the motionless myriad wolf king had also joined the fight. Gu tribe leader and others all went all out against it. With myriad wolf king joining the fight, there was a tremendous influence on the wolves, and under its lead, the wolf group began to fight with even more madness. The second defensive line of Gu tribe was also thus broken. Fortunately, with the canal blocking the way, most of Gu tribe's Gu masters could smoothly retreat towards the third defensive line and maintain the defense. For a moment, the atmosphere on the battlefield intensified to the extreme, causing great palpitation in the people. The third defensive line was the final defense. Behind it was the weakest mortals. In case it was broken through, the consequences would be unimaginable. There is no time to heal again. After recovering the primeval essence in his aperture to 90%, Fang Yuan looked at the surroundings. After 3 rounds of healing, the heavy injuries on these wolves had become light injuries, while the light injuries were completely healed. Wolf Howl Gu. Fang Yuan howled towards the sky, letting out a furious howl like that of a wolf king. Under the effect of the Gu worm, the wolf group on the ranch faintly enlarged, their energy inflated, and their battle strength multiplied. Fang Yuan laughed loudly and rode on a hump wolf. With a shift of his mind, the wolf group immediately started howling together. Howl! At this moment, when the sky was dyed red with the setting sun, when the wind was starting to blow strongly, and when the battle was raging, the wolf howl spread without restraint, traveling 1,000 li. Changshan Yin is making his move. Outside the battlefield, Man Hong and Man Hao's expression turned grave. Good tribe, however, was jubilant. Changshan Yin, it is Lord Changshan Yin. We still have Lord Changshan Yin. Lord Changshan Yin is coming to support us. Everyone persevere. Step aside. Open up a path for Lord Changshan Yin. Instantly, Good Tribe's troop morale rose rapidly. Fang Yuan sat upright on the hump wolf and lightly waved his hand. Close to 10,000 wolves surged forward, moving past the simplistic fence around the ranch, but they did not go to rescue the northern side, but instead moved towards the south. Just like the collapse of a large dam, a powerful flood burst out. The whole wolf group rapidly charged out of the camp. 1,200 wolf kings arranged as the arrowhead ruthlessly charged into the battlefield. The enemy wolf group had fought for a long time and was already exhausted, and now this new battle force attacked them, causing countless deaths in moments. With only one assault, Fang Yuan collapsed the offense of the Turtleback wolves on the southern side of the camp. Wolf Enslavement Gu. Wolf Enslavement Gu. Wolf Enslavement Gu. Under the protection of the wolf group, Fang Yuan repeatedly activated 3 Wolf Enslavement Gu. The Enslavement Gu changed into faint smoke and subdued 300 wolf kings in moments. Charge to the left. He willed it, and the whole wolf army smoothly changed direction and charged towards the southeast battle. Fang Yuan's gaze scanned the battle like an eagle and soon locked onto the 1,000 wolf king. 1,000 wolf king howled and did its utmost to command the wolf group. But most of the wolf group were deeply locked in the battle in the front line and would be difficult for them to turn around for a while. This 1,000 wolf king could only mobilize a few hundred wolves, which were easily drowned by Fang Yuan's army. Rank 3 Wolf Enslavement Gu. Fang Yuan caught the chance, and a faint smoke drilled down into the 1,000 wolf king. This 1,000 wolf king might have been scared stiff as it let out a whimper. Its soul did not give any resistance and was quickly subdued. This was the 5th 1,000 wolf king. The wolf group that had been fighting with the Gu masters, under its beckoning, stopped the fight and gathered under Fang Yuan's army. The chaos at the southeast area immediately ceased. Chapter 454. Intense Battle, 3/3. The battle that the Gu masters had been fighting with their lives on the line was settled in the blink of an eye. Their mortal enemies had instead become their allies. Is this the ability of Lord Changshan Yin? Terrifying, terrifying, leading myriad wolf groups by himself. No wonder he is called Wolf King. Gu masters looked at Fang Yuan with stupefied gazes. Their gazes looked at his receding figure, leaving this place towards another battlefield. Moving unhindered, truly unhindered. All those who dared to block his way were completely swept away. Under his will, tens of thousands of wolves rushed forward. Under his indication, his troops moved everywhere, unrivaled. With just his lone strength, he was overturning the crisis, changing the whole situation. He was the light of the enslavement path. Outside the battlefield, Man Hong, Man Hao and the rest all lost color in their face. Under their complicated gaze, Fang Yuan's wolf group rapidly expanded like a rolling snowball, getting bigger the more they killed. Everywhere they moved, they would leave behind ruins and a group of stupefied Gu masters before they swaggered off. This wolf commanding tactic was simply unreasonable and also extremely domineering. Under this huge strength, small hindrances were directly crushed. Fang Yuan intentionally avoided the myriad wolf kings' battlefield and circled around the Gu tribe camp, subduing 3,000 wolf kings. In total, the number of 1,000 wolf kings he had reached 8. As for the number of 100 wolf kings, they had almost doubled, reaching 59. Fang Yuan's wolf formation was like a mythical beast, swallowing all turtleback wolves on its path and expanding itself. After repeatedly subduing these wolf kings, Fang Yuan's soul also suffered from backlash. He felt jittery and nauseous. Fang Yuan endured this feeling and gathered the wolf group before returning to the ranch. The ranch could not hold these wolves anymore. There were too many wolves. Fang Yuan also did not know the exact amount clearly. He could only guess the amount had surpassed 12,000. Fang Yuan did not hurry to join the battle. The situation was already determined now. He got off the hump wolf and closed his eyes to rest his spirit. Every set interval, he would open his eyes to observe the battlefield through the white-eyed wolf's vision and keep an eye on the situation of Gu tribe leader and the others. These higher-ups of Gu tribe could not die. If they died, Man tribe might be roused into making a move. After resting for a while, although Fang Yuan had not fully recovered, there was no problem in commanding the wolves. He joined the battlefield again. This time, he only mobilized the 8,000 Wolf Kings to the battle. Ordinary wolves was too low of a threat against myriad Wolf King. On his way, every good tribesman would call out his name loudly. Changshan Yin has come to assist. Hearing such voices, Gu tribe's higher-ups who were surrounding the myriad Wolf King all felt their spirits invigorated. Everyone, please take a step back and rest for a moment. Let me handle this. Fang Yuan reached the battlefield, and under his will, the 8,000 Wolf Kings encircled the myriad Wolf King. Myriad Wolf King already had the intention to retreat, but whether it charged left or right, it could not break through the encirclement. Such wolf manipulation skills. Seeing the myriad Wolf King being played around by Fang Yuan, Man Hao, Man Hong, and the rest revealed astonished expressions. Previously, Fang Yuan had charged with grand troops, flattening everything on his way, so they were not able to see his wolf manipulating skill. Now, he was commanding the wolves meticulously, revealing the top-tier wolf manipulation skill of the Northern Plains. There were merely 8,000 Wolf King, and 7 of them could not display their full strength due to the pressure from the myriad Wolf King. However, under Fang Yuan's control, the myriad Wolf King felt like it was encircled by thousands of soldiers, as if it was a fly that was trapped in spider web. Finally, the myriad Wolf King was thoroughly exhausted to death by Fang Yuan, and in its final counterattack before death, it took away 1,000 Wolf King's life. Wolf King, Lord Changshan Yin is truly the Wolf King. Looking at the myriad Wolf King's enormous body falling down loudly, all the Gu masters cheered loudly. Wolf King, Wolf King, Wolf King. With this battle, everyone felt the nickname of Wolf King was truly fitting. The shouting surged one after another, and soon many joined in, shouting loudly with fervent gazes, and some even had tears falling from their eyes. This was a type of emotional feeling, a type of worship towards the heroes, reverence towards the strength. With this person here, it is easier said than done for us to annex Gu tribe. Man Hong's expression looked ashen to the extreme. This battle had thoroughly dispelled his ambitions. Wolf King, Man Hao, who had felt contempt towards Changshan Yin, absent-mindedly muttered this name. He had never felt how heavy the weight of this name was as much as this moment. On the battlefield, Gu tribe leader brought the elders towards Fang Yuan. The might of the former hero still remains. Today's battle really makes me prostrate in admiration. I, on behalf of the whole Gu tribe, express my utmost gratitude to your favor of helping us. Gu tribe leader deeply bowed towards Fang Yuan. Brother Gu, you speak too highly of me. Let's clean up the battlefield quickly. Fang Yuan smiled. The myriad Wolf King's corpse was lying on the ground, but Fang Yuan did not take the matters into his own hand to avoid suspicion. If I had a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu, I could have taken in this Turtleback wolf myriad Wolf King. Such a pity. Fang Yuan felt regret in his heart. Rank 4 beast enslavement Gu could control myriad beast kings. A myriad beast group was a huge force to a tribe. Thus, normally, rank 4 beast enslavement Gu was not sold in the markets of Northern Plains. For the price of many Gu worms, once they reached rank 4, would rise sharply. Beast enslavement Gu was one of them. There was also relic Gu besides this. Fang Yuan had only been able to purchase rank 2 and rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu in the market, and did not get a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. Right now, I have a large amount of rank 2 and 3 wolf enslavement Gu, but it seems I will have to refine the rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu myself. Fang Yuan currently lacked rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. With rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu, he could control myriad Wolf King, and the burden on his soul to control the wolf group through the Wolf King would decrease by a lot. His mutated beast White Eyes Wolf was currently an infant and could be enslaved by rank 3 Gu. But once it matured, it would require rank 4 enslavement Gu, otherwise it would not listen to commands and could even flee. Lord, we have found a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. Right at this time, a Gu master that was searching through the myriad Wolf King's corpse shouted loudly. What? Gu tribe leader's eyes flashed brightly and soon after, laughed. Haha, precious Gu should fit a hero. This Gu should be give to Brother Chang. Although there was a great probability for a rank 4 beast enslavement Gu to reside in myriad beast king, Fang Yuan was still happy. There might have been some flaws in today's battle, but the outcome still made Fang Yuan very satisfied. It was regretful to have killed the myriad wolf king, but he was still able to obtain a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. This Gu worm's arrival was really a great timing. It had been a long time since Fang Yuan had such a good thing happen to him. He carefully accepted this Gu worm and said his goodbye to the Gu tribe's higher-ups. He did not even join in the celebratory banquet, using the excuse of refining this rank for Gu to evade it. Nightfall. The celebratory bonfire. Outside the tents was burning brightly. The victorious shouts and the cries for the casualties mixed together and spread towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His mind was calm as he looked in his aperture. The 90% primeval sea was tranquil, the water shining brightly like gold. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan had still not completely adapted to the northern plains. Thus there was still the suppression, causing his cultivation to temporarily stagnate. The true gold primeval essence looked amazing, but was useless right now. However, cultivation was only one part of strength. There were other ways for Fang Yuan to increase his strength. For example, the strength of Tenjun Gu he was currently holding. This Gu was also a rank 4 Gu, but its price was much lower than a rank 4 beast enslavement Gu. And because it could be easily refined and the manufacturing costs were also low, it was rather common in the market. Strength of Tenjun Gu did not look anything special, looking just like a common iron weight. Fang Yuan poured primeval essence to it. It then floated above Fang Yuan and let out dreamy light, which shone upon Fang Yuan's whole body, engraving some Tao marks of the strength path on Fang Yuan's body. After a while, the strength of Tenjun Gu suddenly let out a slight explosion and broke into pieces, falling down on Fang Yuan's hair. Strength of Tenjun Gu was an expendable Gu. This was the third strength of Tenjun Gu Fang Yuan had used. Fang Yuan shook off the iron pieces and grasped his fists, feeling an increased strength. The strength increase has reached a bottleneck. Next, I need to enhance my skeleton, skin, tendons and so on, to cause the water bucket, my body, to become deeper, larger and firmer, so it can hold even more strength. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed as he took out a wolf soul Gu. This is the final wolf soul Gu. Fang Yuan poured his primeval essence into the wolf soul Gu. The wolf soul Gu burst and changed into a gray wolf soul that smashed into his body. 100-man soul and wolf soul tangled with each other. The difficulty this time was many times more than before. Previously, when Fang Yuan used the wolf soul Gu, he only had over 3,000 wolves under him. Now, after today's battle, he had taken in many wolf kings, and thus the burden on his soul was much bigger. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed into a knot. Sweat perspired out of his forehead, and he gritted his teeth to persevere. Finally, the 100-man soul and the wolf soul merged together. Boom! A soft sound echoed in his ears. The long-term quantitative accumulation had brought a qualitative change at this moment. 100-man soul had thoroughly changed into the wolfman soul. The wolfman soul looked like a gray color that had been condensed to an extreme. The soul's appearance was mostly like Fang Yuan's, except the bridge of the nose was longer, eyes sharper, and his body thinner. There were 2 sharp wolf ears, long hair that reached his waist, and a hairy wolf tail that grew out of his butt. With the formation of the wolfman's soul, Fang Yuan felt relaxed as if he had gotten rid of a very heavy burden. In his mind, the connection to the wolves became much more close, and he could even feel a faint familiar feeling from the Wolf King's souls. This was not there when he had the 100-man soul. After forming the Wolfman's soul, Fang Yuan gained the aura of a wolf, causing these Wolf Kings to think him as one of their species. Thus, it was no longer the pure suppression using the 100-man soul, but also a feeling of approval from the wolves. 100-man soul was almost reaching its limits after enslaving so many wolves. Now, with Wolfman's soul, I can take in 3 times more Wolf Kings. It is just that there will probably be few opportunities like today. But the grassland is so big and the wolf group are plenty, I will at least be able to double this wolf group on our way to the hero's assembly. Looking at the large amount of rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu in his aperture, many rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu and 1 rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu, Fang Yuan was full of expectations towards the future. Chapter 455, Night Assault. There were few stars in the sky. Bone-chilling wind blew through the grassland at night. 2 hump wolves were moving through this night, carrying Gu tribe's investigative Gu masters, 1 old and 1 young. Huff, 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 so cold. The young Gu master curled up his body and blew out hot air. I told you to wear some more clothes, but you didn't want to. This is called suffering from not listening to your elders. The old Gu master laughed. He was wearing a thick leather robe with long sleeves and long boots, along with a felt hat. He did not feel the slightest bit of cold. Uncle, this is my first time scouting. I lack experience. The young Gu master mumbled in a soft voice before swearing. F***ck. When I go out to scout tomorrow, I will definitely wear the thickest clothes. It should not be overly thick. Overly thick clothes will only affect your movement in battle. Moreover, you are likely to doze off if it is too warm. We are the eyes of Gu tribe. We need to be vigilant at all times. The best would be clothes that will keep you just warm, so you will feel cold if you stay still for long. This will urge you to keep on scouting. The old Gu master shared his experience solemnly. It was already the third day since the battle with the Turtleback wolves. The old Gu master's partner had died in the battlefield. Thus the young Gu master was sent over to make up for the gap. The young Gu master was still inexperienced and needed the old Gu master's guidance. Uncle. The young Gu master was just about to open his mouth. Shush. The old Gu master suddenly stretched out his hand to signal a stop. His eyes squinted and looked at the light that suddenly emerged far away. What is that? The old Gu master was immediately on guard. He used his investigative Gu, but could not make out anything. Kid, use your hand-ear Gu to listen. The old Gu master commanded. Yes. The young Gu master did not dare to be careless. He immediately turned over his body and got off the hump wolf and stretched out his right hand. He transferred primeval essence towards his right palm. Grass sprouted out from the palm, creating a flesh bud. The flesh bud then opened up to form an ear. The young man closely stuck this ear on the ground and attentively listened. There is nothing other than the sound of the wind. The young Gu master did his best to listen but got no result. He laughed. Uncle, are you trying to scare me? There is not even a fart. The battle just ended, so maybe I was too nervous. The old Gu master heaved a sigh. He again looked at a distance, but there was nothing unusual. He felt his eyesight might have blurred just before. What is there to be nervous about? There is the old tribe leader here, and we also have the Wolf King Changshanin with us. There is no need to be afraid, even if another group of turtleback wolves come. The young man's gaze flashed when he talked of Fang Yuan, unable to conceal the worship in his eyes. Yes, it is indeed our tribe's fortune to have the help of the Wolf King. The old Gu master sighed as he recalled the scene in the battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of arrows quickly moving through the air spread towards them. Who? The old Gu master shouted. He subconsciously jumped off the hump wolf and smoothly rolled several times. Thud, thud, thud. Sharp-boned spears pierced the ground one after another. Enemy attack. The old Gu master had this thought the first moment. He quickly stood up and hurriedly warned towards the young Gu master. The young man had already been pierced by a bone spear and had died on the spot. The old Gu master's heart twitched, but he did not have the time to grieve, immediately taking out a signal Gu from his aperture. But before he was able to activate it, he was hit by a fatal attack. He stiffly stood on the spot like a statue. A line of blood slowly appeared on his neck, becoming clearer and clearer. Finally, his head inclined towards the side and fell on the ground, completely separated from the neck. Fresh blood spurted out like a geyser from his neck. Several figures walked out of the darkness. Leading them was Man, tribe's external elder Shi Wu. He looked at the two corpses and proudly said, "These ants, killing them is as easy as flipping my palm. Lord Elder is formidable. With Lord Elder here, Gu tribe's investigative Gu masters are only empty shells." Several Gu masters following behind flattered. Shi Wu narrowed his eyes in joy and looked towards the direction of the Gu tribe's troops. Humph. This Gu tribe could win earlier because of their scouting, being able to make ample preparation in advance. This time, Lord Tribe Leader has dispatched almost all the elders. Gu tribe will not be able to escape the calamity this time. I really want to see the shocked and frightened expressions on these people when 10,000 Knights Wolves attack them at once. Gu tribe might have already been on the move for several days, leaving Hongyan Valley and succeeding in defeating the Turtleback Wolf group, but Man tribe had no intention to let them go. 3 days after the attack of the Turtleback Wolf group, Man tribe Gu masters secretly led Night Wolf group to make the second wave of attack on Gu tribe. At the same time, Man tribe's elders also moved out to kill large numbers of Gu tribe's investigative Gu masters. A large conspiracy against Gu tribe was already unfolding. When this 10,000 wolf group was discovered, they were only 100 li away from the camp. Wolf attack! Wolf attack! An investigative Gu master observing from a watchtower shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several signal Gu were shot out into the sky, bursting into bright fireworks. Everyone get up, there is an attack. It is a group of 10,000 night wolves. The Gu tribesmen who were in a deep sleep were startled awake. Quick, notify the tribe leader. Investigative Gu masters rushed about as quickly as they could. Human figures gradually appeared from everywhere in the Gu tribe camp. Doubts and panicked shouts mixed to form a commotion. In the main tent, Gu tribe leader's expression paled when he got this news. Those damned investigative Gu masters. This was the first thought of the old tribe leader. But he soon frowned. Even if the night wolves were difficult to detect at night, but with so many night wolves, why hadn't the investigative Gu masters reported sooner? His sharp senses smelled a trace of conspiracy. He quickly threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. It was not the time to think of these. The night wolves are already so close to the camp. There is no time to construct defensive lines. What do we do? In this boundless darkness, there was no clear intel on the enemy situation. Gu tribe leader only knew this wolf group was large, at least a 10,000 wolf group. But he did not know if there were other wolf group or if man tribe's Gu masters were hiding in the surroundings. At this urgent moment, Gu tribe leader could not think of a countermeasure and could only send an order. Send my command. All Gu tribe Gu masters shall gather in the main tent. The night wolf group was fast and had reached the camp. The wolf group is here. Block them. We must block them. Quick, activate Light Sphere Gu. A Gu master who was at the front line shot out a rank 2 Light Sphere Gu towards the sky. Under the illumination of the light sphere, the densely packed night wolf group showed their appearances. These night wolves were thin with strong posture. They had black glossy skin but had no fur. Their black pupils and claws gave off a cruel light. 100 Wolf King growled and charged over. My God! The Gu master could only shout in shock before he was killed instantly by the Wolf King. The night wolf group was like a torrent, bursting through the simplistic stakes around the camp, and started their massacre. Right now, Gu tribe's Gu masters were still gathering towards the central main tent. The vast outer camp had already turned into a site of the netherworld. The wolves were howling excitedly. Humans were wailing in grief, and the cries of fear bursted forth together. Night wolves were fast and were tearing through the tents. Many mortals who were still in their sleep died cruelly under their claws. They used death and blood as a warning. The inner camp was in an uproar. The terrified humans surged out and tried to run away, trampling over each other. A night raid. Gu tribe leader stood outside the main tent. The corners of his eyes were almost tore open at this sight. His heart was bleeding. The wolf group's massacre indeed caused many deaths, but even more deaths were caused by the people trampling on each other. Such a chaotic situation was already beyond control, causing the Gu tribe leader's plan to counterattack after organizing the troops to be in vain. Most of the Gu masters were trapped among the chaos. Only many of the elders and a few elite Gu masters were able to successfully gather in the main tent. Our advantage is no more. Gu tribe leader closed his eyes in pain. His body was cold as he fell into deep despair and grief. With this battle, even if we luckily gather in the remaining people, Gu tribe will fall down to a small-scale tribe. Gu tribe had fallen in my hands. I am ashamed to face my ancestors. I am Gu tribe's sinner. In the main tent, some elders were shouting. Some had lifeless expressions, and some were panicking. Gu tribe is still not finished. Everyone, there is only one way left to turn around this situation. Following the sound, Fang Yuan walked into the main tent. Gu tribe leader's eyes brightened like a drowning person finding a life-saving log. Brother, please speak quickly. He looked at Fang Yuan and asked hurriedly. Fang Yuan got right to the point and said resolutely, Now, the camp is in chaos. We cannot simply defend. The situation has gone out of control. Only by using offense as defense can we have a chance at survival. Wolf King, your meaning is? Gu tribe leader mumbled. Everyone looked at each other. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Brother Gu, did you forget that I have a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu with me? He looked at everyone's expressions and continued. The ones here are all Gu tribe's elites, its strongest battle strength. We will form into a group and immediately move out, flowing against the wolf raid towards the myriad Wolf King. In the battle, I will subdue the myriad Wolf King, and the whole situation will turn around. Everyone's expressions changed. This was a thoroughly messed up plan. One should know, Gu masters would rely on terrain advantage to resist the myriad beast group and fight a war of attrition, but even this would create huge casualties. Now, Fang Yuan wanted them to use their blood and flesh body to charge against the offense of the myriad beast group and kill myriad Wolf King among the countless wolves. This was simply courting doom. This method was too risky. If someone else said it, they would have been furiously rebuked and even ruthlessly ridiculed it. However, it was Changshan in proposing it which caused everyone to fall into silence. Madness, this is complete madness. An elder mumbled. Others showed hesitant expressions. Going against the momentum of the wolf group would result in deaths 9 out of 10 times. Frankly speaking, it was asking them to give up their lives in exchange for the survival of the whole clan. These rank 3 Gu masters had been higher-ups for a long time and would normally be living luxuriously. All of them cherished their lives. Chapter 456. A hero's call. Gu tribe leader was hesitating. He was not a coward afraid of dying, because at this age, his cultivation was stagnant and he had already stopped caring about life and death. His hesitation was whether to use this method or not. Gu tribe's era was over, but that did not mean it was destroyed completely. If mortals died, they can just be replenished through snatching. In a Gu master's eye, mortals were just numbers. As long as the Gu masters were intact and the elders were intact, the tribe's structure would still be around. If they retreated now, and gave up on the rest. Only Gu tribe's higher-ups would be left. They would have to seek refuge with Man tribe. But Man tribe had the intention to devour Gu tribe. This Night Wolf group's assault was most likely part of their schemes. But if they used Fang Yuan's method, the risks were too great. If they fail, Gu tribe's higher-ups were finished, and the mortals would only be sheep waiting to get eaten. Father, and all the uncles here, I think that Uncle Chong is right. This is the only way to save the tribe. Gu Guang spoke. Seeing the hesitant group, he felt a chill in his heart. He was still young. He was hot-blooded. At the crucial moment, he saw everyone's true colors. He had never seen this fragile side of Gu tribe. Fang Yuan snickered in his heart. When he first heard that the wolves were attacking, he was shocked, but soon he felt great joy. If he was able to subdue this myriad beast king here, then his strength would rise once more. It could potentially double. This was a one-off opportunity. He wanted to grab onto it. But under such circumstances, to enslave the myriad wolf king, he would need Gu tribe's help. There was danger in charging at the front lines, but to Fang Yuan, it was not too much of a problem. He was a rank 4 Gu master with a rank 3 eagle wings Gu. If the situation turned south, he could fly away to escape easily. It was too much of a pity to let Gu tribe decline like this. Since he wanted to make use of them, he should maximize their worth. Everyone, Fang Yuan shouted, attracting everyone's gazes. His words resounded like thunder as he shouted. What are you waiting for? Why are you hesitant? Are all Gu tribesmen cowardly and afraid of death? Listen, those are the cries of our Gu tribesmen. These vile night wolves are slaughtering our parents, our friends, our wives and children. If Gu tribe is wiped out tonight, you will all be homeless. Can you bear to see our family die right under our very eyes? I cannot. Although I, Chong Shan Yin, am just an outsider, during these days of living here, I felt warmth. I felt the intense love that the Gu tribesmen had towards each other. For your friends, for the justice of this world, I will charge forward and fight for a chance of survival for everyone. The males of Gu tribe, are your sabers still around? Your ancestors are watching you. Are cowardice and weakness flowing in your blood? Fang Yuan shouted in a righteous tone. His aura was overwhelming. His voice was so long. Even the Gu masters outside the king tent were attracted. The tribe elders looked at him deeply with a shocked gaze. What was a hero? The ability to turn the tides and overcome difficulty. That was only the hero's strength. But at the crucial moment, at the moment of death, he would step forward and face the difficulty head-on. He brought confidence and courage to others. That was the true demeanor of a hero. Gu Guang heard Fang Yuan's words, and his body trembled. At this moment, Fang Yuan's image was so majestic, it was deeply engraved in his heart. His eyes were shining, his pupils turned red, his heart was pounding. He felt a warm feeling surging inside him. Swoosh, Gu Guang activated Saber Gu, holding it in his right hand as he raised it up highly. Next, this young Gu tribe leader screamed, "No! The warriors of Gu tribe are still around. Gu tribe sabers are still around. Our ancestors are all watching us descendants. O Wolf King, others might be afraid of death, but I, Gu Guang, am willing to follow you to the depths of hell." Saying so, a few hot-tempered elders were so triggered they shouted in shame. So what? The worst result is death. There is nothing to fear. Those King Night Wolves, I will kill you all. Wolf King, young tribe leader, consider me, Guda, a member of the vanguard troop. These people not only responded, they even gave a disdainful and scornful gaze towards their surroundings. Even more people were triggered by this. After all, Northern Plainsmen were usually very courageous. Kill. Use our blood to prove the bravery of us, Gu tribesmen. Battle to the death, battle to the death. Count me in, I will battle too. The overwhelming atmosphere burst out in the tent. Even elders who did not want to join this fight shouted out their willingness to participate. They did not want to be called a coward for life. In Northern Plains, as long as one gains such a bad reputation, they would be despised by everyone. The development of this situation was far beyond the hesitant Gu tribe leader's control. He was old. He did not want to take risks. He already had the intention to retreat long ago. As long as the higher-up Gu masters were around, Gu tribe had their foundation and could start all over again. If they charged forward, the risks were too great. There was an unknown number of night wolves in the darkness of the night. Other than that, Man tribe might even be scheming something, and Changshan Yin might not succeed in subduing the myriad wolf king. Even if everyone charged out, if the myriad wolf king refused to fight them head-on and chose to escape, what then? Fang Yuan's plans had too many flaws. It was not reliable. Oh no. Old Gu tribe leader saw the surrounding elders' red eyes and realized that his hesitation was already useless. They had no choice but to fight now. Battle to the death. Battle to the death. For Gu tribe, for tomorrow. A battle of life and death. This will show our overwhelming bravery and courage. Outside the main tent, Cheers and slogans were resounding as the morale of the troops surged. They were united now. Fang Yuan's words easily turned the situation towards his intended direction. Everyone's heart was united. Old Gu tribe leader no choice but to go along with them. He bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. Wolf King, you are a true hero. Gu tribe's future lies in your hands. We will accompany your wolf group in charging forward and taking down the myriad Wolf King. Everyone accepted the orders. Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Gu tribe leader's intention was to sacrifice the wolf group to protect the Gu tribe Gu masters. But a little sacrifice was no big deal. As long as he obtains the myriad Wolf King, it would be a huge gain. Everyone, charge with me. Fang Yuan shouted, bringing all the Gu masters, and left the main tent. A few hundred Wolf Kings and 1,000 Wolf Kings also gathered. Brother Chong, why are there only these wolves? Where are your other Wolf Kings? Where is your wolf army? Old Gu tribe leader questioned, his heart sinking. Fang Yuan snorted in his heart. Why did he have to sacrifice his Wolf Kings to protect these Gu tribesmen? All living beings in this world were equal. There were none who were more valuable or royal than another. Wolves and men were both living beings. Ignoring their standpoint, they were equal life forms. Why did wolves have to sacrifice their lives for men? Were humans more noble than wolves? No. Whether one was noble or lowly, that was only a class system. And that system was based off strength. Be it Earth or this world, the biggest law was the elimination of the weak. The big fish eats the small fish eats the shrimps. The so-called nobility was built on the foundation of greater strength. Without this, even the purest and most elegant lady is nothing more than a promiscuous *tsh. Fang Yuan needed Gu tribe's accompaniment earlier because he had few wolves. It was dangerous for him to travel alone, and there were greater difficulties in doing so. But now, he had the myriad wolf group. Gu tribe's value diminished greatly. The wolves obeyed him. He could control their life and death at will. But could Gu tribesmen allow this? For an outsider, you want me to sacrifice my closest and most loyal subjects? Did you really think I was a dimwit like all your hot-blooded tribesmen? Although Fang Yuan felt great disdain in his heart, he showed a confident and warm smile, saying to old Gu tribe leader, "Don't worry, brother Gu. The situation is chaotic now. The ranch was destroyed and the wolves are scattered. I have ordered the Wolf Kings to assemble. Soon, we will have a reinforcement wolf troop coming." Old Gu tribe leader looked at Fang Yuan deeply and was about to speak. But Fang Yuan did not give him the chance. He shouted, "Everyone, Gu tribe's survival depends on this moment. Charge with me." Saying so, he squeezed with his legs and ordered the hump wolf below him to charge forward. Kill these goddamn wolves. For Gu tribe, for tomorrow. Everyone shouted in a frenzy, as young Gu tribe leader followed behind Fang Yuan closely. Old Gu tribe leader was so angry he pulled his son back, shouting at his ear, "Remember, you are the young tribe leader of Gu tribe." After that, the father and son started to charge towards the night wolves while protected deep inside the formation. 2 rank 4, 17 rank 3, and a great number of rank 2 elites. It was a great strength, like a saber that stabbed into the battlefield. They had an overwhelming aura. No wolves could stop them. Soon, they charged out of the camp and went straight for the myriad Wolf King. Once out of the camp, everyone's pressure intensified, especially the Gu masters at the outer edge. All they could see were night wolves. Wind blades, water dragons, stone fists, golden cones, all sorts of attacks were unleashed like cheap fireworks. The wolves were hit unguarded, and many died in the process. Everyone fought and killed, creating a path for themselves. Howl! Myriad Wolf King howled, and 12,000 Wolf Kings and tens of hundred Wolf Kings gathered, attacking Fang Yuan and gang from all directions. Myriad Wolf King understood Fang Yuan's intentions. To compete against him, it sent elites to fight the elites. Fang Yuan had stealthily gone to the most inner circle of the group. He shouted in a frenzy, "Charge! Faster! If you do not charge faster, we are all dead meat. If we enslave the myriad Wolf King, we would overturn the situation." In a moment, 100 Wolf Kings and 1,000 Wolf Kings entered the battle. The troops' advancement became even slower, as many rank 2 elites were sacrificed. "Oh no, my primeval essence is running low. I can only activate the self-detonate Gu." For the tribe, a tribe elder shouted loudly, going out of the formation and charging into the wolves. The Wolf King opened its mouth as it bit him. This tribe elder snickered as he exploded, killing this 1,000 Wolf King on the spot. This was the first tribe elder that died in this battle. Old tribe leader saw this, and he felt his heart bleeding. These elders were the foundation of Gu tribe. They were the main pillars of support. Seeing their deaths, old tribe leader could almost see the collapse of the main tent. Chapter 457. Wolf King, where are your reinforcements? The old tribe leader became increasingly dissatisfied with Fang Yuan, shouting, "Wolf King, Where are your promised reinforcements? Brother Gu need not worry, they will arrive soon. Everyone, follow me to take revenge for the elder's death. Fang Yuan roared and moved ahead of everyone towards the front line. Protect Lord Changshan. Gu Guang immediately shouted. Lord Wolf King, you are our key to victory. Please stay within our protection zone. Kill these beasts. Everyone in the troop had bloodshot eyes. They forgot any worries of death and entered a berserk state. Even if they died, they would take the wolves with them. The ferocious nature of Northern Plains natives could be seen clearly. Gu Guang, who was charging towards the front, was dragged behind by the old tribe leader. Stay behind me, Gu Guang shouted, and after killing for a while, he moved towards the front again. Gu tribe leader angrily grabbed him again and raised his hand. Stay behind me. Don't forget you are our Gu tribe's young tribe leader. This old guy, Fang Yuan, sneered inwardly when he saw this scene. In the whole troop, the old tribe leader and him were the only two people with a clear mind. You guys go ahead. I will pin down these damned wolves. Battle Hall Elder shouted. His body suddenly inflated and became a giant rockman. He was a Gu master at rank 3 peak stage, but now his cultivation suddenly surged to be comparable to rank 4 stage. Battle Hall Elder. Gu tribe leader felt extreme heartache. Battle Hall Elder was Gu tribe's second strongest expert, but he was sacrificing his life here. Once Lord Battle Hall Elder used this Gu, he had already sacrificed his own life. Everyone felt an intense tragic feeling. Don't let Battle Hall Elder's sacrifice be in vain. We will definitely turn the tide. Fang Yuan shouted. Come, you beasts, let this old man keep you company. Ha ha. Battle Hall Elder laughed heartily, and with just his own strength, temporarily pinned down almost all the 100 Wolf Kings and 1,000 Wolf Kings. With his help, the troop could finally reach the myriad Wolf King. Kill. Since things had already happened, Gu tribe leader charged forward without saying anything. The rest also followed behind and sent out formidable killer moves. Night Wolf King spurted out acidic liquid and shot out poisonous needles. Its whole body was covered with a layer of golden light and looked extremely ferocious. This is Golden Bell Shield Gu. We must destroy it. Only then can I use Wolf Enslavement Gu. Fang Yuan shouted. Howl. The wolf group howled and snarled as they surrounded the troop. Besides the Gu masters, large numbers of night wolves were near the Night Wolf King. The Gu masters would have to deal with the Night Wolf King and also these ordinary night wolves. More and more Gu masters died. They used their life and blood to compose a moving battle song. Night Wolf King was extremely fast, much more faster than cheetahs. It did not have any fur, but its black skin shone like armor and had great defensive power. It moved here and there, and every time its strong and sharp claws attacked, an unlucky Gu master would be torn to pieces. Every time its slender tail flung, the surrounding battlefield would be cleared. Gu masters continued to die, and injuries also started accumulating on the Night Wolf King's body. But the Golden Bell Shield Gu was still not broken. The offense had only continued for a short while when a large group of Wolf Kings rushed over from behind. Battle Hall Elder was dead, and these Wolf Kings were no longer hindered. Wolf King, where are your reinforcements? Gu tribe leader shouted as his heart became filled with worry. Soon, just a little longer. Fang Yuan hurriedly replied and ordered. Gu Guang, lead a group and pin down these Wolf Kings. Understood. Uncle Chang can rest at ease. As long as I have a breath left, I will not let these Wolf Kings disturb you. Those willing to follow me, come over. Gu Guang shouted and turned around, valiantly rushing towards those Wolf Kings. Gu tribe leader's face turned purple with anger. Fang Yuan shouted again from the side. Brother Gu, don't be dazed. We need to quickly break the Golden Bell Shield Gu. Once I enslave the Wolf King, not only us, even the whole Gu tribe will be rescued. Changshan, if anything happens to my son, I will not let you off. The old tribe leader swore in his heart. He did not dare to call back Gu Guang under everyone's eyes. This would be showing favoritism openly. He could only attack the Night Wolf King in a frenzy. Tribe leader is mighty. All the elders felt their morale raise when they saw the old tribe leader showing off his might. This old guy has extraordinary battle strength. He really concealed it deeply. Even Fang Yuan could not help looking at the old tribe leader in a new light. Those who were at high positions definitely had some areas that surpassed others. The old tribe leader had led Gu tribe for so long. He was astute, capable, and not a simple character. The Wolf King was ruthlessly beaten by the old tribe leader. It suddenly opened its mouth and shot out numerous eerie blue ghost fire. Ghost Fire Gu was a rank 2 Soul Path Gu. Once it advanced, it would be rank 3 Ghost Flame Gu. However, the ones being let out now were from the rank for Ghost Blaze Gu on the Night Wolf King. The ghost fire surged rapidly. Its bone-chilling coldness forced the Gu masters to retreat. The tight encirclement also loosened. Night Wolf King thus gained precious time to take a breather and immediately prepared to retreat. Don't even think about it. Gu tribe leader shouted and suddenly breathed in violently, sucking in all the ghost fire into his stomach. Rank 4, Swallow Fire Gu. This Gu was not an attack Gu. Accurately speaking, it was a storage Gu, especially meant to store fire. This old guy has many good Gu worms. Fang Yuan was inwardly surprised. Gu tribe leader's stomach inflated by 3 times after he swallowed all the ghost fire, appearing quite abnormal. At the same time, his skin turned dark blue, and blood started flowing out of eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Rank 4, Vine Claw Gu. Gu tribe leader shouted and extended out his left hand. His left hand inflated by 5 times and turned into wooden root. His 5 fingers turned into strong purple vines, and like a snake or a whip, it whipped towards the Night Wolf King. The purple vines grew quickly and bound the Night Wolf King. Night Wolf King's attempt to flee was thwarted. It struggled with all its might and used its enormous brute force to violently tear apart the vines. Gu tribe leader's face turned pale. Although he had cultivated Strength Path as a minor path, how could his strength compare to the strength of the Night Wolf King? The purple vines were roughly torn apart. Gu tribe leader screamed in pain. His left hand turned back to its original shape, and his 5 fingers were all broken. Wolf King, the old tribe leader snarled. Fang Yuan knew he was going to ask, "Where are your reinforcements?" Thus he walked towards him and said, "Brother Gu, careful." Right at this time, the Night Wolf King's tail flung over. Fang Yuan activated Azure Wolfskin Gu and moved towards the tail, appearing like he was blocking the attack for Gu tribe leader. Smash! A clear sound echoed, and he was thrown far away by the wolf tail. I could have avoided it. The old tribe leader was stupefied. "Quick, go save Lord Wolf King." Academy Elder furiously shouted and rushed towards Fang Yuan. The Night Wolf King rushed over. It could sense that Gu tribe leader possessed the greatest threat towards it, so it directed most of its attacks towards the old tribe leader. Boom. Boom, boom. The old tribe leader dodged and used his Gu worms to bombard the Night Wolf King. A man and a beast were fighting a life and death battle. Dragon Head Drill. The old tribe leader attacked and retreated, before suddenly activating 3 Gu simultaneously, unleashing his killer move. A 4-clawed wood dragon roared and soared. The dragon head turned into a pike and continuously spiraled, directly smashing against the Night Wolf King. The golden bell shield Gu that had been protecting the Night Wolf King until now flickered and finally broke. Dragon Head Drill still had plenty of strength left as it pierced into the Night Wolf King's body. The Night Wolf King let out a painful howl. The sound was so loud that it seemed to tear everyone's eardrums, even suppressing all the mixed sounds in the battlefield. With this heavy injury, the Night Wolf King's speed was greatly reduced and blood flowed out of it like a fountain. But before the Gu masters could rejoice, this Night Wolf King's eyes suddenly turned crimson. Its battle intent surged, and it counterattacked madly, forgetting all its pain. Its battle strength had not fallen, but instead rose to almost double of its original strength. This is the rank 4 brave, fight Gu, damn it. Chong Shanin, where is Chong Shanin? The old tribe leader shouted. Lord Wolf King has fainted. We are currently healing him. Academy Elder and the others were protecting the fainted Wolf King from the wolf group. Of all times, he chose this moment to faint. The old tribe leader almost spurted out blood when he heard this. His eyelids fierce twitched and fiercely shouted. Then, we won't wait for Chong Shanin. We will kill this myriad Wolf King. The wolf group will collapse when we kill it. Although the Night Wolf King's strength rose, but without the protection of the golden bell shield Gu, it was easily injured. The battle turned extremely bitter. Almost every moment, there would be rank 3 Gu masters being heavily injured or even dead. With the intense battle lasting till now, the primeval essence in the Gu masters were also almost used up. For the victory, they had to use this limited primeval essence to continue to battle, exchanging injuries for injuries, wasting each other's energy. The side that was able to remain standing at the end would be the victor. The Night Wolf King felt the aura of death and became even more berserk. The Gu masters were all in disorder. Only the old tribe leader was holding up a fight. Persevere, hold on. The old tribe leader moved here and there, working as a rescue worker, and timely saved an elder. He repeatedly shouted, causing his voice to become very hoarse. His speed also became slower, and his concentration started to slip. He was old after all. Old tribe leader, careful. An elder shouted from a short distance away. The old tribe leader quickly turned his head and saw the Night Wolf King high in the air, pouncing towards him with murderous intent. Retreat. The old tribe leader had this thought, but his body could only stagger. The exhaustion had accumulated so much that had finally surpassed what his aged body could endure. He was out of energy. Boom. The next moment, the Night Wolf King pounced and ruthlessly smashed him to the ground. Old tribe leader. Everyone shouted and rushed over as they forgot about the danger around them. Gu tribe leader madly poured his primeval essence into his defensive Gu, creating a thick wooden shield. Boom, boom, boom. The Night Wolf King's claws repeatedly smashed the wooden shield. The wooden shield only lasted for few breaths' time before it collapsed. The enormous wolf claws then smashed upon Gu tribe leader. The old tribe leader had also used Gu worms similar to ancient bronze skin and essence Iron Bones Gu, but he was not able to resist the tyrannical strike of the Night Wolf King. Old tribe leader. Everyone cried out and crazily attacked, trying to draw away the Night Wolf King's attention. But the Night Wolf King only had Gu tribe leader in its eyes. It was going to kill the old tribe leader to vent its anger even if it had to endure the attacks. Chapter 458. Death of the Old Tribe Leader, Father. Gu Guang immediately let out a wild howl at this scene, his eyes almost splitting open. Brave fight Gu's effect disappeared. The Night Wolf King's battle intent disappeared, and it got away from Gu tribe leader's body, pushed back by everyone's attacks. This is the moment. Fang Yuan's heart stirred, and he woke up. Rank 4, Wolf Enslavement Gu. Wolf Enslavement Gu turned into a large cloud of smoke and moved towards Night Wolf King's head, covering it. The Night Wolf King's battle intent had disappeared, and with its heavy injuries, its consciousness was almost already on the verge of collapsing, and now it had to contend against Fang Yuan's soul. Fang Yuan's soul already surpassed the strength of 100-man soul. Night Wolf King had an intense feeling of conflict, but it sensed the aura of a similar species from Fang Yuan's Wolfman soul. This feeling of conflict thus rapidly decreased, and under the pressure of Fang Yuan's soul, it did not last for long. The smoke merged with its body. Success. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. Wolf Smoke Gu. He quickly hurried to the battlefield and breathed out large amounts of wolf smoke, covering the Night Wolf King. Night Wolf King's critical injuries were soon stabilized. It let out a long howl. Under this howl, the Night Wolf group turned chaotic and shortly retreated. Gu tribe's crisis was resolved. However, the surviving Gu masters did not have any happiness of winning. They gathered around a deep pit. Inside the deep pit was Gu tribe leader. Several Gu masters were beside him, doing all they could to heal him. Gu tribe leader's body had already become a mushy paste, but under this intensive healing, most of his body was gradually restored. However, it was in vain. His injuries were fatal, and following the exhaustion of the healing Gu master's primeval essence, the slight hope of bringing the old tribe leader back to life also completely disappeared. Father, Father. Gu Guang kneeled on the ground, grabbed Gu tribe leader's hand, and shouted loudly in heartache. Old tribe leader. Remaining elders were also filled with tears. The old tribe leader's face suddenly had a trace of red, and before his death, he exerted his last strength to grab Gu Guang's hand. My son, be careful of. He was just about to say Chang Shanyin's name. But right at this time, Fang Yuan pushed his way through the crowd. Brother Gu. His face was full of sorrow. His shoulders slightly shook and warm tears trickled down his eyes. The old tribe leader gazed deeply at Fang Yuan. His mouth opened and closed a few times, but in the end, he had no choice but to change the subject. Son, from today on, you are Gu tribe's leader. Father, you can't die. I am still lacking by a lot. I still need your guidance. Gu tribe needs you. Gu Guang replied with tears covering his face. The old tribe leader gasped like a fish that was out of water. His vision dimmed, and his consciousness rapidly faded like the ebbing wave. The aura of death on him was already extremely dense. But I am not at ease. I have too many things I am unable to let go of. The obsession in him allowed the old tribe leader to muster the final drop and trace of strength. He grabbed Gu Guang's hand, as his blurred vision cleared up for an instant. An unknown burst of strength gave him a final breath of life. He shook Gu Guang's hand. Son, you need to remember you are Gu tribe's leader. For the tribe, never let yourself be impetuous and let your emotions affect you. With these words, the old tribe leader's body stiffened and his raised head also softly fell down. Life left his body. This Gu tribe leader who did his utmost for the tribe, becoming the leader at 38 and dying in battle at 87. For Gu tribe, he did everything that he could, using every last drop of his blood. To protect Gu tribe, he fought an intense battle against the wolf group and bravely sacrificed himself. Father? Father, Gu Guang howled, not willing to accept this cruel reality. But truth was truth. Since it had already happened, there is no way to salvage or change it. Father, old tribe leader. The battlefield was engulfed in great sadness, and crying voices lingered in everyone's ears. Dawn gradually approached. In the main tent, bright light had been kept on for the entire night. At daybreak, Man 2 finally received a letter Gu from the battlefield. As long as we take over Gu tribe, our Man tribe's power will double. With this expectation, he opened the letter Gu and hurriedly skimmed through it. His gaze soon dimmed, disappointment appearing on his face. Lord Father, Could it be that even though we exerted almost all our forces, we still didn't succeed? Man Duo was at the side, having waited similarly for a long time. Man 2 let out a long sigh. The Night Wolf group had already charged to Gu Tribe camp, but Gu Tribe leader and Changshan Yin joined hands to gather all their high-level strength and staked everything on a counterattack. Changshan Yin subdued the Night Wolf King and put an end to the desperate battle. Gu Tribe made a comeback. Changshan Yin, him again. Man Duo fell into deep silence. Soon after, his eyes brightened as he suggested, "Lord Father, we have not lost yet. There is still the final third wave of the Wind Wolf group. I have a plan." Speak. Our man tribe was defeated twice, the real reason being the Wolf King Changshan Yin. This person is indeed amazing. As long as we get rid of him, Good Tribe will be ours. What plan do you have? Speak up, don't keep me in suspense. Man Duo laughed sinisterly and frankly said, Changshan Yin has subdued the Night Wolf King. This is his strength, but also his weakness. With the Night Wolf King, he has control over the Wolf Night Wolf group. Such huge battle strength surpasses the whole of Gu Tribe. Changshan Yin has become a ferocious beast that is lying beside Gu Tribe. As long as he has a slightly bad intention, Gu Tribe will be in danger. An astute person like Gu Tribe leader will definitely be fearful and afraid. We will use this to spread rumors and make Gu Tribe suspicious of Changshan Yin, driving a wedge between them. Man 2 regretfully sighed. This plan is good, but is no longer useful. I haven't told you that the Gu Tribe leader has already died under the Night Wolf King. Gu Guang has already succeeded the tribe leader position. What? Man Duo was stunned. That old fox actually died? How could it happen so coincidentally? With the Gu Tribe leader's death, the whole Gu Tribe only had Changshan Yin as a rank 4 Gu master. Others simply could not compete with him. Add in the losses the Gu Tribe suffered after 2 battles, and Changshan Yin's wolf group enlarging to over 20,000. The strength between the two sides was already completely overturned. The situation was all up to Fang Yuan now, and with his high prestige, no rumors could shake his authority. Gu Tribe leader died, but the Wolf King still remains strong and has again subdued a large wolf group. Lord Father, does this mean we have no more chance? Man Duo asked indignantly. Man 2 snorted. He put the letter Gu on the table and got up from his seat, pacing across the main tent with his hands behind his back. What more can we do? Are we going to mobilize the tribe and send troops? We have already lost the excuse called Gu Yao. We have no proper reasons left. This time, I listened to your plan and mobilized the elders. That was already overstepping the borders. Changshan Yin, our man tribe lost simply because of this person. Man 2 heaved a long sigh. Then the third wave of wolf group. Man Duo hesitated before asking. A ferocious light flashed past Man 2's eyes. Since we have already reached this stage, then continue luring them. We will create even more losses to Gu Tribe. If this Wind Wolf group is also taken by Changshan Yin, then I will wait to see the Great Wolf King make a fool out of himself. Several days later, Fang Yuan led his large army and welcomed the Wind Wolf group. With his exquisite control, he was able to gain a huge victory. Besides killing the myriad Wind Wolf King, he also subdued large numbers of 1,000 Wolf Kings and 100 Wolf Kings. After calculating the results after the battle, Fang Yuan discovered his wolf group had already reached an enormous number of 35,000. It was like doing business. The early stage was the most difficult. Once capital was accumulated, it would be easy to expand. After 3 battles, Fang Yuan's army of wolves had taken its form. But to reach this stage, Gu Tribe also paid a huge price. Countless mortals died along with large numbers of higher-up Gu masters. Less than half of the elders remained, and even Gu Tribe leader had to sacrifice himself. Uncle Chong, it is really thanks to you that our Gu Tribe could break away from Man Tribe's control. Several days later, Gu Guang paid a visit to Fang Yuan, bringing a rank 4 impermanence Bone Gu with him. Uncle Chang's favor to Gu Tribe is as great as the mountains and rivers. But Gu Tribe is beset with difficulties inside and out, so we are not able to repay your kindness. Junior saw this rank for Gu in the tribe's warehouse. I thought it might be of use to Uncle, so I brought it over. Gu Guang calmly said. Setbacks force people to mature. With his father's death, Gu Guang received the position and became the tribe leader. His entire personality seemed to have changed and was much more steadfast. You have only recently assumed the tribe leader position and have been managing the tribe. If you need any help, you can tell me. Maybe there are some disagreements with the other elders, you can tell me. Fang Yuan accepted the impermanence Bone Gu and asked in concern. There might be 2-faced elders. It is only that the tribe has few primeval stones currently, and we also suffered huge losses to our provisions, providing for the injured, and so on are emptying the tribe warehouse. The situation has stabilized now. Several days ago, some tribesmen even secretly escaped. Sigh, especially the matter regarding food. If this continues, the provisions will be emptied out in half a month and the whole tribe will have to go hungry. Gu Guang said this and looked at Fang Yuan, his gaze somewhat evasive. Fang Yuan chuckled. I know what you want to say. The tribe has to expend a lot to feed my wolf group. Gu Guang promptly stood up. Junior is ashamed. Uncle Chong has shown kindness to our Gu tribe. But right now, Uncle Yu, no matter. Actually, even if you had not mentioned it today, I would have done so. The wolf group's number has gone up a lot. I do not wish to trouble your tribe. So I will personally lead the wolf group to hunt for food. At the same time, while hunting, I will intentionally cut down on their numbers. The wolf meat produced can be used as rations for Gu tribesmen. Fang Yuan warmly smiled. Uncle Chong, I don't know what I can say to express my respect towards you. Gu Guang was moved. His eyes reddened as he realized a friend in need is a friend indeed. Speaking of it, I am also to blame for your father's death. After all, I made that suggestion. I will reduce my wolf group to 32,000. I will move along with your Gu tribe. I'm sure you need this protective force as well. Do you understand what I am saying? I understand. Fang Yuan patted his shoulder. Work hard. Don't let down your father's expectations. You can leave now. Yes, I will take my leave. Looking at Gu Guang's receding figure, Fang Yuan sneered. The young man was so naive and tender. If Gu tribe leader was here, he would already have tried all ways to weaken the wolf group right now. After all, Fang Yuan already had the strength to exterminate the whole Gu tribe. Chapter 459. Langya blessed land. The sun slowly rose from the east, as rays shone down on the vast, limitless grassland. Enormous iron-shelled flowers bloomed at a visible rate. A small pink rabbit jumped out of the flower. This was a pink flower rabbit, a common animal in the grassland. It did not dig holes, but instead lived in the stamen of the iron-shelled flowers. Iron-shelled flowers had steel-like firm petals and could defend against wolves and birds. The pink flower rabbit hopped towards a flower. It sniffed first, and after sensing there was no poison, it began to eat it. Suddenly, the pink flower rabbit's ears twitched, an intense warning emerging in its heart. Whoosh! Immediately, an iron feather arrow shot through it and stabbed into the grassland. Two investigative Gu masters were coming over from a distance on their hump wolf. Brother, your iron feather arrow Gu never misses. Sai, the provisions in the tribe have been decreasing. We have no choice but to hunt down wild animals and provide food for the tribesmen. The two were talking about Gu tribe's recent situation with worried expressions. Although Fang Yuan decreased the numbers of his wolves and the dead wolves were also made into dried meat, to Gu tribe that had so many tribesmen, it could only ease a portion of their problems regarding supplies. As the provisions decreased further, Gu tribesmen were panicking. The two investigative Gu masters continued forward. Not long later, Gu tribe's troops also moved here like an old beast. Most of the mortals were pulling big stomach horses, while some slightly well-off households were letting curved horn bulls pull handcarts which were packed with goods. Gu masters were mostly riding on hump wolves, and because there was no need to battle, a lot of goods were tied around the hump wolves as well. Besides these, there were also the lizard house Gu that were very prominent, moving forward like an elephant with their huge legs. Fang Yuan was lying in a lizard house Gu, his eyes closed as he rested his mind while meditating. After he had taken in large numbers of wolves, the burden on his soul had become very heavy. Every day, he needed to sleep for at least 4 hours, and also close his eyes to rest his spirits from time to time. It was not easy to become an enslavement path Gu master. Every path had its own expertise and advantages. At the same time, there were also disadvantages and difficulties. His body followed lizard house Gu's movement, bobbing up and down. His mind went into his aperture. The true gold primeval sea was slightly bellowing in waves. The crystal walls were bright and clear. With such degree of clearness, if he was in Immortal blessed land, he could have already tried advancing to rank 5. But right now, Fang Yuan was in northern plains and his cultivation was slowed down temporarily. He looked at his Gu worms. His vital Gu rank 6 spring Autumn Cicada was hiding its figure, hibernating at the center of the aperture. Above the sea, a lump of dark cloud with the shape of a wolf was floating. This was the wolf smoke Gu, used specifically to heal wolves. On the surface of the primeval sea was the rank 5 battlebone wheel. It still had many cracks and was drifting along with the waves. The snow wash Gu was doing the same. It was like a snow willow leaf floating on surface of the sea. Hints and clues Gu that looked like a cuttlefish was swimming in the primeval sea. At the bottom of the sea were large numbers of wolf enslavement Gu. There were many rank 2, few rank 3, and no rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. There were also 2 strength of 10 Jun Gu at the bottom. Fang Yuan had bought 5 strength of 10 Jun Gu. He had used 3, and now only 2 remained. A Gu with the head of a wolf and stomach of a fish was lying at the bottom of the sea, roaming around from time to time. This was Wolf Swallow Gu, a rank 4 storage Gu. Fang Yuan had another storage Gu as well. It looked like a cup. It was the rank 5 moving perspective cup Gu. Naturally, it only had rank 4 effectiveness in Northern Plains. Besides the ones in the aperture, there was a vague second pupil in Fang Yuan's left eye. It was Wolf Care Gu. In his throat was Wolf Howl Gu. On the underside of his tongue was Ghost Fire Gu. On his chest was an Azure Wolf tattoo. It was Azure Wolf Skin Gu. On his back was a tattoo of a pair of eagle wings. It was rank 3 Eagle Wings Gu. He also had Bone Bamboo Gu and Wolf Soul Gu, but they were already used up. There were 2 rank 4 Wolf Sprint Gu on both his feet. They were used for movement. Of course, Immortal Gu fixed Immortal travel was buried in poison grassland. I have inherited Changshan Yin's set of Gu worms. Now, I have tens of thousands of wolves. I can say that I already have achieved small success in Enslavement path. But with this level of strength, bullying the weak was possibly, but there were still many glaring weaknesses when fighting against experts. Enslavement path's Gu master's greatest fear was beheading the leader tactics. When Fang Yuan collaborated with Gu tribe earlier, they were dealing with a wolf group that did not have high intelligence. It would be much more difficult to fight against Gu masters. As long as the Gu master was not stupid, they would target Fang Yuan first. Back then, Changshan Yin was able to kill off Ha-Tu Gu's group of bandits. Besides having 1,000-man soul, he had several myriad wolf kings, hundreds of thousands of wolves, and even a trump card, a pack of elite wolves made up of mutated white-eye wolves. Fang Yuan's current strength in Enslavement path was not even 20% of the real Changshan Yin. My biggest problem now is that I have hit a bottleneck. My cultivation in all aspects have halted. Regarding my soul, I have already cultivated a wolfman's soul, and to further strengthen it, the best method is to use Guts Gu. Unfortunately, I am in Northern Plains and cannot go back to Immortal blessed land. Dang Hun Mountain is also dying, waiting for me to save it. Because of Immortal Gu Gruel Mud's effects, fewer Guts Gu are being produced now. Several days ago, Fang Yuan used Impermanence Bone Gu to completely transform his bones into Impermanence Bones. Human bodies were like leather bags where soul was stowed. Impermanence Bones allowed Fang Yuan to make this leather bag firmer. Containing 1,000-man soul was no longer a problem. My cultivation has stagnated because of the suppression from the region. My soul has also reached a bottleneck. Regarding strength path, after using 3 strength of 10 June Gu and raising my strength by 30 June, it had also reached my body's limit. Besides this, with the explosive expansion of the wolf group, the disadvantage of Enslavement path has become prominent. To feed these wolf group, I have to release them every day to let them hunt by themselves or lead them to hunt, and if my luck is bad, they might have to starve. The burden is too heavy and the resource consumption is also a lot. If this task was not entrusted to Gu tribe, it would not be something I can do alone. Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to reduce the numbers of the wolf group to reduce the pressure on him. Enslavement path Gu masters consumed a lot of resources and were often only raised by large-scale clans. Even super clans could only nurture 2 to 3 of them. These days, Fang Yuan had been considering how to solve the problem of food. Different from others, he had one great advantage. He controlled a blessed land. If the wolf group could be sent to the blessed land for feeding and be taken out when he needed them, this problem would be perfectly resolved. But Immortal blessed land was in Central Continent, and Whole Earth Gu's range was limited to a region. That is to say, Whole Earth Gu could connect to any place in Central Continent, but it would be useless beyond Central Continent. Whole Earth Gu was of no use, so Fang Yuan thought of Stargate Gu. This was a new Gu invented during the chaotic battle of the 5 regions in his past life. It was a rank 5 expendable Gu and had stricter activation requirements than Whole Earth Gu. It could only be activated using the power of the stars in Black Heaven, and only during the night when there were many stars in the sky. But it had a huge range that traversed the 5 regions. Fang Yuan had the recipe for Stargate Gu, but the materials required were rare. It needed many ancient Gu worms, and 1 or 2 supplementary materials were even from the immemorial era. Moreover, the refinement success rate of Stargate Gu was extremely low. There might not even be 1 success out of 100 refinement attempts. A reason as to why Fang Yuan did not try to exchange for the materials to make Stargate Gu in his transaction with Immortal Crane sect was this. Another important reason was Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. After Fang Yuan expelled the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow from the Blessed Land, it had been hovering around Tianti Mountain, not having the slightest intent to give up entering Immortal Blessed Land. Immortal Crane sect also did not take care of this problem. The Gu Immortals on Tianti Mountain also only cared about their own problems and did not bother about other people's misfortune. How was the use of Stargate Gu and Blue Charm Lightning Shadow related? As mentioned earlier, Stargate Gu needed time to absorb the power of the stars in Black Heaven to form. But Immortal Blessed Land was a world of its own and had neither a sun nor stars. If Fang Yuan wanted to absorb the power of the stars, he would have to open the entrance and let the starlight from the outside world enter. But if he did this, Blue Charm Lightning Shadow would use the chance to break in. The trade-off was absolutely unacceptable. Dang Hun Mountain was dying. Its might had greatly reduced. If Blue Charm Lightning Shadow entered the Blessed Land, it would make the current situation many times worse. Thus, Stargate Gu could not be used. It seems I can only look at Langya Blessed Land to see if there is a way to resolve this. According to this speed, we will reach Crescent Lake in about 7 days. Fang Yuan sighed, placing his hopes on Langya Blessed Land. In the dark night with sparse stars, the moon shone brightly and cold wind blew. On the grassland, there was a crescent moon-shaped lake that was 15,000 li long and 5,000 li wide. The two ends of the lakes were bent and pointed while the middle part was wide like a crescent moon. The lake was tranquil and gave off a crystal-like sparkle. The crescent moon in the sky and the crescent lake gave off their respective light. It was Crescent Lake. The aquatic plants were plentiful here, the surrounding was tranquil, and many kinds of living beings lived here. There were 3-horned rhinos, water wolves, dragonfish, iron-shelled flowers, steep cliff grass, and so on. Horseshoe trees surrounded this lake, forming a sparse woodland. Lumps of pitch-black dark clouds surged over from far away, bringing a chilling and evil aura. The dark clouds blocked the moonlight and casted a dense shadow. The shadow was like an evil beast, crossing across the Crescent Lake's surface and stopping at its center. It is here. Several people stood on the cloud, and one of them was cackling. He was ugly, his forehead was bulging out, his eye sockets were deep, his eyes were closed, and his ears were big and conspicuous. Having disheveled hair and wearing a black robe, he was giving off a thick, evil aura. It was none other than the rank 6 Gu Immortal, Gu Wang. Langya Blessed Land is hidden here? Loner Hong, you casually asked from the side. He was also a rank 6 Gu Immortal, with the appearance of a youth, round face and fair appearance. I personally investigated this. There can be no mistake. Calculating the time, it will soon be the time for Langya Blessed Land to face its earthly calamity. Kekekek, we will observe the changes first and make our move together when the time comes. Gu Wang's tone was filled with confidence. Chapter 460, Number 1 Refinement Path Immortal of all times time passed bit by bit. The several figures on the dark clouds waited quietly. Other than Gu Wang and Loner Hongyu, there were also 3 female immortals. Each of these 3 immortals were beautiful and charming. They were the Hua Hai 3 immortals. The cold-looking blue-robed immortal was Fairy Qing Sua. The petite and fair girl wearing a yellow garment was Fairy Huangsha. The coquettish girl wearing a pink skirt was Fairy Fenming. The 3 stood together at some distance away from Gu Wang and Loner Hongyu, like they were on different sides. Fairy Qing Sua looked at Crescent Lake, while Fairy Huangsha and Fairy Fenming were conversing softly, glancing at Gu Wang and Loner Hongyu from time to time with vigilant gazes. Not mentioning Gu Wang's ugly appearance that caused the 3 beauties to feel revulsion. Loner Hong, you killed his own parents to refine a Gu, and betrayed his brothers. It caused the 3 female immortals of the righteous path to feel contempt. But Langya Blessed Land was an extremely important matter. The Gu Immortal that had resided here before was the famous, number 1 Refinement Path Immortal, Longhair Ancestor. This person had rank 8 Cultivation and was extremely proficient in Refinement Path, having great talent in Refinement Path that was rare even during immemorial times. He had lived a long life. He lived during the era of 2 Venerables, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. What did this mean? This meant that these 2 rank 9 Gu Immortals did not live as long as him. His Refinement Path talent even made Thieving Heaven and Giant Sun, 2 Venerables, sigh in admiration countless times and concede to him. They had both requested Longhair Ancestor to refine Gu for them. In the statistics made by later generations, Longhair Ancestor had refined at least 38 Immortal Gu in his life. This was only the conclusive summary. It did not account for his many legends and rumors. However, such a person also could not fight against the flow of the river of time and finally died of old age. According to the rumors, he became a land spirit after death and was still refining Gu incessantly in Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land was Longhair Ancestor's residence. Thus it contained large amounts of Gu worms recipes, including recipes for Immortal Gu. Hua Hai 3 Immortals might not like Gu Wang and Loner Hongyu, but the allure of Immortal Gu recipe was enough to let them set aside their righteous path identity and collaborate with these 2 demonic path Gu Immortals. Time slowly passed. Crack. Suddenly a soft sound echoed. The space on top of Crescent Lake cracked open and revealed a shining flash of lightning. The earthly calamity has begun, Gu Wang shouted excitedly. For a while, above the center of Crescent Lake, lightning rumbled unceasingly. This was no doubt the descent of the earthly calamity, having created a hole in the blessed land. Loner Hong Yu's gaze shone as he stared at this scene without blinking. Huahai three immortals glanced at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Their breathing also became faster. Immortal Gu were difficult to find. None of these 5 Gu immortals possessed a single Immortal Gu. Of course, they had rank 5 Gu, and in large amounts at that, with all of them being top-quality Gu. But no matter how many Mortal Gu they had, it could not match a single Immortal Gu. Gu immortals' thirst for Immortal Gu were much more greater than a lecherous person seeing an absolute beauty. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the air above the lake with lightning smashing down continually, resembling a thunderstorm pouring from above. The second hole, third hole, the earthly calamity created hole after holes. This is the earthly calamity, endless thunder and lightning rain, such terrifying might. Loner Hong Yu expressed shock at this sight. If this occurred in our Huahai blessed land, even if we 3 sisters joined forces, we might not be able to resist it. Langya blessed land is indeed worthy of being long-hair ancestors' residence. Can we really snatch the Immortal Gu recipe this time? Huahai 3 immortals looked at each other. Their faces were pale. Previously, Gue Wang had given them many benefits, and thus Huahai 3 immortals came rushing over. Now, the 3 felt this task would not be easy, and forcing their way into Langya blessed land would not be a simple matter. Gu immortals were the elites of the human race with wisdom that far surpassed the norm. Be it the Huahai 3 immortals or Loner Hong Yu, they were all cautious and vigilant. Gue Wang observed everyone's expressions and coarsely laughed. This dog's-hit world has always been trying to maintain balance. Blessed land has fortune, so the world sends down calamities and tribulations, doing all that it can to wear down this fortune. The better the blessed land is managed, the stronger the calamities and tribulations they will face. Look at the might of this endless thunder and lightning rain. Isn't it comparable to those blessed lands that has forbidden grounds? Everyone, just think of it. How many recipes are stored in this Langya blessed land? There are definitely many Immortal Gu recipes. Otherwise, why would this shitty heaven send down such a powerful earthly calamity? These words moved the immortal's heart. Desire and vigor appeared in these people's gaze when they thought of the Immortal Gu. Gue Wang is right. I have also entered some blessed lands before, and those ownerless blessed lands that were on the verge of collapse had earthly calamities that were as weak as a drizzle. But the blessed land is extremely important, which Gu Immortal would not want it to develop well. Loner Hong Yu laughed bitterly. The more developed the blessed land, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. It is not easy to be a Gu Immortal. Kekekek. Cultivation means going against heaven. This shitty heaven wants to weaken us and suppress us, so we have to go against it and progress. Gue Wang added. Both of you are rather extreme. Cultivation is actually following the mandate of heaven. We use Gu worms to study the great Tao and law of the world. We manage the blessed land in order to bring blessings and nurture fortune in place of heaven and earth, for all living things to prosper. Immortal Qing Sua retorted with a clear and pleasant voice. Loner Hong Yu did not reply. He did not want to argue about this topic, considering the situation. This was the difference in ideals between demonic path and righteous path. Since immemorial times, the difference in perspective had been debated with no conclusion to which is closer to the truth. Gue Wang laughed and pointed to the hole below. The earthly calamity has become even more dangerous. To prevent the land spirit from cutting off these holes, we should strike now. All right. Loner Hong Yu expressed his support. Please make a move first, Gue Wang. The 3 immortal fairies reached a consensus. Gue Wang snickered and took out a green grape immortal essence bead. He then activated a Gu worm that flew towards the hole while holding the immortal essence bead. This Gu worm entered the blessed land, but it was either suppressed or destroyed by the earthly calamity, as Gue Wang instantly lost his connection with it. However, Gue Wang's green grape immortal essence also entered Langya blessed land and immediately exploded, causing the immortal essence in Langya blessed land to be expended. To Gu immortals, every bead of immortal essence was very precious. Normally, the Gu immortals would always try to accumulate them and would not use them lightly unless absolutely necessary. Seeing Gue Wang act as the example, the other for successively sent out an immortal essence bead. Gue Wang sent his second immortal essence bead, and the others also sent their second immortal essence bead. After Gu immortals die, they would form into the land spirit, but will no longer produce immortal essence. The immortal essence left for the land spirit would decrease the more it was used, while Gue Wang and the group were 4 people and occupied the advantage in numbers. But even after 100 rounds, this Langya blessed land still had immortal essence to use. Besides Gue Wang, the other immortals showed signs of hesitation. That long-hair ancestor was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Although he died, the immortal essence he left were white lychee immortal essence. 100 green grape immortal essence beads cannot compare to 1 white lychee immortal essence. When it was Fairy Finmeng's turn, she held a green grape immortal essence bead but did not immediately make a move. Gu Wang's eyes flickered with a dark light and sneered. What are you afraid of? Long-hair ancestor is a person from thieving heaven demon Venerables times and did everything to prolong his life till he was struggling at death's door during Giant Sun Immortal Venerables times and finally died of old age. Although he left behind white lychee immortal essence, but the blessed land has already endured through the eras of spectral soul demon venerable and paradise earth immortal venerable. The former Langya Grotto heaven had already fell and became a blessed land. Now, how much white lychee immortal essence would there be left? Probably only some diluted immortal essence paste. Loner Hanyu chuckled. Gu Wang makes sense. You guys also saw the earthly calamity just before. Langya blessed land holds so many recipes, even including many Immortal Gu recipes. This good fortune is too big, and thus the earthly calamity is so strong. Even if it has more white lychee immortal essence left, they would also be quickly exhausted. In this world, the daring are rewarded and the cowards starve. Throw in more immortal essence. Having invested so much already, do we give up at this point? We might not be that far from succeeding. Gu Wang enticed. The 3 female immortals glanced at each other. Fairy Qing Sua spoke. You are correct, but our immortal essence was saved by us bit by bit and did not appear out of nowhere. Let's do this. We will throw in 50 more beads and see what happens. Like this, after sending immortal essence beads for 50 more rounds, Langya blessed land started to show its inability to keep up. Gu Wang laughed heartily as he cackled. The 3 female immortals used to feel that Gu Wang's laughter was coarse and ear-piercing, but now they felt happiness from hearing it. They could almost see the Immortal Gu recipes beckoning them. 30 more rounds later, the 4 immortals' immortal essence entered the blessed land and inflated, mutually affecting each other and creating a chain explosion, but the blessed land had no activity. This meant the blessed land's immortal essence was used up. Everyone, I shall move first. Gu Wang suddenly laughed and flapped his blue-black bat wings towards the hole and was the first one to enter Langya blessed land. Not good. Loner Hanyu shouted, and fearing he would fall behind, he turned into a red light and shot ahead. These demonic Path Gu masters are indeed treacherous and crafty. Huahai 3 immortals twitched their nose with anger and quickly followed behind. The 3 immortals entered the blessed land and felt their rank 5 Gu could be casually activated. Langya blessed land's immortal essence has definitely been emptied, Fairy Huang Sha said with excitement. The 3 immortals charged past the endless thunder and lightning rain and arrived at the depths of the blessed land. However, what they saw was a scene of white clouds covering the whole area. In the sea of clouds, there were 12 buildings, each decorated grandly and was majestic, having the beauty of 1,000 years of history. Around the buildings, immortal cranes flew, feathermen hovered in the air, colorful clouds moved around, and the fragrance of sandalwood pervaded the air. This is cloud soil, one can step on it like real land, and its soil is very fertile, far surpassing the mortal world's soil. Fairy Qing Sua stepped with her beautiful feet and spoke excitedly. A scene worthy of the old ancestor immortal. Fairy Finmeng exclaimed in admiration. Legend has it that within the 12 cloud buildings, there are countless recipes stored. To think I can see them personally today. Fairy Huang Sha felt really fortunate. Ha ha, everything is mine. Far away, Gu Wang's ear-piercing voice spread to them. He was flying into a building on the sea of clouds. As for Loner Hongyu, he had already approached a nearby cloud building. Huahai 3 immortals frowned, and after looking at each other, they flew separately towards 3 cloud buildings. Chapter 461. Prophecy of 3 Venerables. Several days later, carts rumbled and horses neighed. Gu tribesmen arrived at Crescent Lake and set up camp around the sparse horseshoe trees. Gu Guang and the Gu tribe's higher-ups could finally heave a sigh of relief. Aquatic plants were plentiful here along with large numbers of beast groups. They could hold a hunting festival and store provisions for their later journey. We finally arrived. Fang Yuan was overwhelmed in his heart. At night, he used the excuse of leading the wolf group to hunt to leave Gu tribe's sight. It was a moonless night, but there were many stars. The wolf group sprinted against the flow of the night wind as they discovered several small mid-sized beast groups, devouring them one by one. The wolf group excitedly howled. They had been in a half-starving state these days, and now they could eat to their fill. Even if he had a group of 30,000 wolves, Fang Yuan still carefully maneuvered the wolf group's movement. The wolf group might be of a large scale, but Crescent Lake had many dangers. There was an even larger group of water wolves, a 3-horned rhino group, and a group of 1,000 mutated beasts, and finally, a worm group that had hundreds of thousands and even up to 1 million insects. Of course, these worm groups and beast groups had their own territory and would not move around everywhere like those on the grassland. There was plenty of aquatic plants beside Crescent Lake. They did not need to move around to search for food. As long as Fang Yuan and Gu tribe did not invade their territory, the beasts and worms would not find any issues with them. According to his previous life's memories, Fang Yuan moved along the lakeside towards the east and arrived at a stone forest. This stone forest was very common. There were stone pillars which were gray, purplish-black, greenish-yellow, and so on, quietly standing straight with a precise distance between them. There were many stone forests beside Crescent Lake, but this particular forest was rather special. If someone looked from high above, they would only see gray-white stone pillars and would discover that the stone pillars vaguely formed into a thief, one character. This stone forest had a really impressive origin. It was personally created by thieving heaven demon Venerable. Back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable requested long-hair ancestor to refine a Gu for him. Thus, he made a bet with him. He won 3 rounds out of 5. The long-hair ancestor had no choice but to accept his loss and agreed to refine the Gu. Thieving heaven demon Venerable wanted to enter the legendary space door all his life and requested long-hair ancestor to refine the Immortal Gu, space escape Gu, an immortal Gu that could allow a Gu master to enter the space door. He placed all his effort in researching the recipe for it. Long-hair ancestor was very excited and felt that the recipe was good and proper, but there were some places that could be improved. After discussing with thieving heaven demon Venerable, the demon Venerable became very happy and exclaimed that long-hair ancestor's refinement path attainment far surpassed his. The two immortals cooperated and spent 21 years to successfully refine space escape Gu. However, although this Gu was refined and thieving heaven demon Venerable could activate it, it was not able to enter the space door no matter what he did. The demon Venerable felt discouraged, and the proud long-hair ancestor also suffered a huge setback. Later, long-hair ancestor researched with giant son Immortal Venerable but did not make any progress. The space escape Gu became the only failure in long-hair ancestor's life. It was said that even at his deathbed, long-hair ancestor could not forget this. His good friend Immortal Ian could not endure seeing his old friend pass away like this and expended 50 years of his life to deduce the future. He predicted that many years later, after 3 great eras, 3 venerables would appear, 2 men and 1 woman. The first was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, second was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and third was Great Dream Immortal Venerable. As for the problem regarding the space escape Gu, it would be solved by Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Immortal Ian was a rank 8 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal and was proficient in making predictions. He often made accurate one-sentence predictions and was thus known as Immortal Ian too. And this deduced prophecy would later be known as the famous Prophecy of 3 Venerables. Sure enough, the world went through countless changes and continuously moved forward. After Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable appeared. After the Demon Venerable died, a rank 9 male Gu Immortal appeared in Righteous Path and was, as predicted, known as Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Now Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was already dead. Prophecy of 3 Venerables was mostly complete. Only Great Dream Immortal Venerable, who has yet to be born, remains. Speaking of it, long-hair ancestor was both happy and sad at this prophecy. Happy because the problem of space escape Gu could finally be resolved. Sad because he would not be able to see that day. Long-hair ancestor died and turned into a land spirit with only one obsession, to see Great Dream Immortal Venerable. As long as she solved the problem of space escape Gu, the whole Langya blessed land would belong to her. Back then, when long-hair ancestor refined the space escape Gu for thieving heaven demon Venerable, the result was a failure, but they could not find the problem with it. Being greatly embarrassed, he promised to refine 9 more Gu worms for thieving heaven demon Venerable, and he would even provide all the materials required to refine the Gu. Thieving heaven demon Venerable later requested long-hair ancestor to refine 6 immortal Gu. Before thieving heaven demon Venerable mysteriously disappeared, he set up his inheritances in the 5 regions and made an agreement with long-hair ancestor that the remaining 3 chances for Gu refinement will be left for his inheritor. Long-hair ancestor agreed, and the two made a secret code. After more than a decade from now, one of the thieving heaven demon Venerable's inheritances would suddenly activate and be known by everyone. The content of the inheritance is a riddle, and the riddle points towards Langya blessed land. From then on, a craze of solving riddles in northern plains with countless people trying to solve it started. The rumors spread endlessly, but no one succeeded. Later, Mahong Yun was forced to flee after being defeated on the battlefield and came running to Crescent Lake. At the lakeside, he encountered a premeditated ambush. Panicked and left with no choice, he ran over to this stone forest and accidentally discovered a passage in the stone forest. Going through this secret passage, he entered Langya blessed land and met the land spirit. After getting the secret code right, Langya land spirit refined 3 Gu worms for him as per the agreement. Fang Yuan obtained these 3 rank 5 Gu, and after recovering from his injuries, he returned to the stone forest and turned the tide with great might, starting all over again, and finally, he obtained the throne of the imperial court for the 2nd time. Fang Yuan recalled while slowly moving forward. Then, his eyes brightened, and he stopped before a purple stone pillar. This stone pillar was also common, but a stone that was flat like a stool was near the bottom of the pillar. During that time, after Fang Yuan was defeated, he was chased by the enemy troops and was already on the verge of death. He fled to this place and had nowhere to run with his injuries reaching a critical state. He sat on this stone stool and gazed up at the sky while leaning on the stone pillar. Suddenly, he felt that this stone pillar looked like his dear wife. His consciousness was on the verge of collapsing. He used his blood-stained hand to gently caress the stone pillar and said, "With deep love, Lian Yun, oh Lian Yun, I really regret not listening to your advice. I want to see you. I want to tell you personally. I love you. I was wrong." At this time, the enemies had already arrived and were raising their sabers high. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan suddenly disappeared. He had entered Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan sat at this stone stool, leaning on the pillar and gazing up. But he could not see a woman's appearance anywhere on the stone pillar. Fang Yuan laughed uncontrollably. It seems this Fang Yuan was just thinking of his wife when he stared at the stone pillar. His longing was so deep that he could see Zhao Lian Yun on anything. This Zhao Lian Yun was also a weird woman. In the future, she became a wisdom path Gu immortal and was a good wife to Fang Yuan, helping him strategize. But currently, she was only a little girl. Fang Yuan took out a dagger and cut his flesh, letting the fresh blood smear this purple stone pillar. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had put a mysterious Gu worm on this purple stone pillar. Blood was only the first criteria for its activation. There was still the second criteria, that was to say I want. When Fang Yuan said these 2 words, his body instantly disappeared and his vision suddenly changed. When he regained his senses, he was in a room. In the room, the smell of an alchemy furnace wafted in the air. There were dragon pillars, golden curtains, crane lanterns, and vermilion windows. A sagely old man was sitting cross-legged on a bed of cloud, his eyes closed as if he was meditating. He was thin with white hair, having a beard that reached his chest, and a ruddy face like that of a baby's. He was wearing a wide robe, and the 2 sleeves were fluttering in the air. Demon Venerable's inheritor Changshan has come to pay respects. Fang Yuan touched his chest with his right hand and slightly bowed. "You are Changshan?" The old man slightly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with bright light as he looked at Fang Yuan with a gaze that seemed to materialize. "This outer skin of yours is quite interesting. You used human skin along with shame plum, autumn voice grass. There is also pill fire Gu, medicine strength Gu, and some." The land spirit frowned deeply and caressed his beard, a hesitant expression on his face. He could actually see through Fang Yuan's disguise and even roughly deduce human skin Gu's recipe by just observing. "Lad, do you want to exchange this Gu worm's recipe? I will use a similar grade Gu worm to exchange for it. Or you can choose a similar grade Gu worm recipe." "All right. Secret code, the secret code." After speaking for a while, the land spirit suddenly remembered the secret code and smacked his head. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders. "The secret code that you created with the demon venerable back then? There is no secret code. As for the human skin Gu recipe, I cannot exchange it yet." "You don't want to exchange? Why?" The land spirit was furious. A heavy pressure pressed down on Fang Yuan. He could not budge. His whole skeleton emitted creaking noises under the suppression. But he sneered with no concern. "I have my reasons for not doing the exchange. You do not need to know about it." The land spirit laughed sinisterly. "Hee. You don't want to exchange? Then I shall imprison you here and peel off your skin. After studying it few times, I can reverse engineer the recipe of this human skin Gu. No, you can't make a move on me." Fang Yuan was confident. "I am Demon Venerable's inheritor. You can't do anything to me before the agreement of the 3 Gu is completed." According to Earth's understanding, the land spirit was equivalent to an artificial intelligence. Except that, this land spirit birthed from long-hair ancestor had quite a high intelligence and was good at scaring others. In his past life, Fang Yuan had been scared by the land spirit and lost the precious opportunity to refine Immortal Gu, refining only 3 rank 5 Gu. After that incident, Fang Yuan regretted it endlessly. After becoming a Gu immortal, whenever he thought of this matter, he would wring his hands and sigh. The land spirit blew its beard and opened its eyes which seemed to puff out fire, a posture that seemed ready to kill. But Fang Yuan remained unmoved. The land spirit kept on staring for a long while before suddenly turning exhausted like a ball that was leaking air. He then scowled miserably and got off the bed of clouds, walking towards Fang Yuan and softly pleaded while pulling his sleeves. Young lad, please do a good deed and exchange this recipe with me, please? Fang Yuan was speechless. What was this situation? His attitude change was way too fast. Chapter 462. Exchanging Gu. Young lad, please have some tea. This is a high-grade cloud smoke tea. Have a taste of it. Lang Yuan's spirit sat at the edge of the bed as he brewed a cup of tea for Fang Yuan personally. Fang Yuan sat at the spot the land spirit was sitting at previously, looking at this peculiar land spirit wordlessly. In the conversation earlier, Fang Yuan had talked to this land spirit and understood. This land spirit liked collecting recipes. It will try its best to get its hands on any new recipes it discovers. If it were any other person, the land spirit would have extorted and threatened him already. But Fang Yuan was a demon Venerables inheritor. He did not dare to do so. Thus he could only beg nicely. Handsome young lad, is the tea not nice? Are you happy? For the sake of this tea, exchange that human skin recipe with me, please. Lang Yuan spirit showed a smiling expression as he tried to please Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan drank his tea silently. The mysterious, strong, and sagely image of Lang Yuan's spirit collapsed rapidly. Young lad, do me a favor, pity this old man. I live alone here. I am so lonely, so bored, so thirsty. I can only look at these recipes daily to pass time. Are you so cruel to reject the request of such a pitiful old man like me? The land spirit had a grandpa appearance, having white beard, white hair, and white eyebrows, staring at Fang Yuan pitifully. Hey, have some self-awareness. You are a land spirit, not a human. Fang Yuan's eyes were twitching. Young lad, whatever you say, as long as you will give the recipe to me, you can do anything to me. The grandpa winked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan controlled his urge to kick this creep, as he shouted, no means no. Lang Yuan's spirit's body shuddered, as it started crying, rolling on the ground. No, I want to exchange. I want the recipe, young lad. You are too cruel, too ruthless, you lack compassion. Why are you not exchanging the recipe with me? Will it kill you? Please just exchange it. Seriously, rumors cannot compare to meeting in real life. Fang Yuan's head was full of black lines as the image of Lang Yuan's spirit that he had broken to pieces and was stepped into tiny shards on the ground. However, this showed Lang Yuan's spirit's innocence and sincerity. The land spirit grandpa rolled on the ground and cried for a long time, but Fang Yuan did not relent. He had no choice but to stand up, with tears all over his face. Even his beard, hair, and eyebrows were wet. Young lad, what's wrong with your conscience? You are simply too cruel, as expected of the inheritor of a demon venerable. The grandpa complained as he looked at Fang Yuan, like a wife who had just been cheated on. Fang Yuan could not stand this gaze. He shuddered as he sighed. Never mind. I can give you the human skin goose recipe, but you have to wait until the time is right. Young lad, you are awesome. You are the kindest person ever. So when will the time be right? Land Spirit was extremely overjoyed. 500 years later. Land Spirit Grandpa frowned and immediately slumped. That's so long away. Humph. This is the best I am willing to offer. Why? You don't want to exchange anymore? Of course I want to exchange. It's just 500 years. I can wait. Young lad, I will be waiting for you. This is our agreement for a lifetime. The old grandpa said affectionately. Fang Yuan held his face, sighing deeply. I have a recipe here. I want to exchange it for connecting heaven Gu. Once he heard Fang Yuan's request, Lang Yuan Spirit's expression changed. He stood upright and raised his head slightly, showing an arrogant expression. Oh, you want to get connecting heaven Gu? He spoke slowly and casually. To tell you the truth, young lad, I have an uncountable number of recipes here. If the recipe you produce is already owned by me, I will not take it. Fang Yuan laughed confidently. Old man, your era is long over. Bring me a brush and paper. I will write a portion of it for you. Just after he wrote half of the content, Fang Yuan stopped. Write it. What else is there? Land Spirit stood at the side, scratching his ears as his eyes shone. He had already confirmed that this was a new recipe. He had never seen it before. This is a rank 5 recipe. Where is your connecting heaven Gu? Here. Land Spirit waved his hand, and a connecting heaven Gu appeared on the table. Fang Yuan finished writing this recipe and refined the connecting heaven Gu, keeping it in his aperture. At the side, Land Spirit looked at this recipe gleefully. The Gu worm in the recipe was a new Gu discovered by Gu masters 500 years later. During the chaotic 5-region battle, it was an era of innovation. Of all sorts of new Gu were developed and created. Every time such a chaotic era appeared, a rank 9 Gu Immortal would be born. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. Although he forgot a lot of things, he still had a great number of recipes inside his head. These recipes, to exaggerate, were ahead of the current times by an era. Of course the land spirit had never heard of them. Do you have divine sense Gu? Fang Yuan kept connecting heaven Gu and asked. Yes. Exchange. You still have recipes? Land spirit grandpa was shocked and overjoyed. Fang Yuan smiled as he took the brush and paper, writing once again. But this time, halfway through, the land spirit laughed. Young man, I have the recipe of this Gu worm already. Oh. Fang Yuan stopped writing. His expression was stunned. He did not think that the land spirit was lying. Land spirits were pure. Yes means yes, and no means no. If you don't believe me, you can look at this. Fang Yuan's spirit grabbed the air, and a cowhide recipe appeared, landing on the table. Fang Yuan took a look. It was the real deal. It seems that the Gu worms in my memories, although they only appeared 500 years later, might not be new Gu after all. Thinking so, Fang Yuan laughed, saying to the land spirit, no worries, if this is no use, I have another recipe. But this time, Fang Yuan only wrote a third of it before the land spirit clapped. Although I do not have this recipe, I have something very similar. Look at this. Saying so, he handed Fang Yuan a recipe. It was 90% similar to his. Fang Yuan immediately understood. My recipe might have been improved on by a Gu master using an ancient recipe. Young lad, this recipe does not have much value. I will not exchange for it. Land spirit said. Fang Yuan revised his plans. When long-hair ancestor was alive, he loved to collect and research on recipes. He was known as the #1 immortal of the refinement path of all times. He lived for a long period of time and collected a vast number of recipes. He could be said to have been an extremely successful collector. As for Fang Yuan's generation of the New Age, they had not reached the apex of the time period. At least Great Dream Immortal Venerable had not appeared yet. The Gu worm recipes in Fang Yuan's memories, compared to Fang Yuan blessed land's accumulation from many eras, seemed to be extremely insignificant. Look at these then. Fang Yuan started scribbling again. But for these recipes, either Fang Yuan blessed land had it, or it was a modified ancient recipe. The land spirit had no intentions to get them. Fang Yuan was helpless. In his memories, there were some Gu worms that were definitely new, but they had a great importance in the future. Each represented a great benefit to him, and could easily change the situation of the regions. Once they get exposed by Fang Yuan blessed land, his losses were small issues, but it might potentially alter history. The disadvantages were too great for Fang Yuan compared to the gains. Land spirit, look at this recipe. Fang Yuan thought, and wrote the Stargate Gu's recipe. Land spirit took a look and was interested. The more Fang Yuan wrote, the more its interest grew. I've never seen these recipes before. They are rather peculiar, very peculiar. The old grandpa muttered as he rubbed his chin. This was a rank 5 Gu recipe. Fang Yuan successfully obtained the divine sense Gu from it. Young lad, this Stargate Gu is interesting. It has the effect to cross the 5 regions. The 5 regions have their respective barriers at the boundaries, but this can actually make use the power of Black Heaven. This type of Gu worm, usually only Whole Earth Gu and Connecting Heaven Gu are popular classics. But this Stargate Gu can compete with the two of them, and is not inferior in any way. Did you create this Gu's recipe? Land Spirit asked. Of course. Fang Yuan admitted it without hesitation. He had zero guilt in impersonating and taking this glory for himself. Next, he started to brag shamelessly. The few recipes earlier were also devised by me, although I also used some current recipes as the base for my research. This act undoubtedly deepened his relationship with Fang Yuan Land Spirit. Little friend, you have talent for refinement path. I am truly amazed. Land Spirit Grandpa stopped calling Fang Yuan young lad, but started calling him little friend. But this Stargate Gu has its weaknesses. You need to gather starlight at night to activate it. Other than that, this Gu's refinement success rate is low, but if we add a few supplementary materials into it, we can raise the success rate by 30%. Next, the Land Spirit listed a few materials. Fang Yuan frowned as he listened. He had never heard of these materials. It seems that they were either materials from the immemorial era, or just simply too rare and unique, with little use normally. Land Spirit continued. It seems this Stargate Gu is best paired with the Starlight Fireflies. With the Starlight Fireflies, you will have starlight, and the Stargate Gu can be used regardless of time or location. What? Fang Yuan heard this, and his heart pounded, asking quickly, Starlight Fireflies, what are Starlight Fireflies? You don't know about Starlight Fireflies? That's true. They were already extremely rare during the immemorial era, and were extinct during the Olden Era. When the immemorial 9 heavens were still around, most of the Starlight Fireflies lived in Orange Heaven. Land Spirit exposed another ancient secret. Fang Yuan was disappointed. Since it is extinct, there's no need to mention it. The so-called extinct is merely in the mortal realm. Recently, I saw a swarm of Starlight Firelight when making a transaction in Treasure Yellow Heaven. I think it belongs to Star Lord Wan Xiang. Land Spirit recalled. Really? Fang Yuan's eyes were shining. The reason he exchanged for connecting Heaven Gu and Divine Sense Gu were so that he could impersonate a Gu Immortal and make transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven to obtain resources and stop his reliance on Immortal Crane sect. Land Spirit's words greatly increased his interest in the Starlight Fireflies. Fang Yuan's eyes rolled, laughing craftily. Land Spirit, I still have many recipes here, but I only want Starlight Fireflies. Land Spirit shook its head. I can't exchange that. Why? I do not have Starlight Firefly Gu. Land Spirit said as a matter of fact. Fang Yuan said snappily. If you do not have Starlight Firefly Gu, can't you use Connecting Heaven Gu to buy it in Treasure Yellow Heaven? The Land Spirit looked at Fang Yuan with a weird expression. Why do I have to buy Starlight Firefly Gu? If you do not buy Starlight Firefly Gu, how are you going to exchange for my recipe? Land Spirit shook its head, adamantly saying, your recipe can only exchange for Gu worms I currently have in the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was speechless. The Land Spirit was rigid. It could not make such compromises. After all, it was not human. As a Land Spirit, it could not make flexible decisions. In the end, after Fang Yuan talked until his lips were about to tear, no progress was made. The Land Spirit only followed the rules. Fang Yuan could only stop his attempt, but suddenly he had a thought. Wait, you said you will only exchange for Gu that are currently in your Blessed Land? Yes. Fang Yuan licked his dry lips. Then I'll use my Immortal Gu recipe to exchange for your heavenly primeval treasure Imperial Lotus. Is that okay? Chapter 463. Fang Yuan's awkwardness Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was a rank 6 Immortal Gu, but it was not a natural Gu. Instead was invented by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus, and Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus could produce primeval essence, giving an enormous help in a Gu Master's primeval essence recovery. Rank 6 and above Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, however, produced immortal essence and had extremely huge use. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable relied on this Gu to become the person with the most abundant immortal essence among Rank 9 Gu Immortals in all history. After Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable died, his Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was protected with layers of security, becoming a famous treasure in the world. However, after dozen of years, an extremely daring Rank 7 Gu Immortal stole it. This Rank 7 Gu Immortal was the Venerable after Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, the one who became the Heavenly Thief, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. After Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable died, this Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was also destroyed. Longhair Ancestor had many interactions with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, and after the Demon Venerable went missing for hundreds of years, Longhair Ancestor tried to refine the Gu. Finally, he succeeded in refining a Rank 6 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Later, he developed a preference for it and advanced it to Rank 8 stage. Immortal Gu were one of a kind, and their names also remained the same. After they advanced to stages beyond Rank 6, their names would not change. For example, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus and Spring Autumn Cicada, when they advanced from Rank 6 to Rank 7, they would still be called Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus and Spring Autumn Cicada. After Longhair Ancestor died, his obsession merged with the heavenly power to form a land spirit. This Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus also remained in Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land would later be accidentally discovered by a soul path Gu Immortal called Gue Wang, leading the first wave of attacks. The result was that they were captured by the land spirit. However, the news regarding Langya Blessed Land was leaked by Gue Wang and attracted more Gu Immortals. Later, a second wave of attacks came, and later, the third wave and so on. During the seventh wave, the Heavenly Court dispatched several Rank 7 Gu Immortals who brought Immortal Gu to the mortal realm. After a tragic battle, Langya Blessed Land finally collapsed while the Gu Immortals also suffered disastrous losses. Feng Jiu Gu died in this battle. However, Langya Blessed Land's great number of recipes were taken by the Heavenly Court. Central Continent's strength thus rose sharply, and with just their strength, they attacked the 4 great regions. With his previous life's memories, Fang Yuan was clear of the future development. At this moment, when Fang Yuan suddenly mentioned the use of Immortal Gu recipe to exchange for Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, the land spirit refused without hesitation. This is not possible. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus can produce immortal essence. It is the reason why I can defend against the calamities and tribulations. At the same time, I need to use these immortal essence to refine Gu. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus is non-exchangeable. Is that so? Fang Yuan nodded with some disappointment since he had some expectations. However, the land spirit's next sentence ignited his hope again. However, I have other Immortal Gu here. What recipe do you have? Rank 7 recipe can only be exchanged for Rank 6 Immortal Gu. Rank 8 recipe can be exchanged for Rank 7 or Rank 6 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's eyes let out a bright light. He knew Lang Ye Blessed Land had a Rank 7 beast. Enslavement Gu. This Immortal Gu could subdue any wild beast in the world, including mutated beasts, myriad beast emperor, even desolate beasts, and ancient desolate beasts. Long-hair ancestor used this Gu to subdue many desolate beasts, including several ancient desolate beasts whom he buried under the 12 cloud buildings. With these desolate beasts' protection, the whole Lang Ye Blessed Land became a fortified castle and was able to resist till the 6th wave of Gu Immortals' crazed attack, and finally fell at the 7th wave. This beast Enslavement Gu is extremely important to the Blessed Land. The land spirit definitely won't exchange it. But Longhair Ancestor has refined many Immortal Gu. He definitely had more than just Beast Enslavement Gu and Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Fang Yuan felt a rush, and after thinking for a moment, he began to write a recipe. The old land spirit looked from the side with his hands behind his back. After observing for a while, he started laughing. This is the second Aperture Gu's recipe, right? You have this recipe too. Fang Yuan stopped writing. Of course, I have countless recipes here, including thousands of Immortal Gu recipes. The land spirit said proudly. Such wealth. I see why even the heavenly court decided to attack. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed as he sighed inwardly. In that case, he contemplated and started writing on another paper. He was writing the recipe for the rank 6 blood deity. The land spirit's eyes immediately let out a bright light when he saw the start of the recipe, but the light gradually dimmed. When Fang Yuan had written the third line, the land spirit said, "Although your blood path recipe might be amazing, it is only a remnant recipe. Even though some parts were patched up, there are many conflicts in the steps. There is a very small chance of successfully refining it. You cannot exchange this recipe for an Immortal Gu." Fang Yuan let out a sigh. Back then, this blood deity recipe that he obtained was a remnant piece. After his painstaking research and request for other Gu Immortals to repair it, this current recipe was formed. He knew, however, this recipe was not accurate. The reason why he did not choose to refine blood deity in his previous life was also mainly because of this. Later, through a coincidental opportunity, he obtained the accurate recipe for Spring Autumn Cicada. Thereupon, he abandoned the blood deity to refine Spring Autumn Cicada. However, Spring Autumn Cicada involved his greatest secret of rebirth. Even if Lang Ye Blessed Land did not have this recipe, Fang Yuan would not take it out to exchange. He had taken the initiative to expose it in Three Kings Blessed Land because he was in dire straits and wanted to gamble for an overwhelming benefit. However, right now, he was not in a tight spot and thus did not need to take the risk. Since it was like this, Fang Yuan did not continue writing the recipe for the blood deity. The Immortal Gu recipes he knew was only about a dozen, but most of them was remnant recipes. Blood deity's recipe was already the best of these remnant recipes. He only had 2 intact and correct Immortal Gu recipes, Second Aperture Gu and Spring Autumn Cicada. However, Lang Ye Blessed Land already had the recipe of the former, while Fang Yuan did not dare to expose the latter. Fang Yuan fell into silence, and after thinking for a while, he asked, "Land Spirit, can I use rank 5 recipe to exchange for a Stargate Gu?" The land spirit shook his head. "No. You can only exchange for the Gu worms that I currently have." Fang Yuan was unresigned and asked, "Land spirit, could it be that you don't want to refine Stargate Gu? This is a completely new Gu we are talking about here." "Of course I want to. Although it is not suitable for me to use, I can put it in Treasure Yellow Heaven to sell. But I can refine it whenever I want to, and I am not certain when I will do it." The land spirit suddenly reacted. He showed his intelligence at this time. "Little friend, you are thieving Heaven Demon Venerables Inheritor. You have 3 opportunities to ask me to refine Gu. But if you want to refine Immortal Gu, whether it succeeds or fails, it will be counted as 1 chance. If you want to refine Mortal Gu, I will definitely make you the Gu. If you want the Stargate Gu, I can refine it successfully for you." The land spirit proposed. Fang Yuan suddenly realized that there were these small details. No wonder Ma Hongyun chose to refine 3 rank 5 Gu. At that time, when he fell into this place, he was only immortal and might not know the value of a Immortal Gu. Moreover, a mortal body cannot use Immortal Gu. Thus, he refined 3 rank 5 Gu that could immediately increase his battle strength. After returning to the outside world, he turned the tide around, gathering his troops again and turned defeat into victory. When Ma Hongyun later became a Gu Immortal, he realized how precious the opportunity in Lang Ye Blessed Land was. Unfortunately, he could only regret at that time. Ma Hongyun's awkwardness became Fang Yuan's awkwardness too. Fang Yuan was only immortal now. Even if he got an Immortal Gu, he could not use it. Little Hu Land Spirit could use Immortal Gu, but whether it was Whole Earth Gu, Connecting Heaven Gu, or Stargate Gu, they could not support an Immortal Gu. That is to say, even if Fang Yuan possessed an Immortal Gu, he could not send it to who Immortal blessed land. Moreover, these 3 opportunities to refine Immortal Gu also had a precondition, that is Fang Yuan had to provide the recipes for them. If there was an error in the recipe, the refinement would fail. Immortal Gu were the only one of its kind. If someone else already possessed that Immortal Gu, the refinement would fail then as well. According to the land spirit's words, if the Immortal Gu refinement fails, 1 opportunity would be lost. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could refine 6 Immortal Gu at that time. One reason was because Long-Hair Ancestor was arrogant and refused to fail intentionally. And another reason was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was brimming with talent, with formidable ability, and had made sufficient preparation and made use of every opportunity, causing Long-Hair Ancestor to lose great amounts of precious and rare Gu refinement materials 6 times. Now, Long-Hair Ancestor was dead and had turned into a land spirit. Although he would not play tricks when refining Immortal Gu for Fang Yuan, he was after all a land spirit, and not Long-Hair Ancestor himself. Thus his ability in Gu refinement was greatly reduced. In that case, do I waste 1 precious opportunity to refine a Stargate Gu? Fang Yuan fell into deep contemplation. According to common sense, these 3 opportunities should be sufficiently exploited to refine 3 Immortal Gu, like Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did back in the day. However, Fang Yuan had huge problems in doing so. Firstly, he did not have Immortal Gu recipes. Secondly, he did not have the ability of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, and could not guarantee the success of Immortal Gu's refinement. If the refinement failed, it would mean 1 chance wasted. It was worse than refining a rank 5 Gu. The final crucial point was that he was only immortal and could not use Immortal Gu. Although Immortal Gu had a very high value, it was of no help to him and would instead attract disaster. It would be worse than a rank 5 Gu. Even rank 5 Gu was not suitable for Fang Yuan. With Fang Yuan's current situation in Northern Plains, using rank 4 was the best. Of course, I can leave these 3 opportunities for now. Anyway, I have already obtained the opportunities, even if Ma Hongyun came personally or that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor appears, there would be no effect. However, I truly need Stargate Gu at present. Fang Yuan was hesitating and felt that he was in an awkward position. His current strength path cultivation only had 30 June of strength. He urgently needed Gu worms to reform his skin and flesh. In terms of enslavement path cultivation, there was a great burden in feeding the wolf group, and without a tribe to support them, he could only maintain around 30,000 wolves by himself. In terms of soul, the Wolfman's soul was already formed. He could go to Dang Hun Mountain and use Guts Gu to strengthen it. In terms of cultivation, he fulfilled the conditions to break through, but because of the region's suppression, he could not break through to rank 5 right now. His current situation was like a chess player with all the chess pieces in places where they could not be moved. He was stuck in a deadlock, facing a huge bottleneck. Chapter 464. Either eternal life or shit. If there were no external influences and Fang Yuan could just rely on his own strength, he would be able to accumulate strength and break through when the opportunity comes. However, because of Autumn Cicada, what he lacked was time. Not only that, if he wasted time and could not make it to some opportunities, the advantage of his rebirth would also be gone. These 3 chances are indeed very precious. Although blindly saving these chances for the future may give the impression that I will be able to make full use of these opportunities, it will in fact delay my growth. Specific situations need specific analysis. I cannot blindly follow Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's example, but Ma Hongyun's choices also wasted these 3 chances. After deep and careful contemplation, Fang Yuan made his decision. Land Spirit, I have thought it through. Fang Yuan spoke slowly. This time, my request is for you to refine Stargate Gu. As for the remaining 2 chances, I will leave it for later. You really want me to refine Stargate Gu? You need to know you are giving up a precious chance to refine Immortal Gu. Maybe you can take a gamble and use that recipe for Blood Deity. Land Spirit instead tried to persuade Fang Yuan. He liked recipes to an extreme degree. Blood Deity's recipe might be damaged, but he still wanted to collect it. Fang Yuan shook his head. When he decided on something, he would not hesitate. No, refine Stargate Gu. All right. There is no strongest Gu worm in this world. Only a Gu worm that is most suitable for oneself. You can't use Immortal Gu, but looks like this Stargate Gu is extremely useful to you. I will refine this Gu for you. The Land Spirit Grandpa then willed as he teleported 5 Gu Immortals over. Among these 5 Gu Immortals, one was very ugly, one had a ruddy face, one wore blue clothes, one wore yellow garments, and one wore pink skirt. They were Gue Wang's group. They attacked Lang Ye Blessed Land, throwing in their green grape immortal essence to expend Lang Ye Blessed Land's white lychee immortal essence. However, The result was that the land spirit had intentionally shown weakness in order to capture all of them. Fang Yuan blessed land had rank 8 heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus and would never lack white lychee immortal essence. Gu Wang and the group did not have an immortal Gu, thus the land spirit enticed them into the blessed land. It waited till these 5 rushed into the cloud buildings before confining their rank 5 Gu. Gu Wang and the rest realized the situation was bad, promptly using all their immortal essence, but they could not compare to the Fang Yuan land spirit. The land spirit did not use even a single desolate beast to capture these 5 immortals. Having cultivated to this stage, the 5 immortals knew to adapt to the circumstances and immediately chose to save their lives by submitting to the land spirit. After finding themselves teleported over, they soon reacted and bowed to the land spirit, greeting together. Subordinates greet Lord Fang Yuan land spirit. The land spirit stroked his snow-white beard, recovering his sagely demeanor just like when Fang Yuan first saw him. This is thieving heaven demon Venerables inheritor Chang Shanin. Greet him. Land spirit introduced Fang Yuan. Thieving heaven demon Venerables inheritor. The 5 immortals looked at each other, clearly seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Their contempt towards Fang Yuan because of his mortal identity immediately disappeared. Who was thieving heaven demon Venerable? He was a rank 9 Gu immortal. Since immemorial era to remote antiquity era, olden antiquity era, medieval antiquity era, early antiquity era to present age, only around 10 venerable level Gu immortals had appeared in human history. An inheritor of a rank 9 Gu immortal. This identity shocked the 5 immortals. Before this shock turned into envy and jealousy. Why don't I have such luck too? Become an inheritor? This kid's luck is too good, simply too heaven-defying. He actually became thieving heaven demon Venerables inheritor. Thieving heaven demon Venerable had set up many inheritances. It is rumored that his greatest inheritance is in Space Cave. I wonder how many inheritances did he get? The 5 immortals' thoughts surged rapidly while they greeted Fang Yuan. The act of Gu immortals greeting mortals was like an elephant kowtowing to an ant. But the 5 immortals did not feel any humiliation. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was extremely indifferent. Even if a rank 9 Gu immortal kowtowed to him, he would not feel any honor. If the roles were reversed, even if he had to beg and kneel to a mortal, he would not feel any humiliation. In his eyes, all that would eventually die were equal. The only difference was whether they died early or late. Be it those with status and social class, whether they were nobles or peasants, they were nothing more than a group of fools waiting to die. All of them live in a fake world with self-imposed rules. By comparing the lives of each other, a portion of these fools would feel that they were living a great life. In truth, those fools who think of themselves as nobles or aristocrats were only deceiving themselves. And those fools who think of themselves as lowly are even more pitiful. Are kings given their high status upon birth? All living beings are born equal. Why should one bow to others? There is only immortality. Only eternal life should be the goal one should pursue. If one cannot live forever, is there any difference between a rank 9 Gu immortal and a pile of shit in the gutter? I am a huge fool, but I do not wish to be a fool that is made of shit. There was no way to express such mental behavior and aspirations to others, and even more importantly, Fang Yuan did not want to express them. Fang Yuan indifferently accepted the greetings of the 5 immortals, then looked at Fang Yuan land spirit. Land spirit, are you not going to personally refine the Gu? Of course I will personally refine it, but having these 5 as support can be considered making use of trash. Land spirit snickered. Being called trash and also being disregarded by Fang Yuan caused these 5 immortals' expressions to turn unsightly. Rage was burning in them, but they were captives right now and they could not flare out. They could only helplessly hold in this anger and listen to the land spirit's commands. However, the first try at Gu refinement by former long-hair ancestor who turned into a land spirit, along with the help of 5 immortals, ended up in failure. This Stargate Gu is rather difficult. There was no mistakes from me, but rather the refinement itself has only a fixed success rate. The land spirit explained and said to Fang Yuan, "Don't worry, Stargate Gu is only rank 5. I will definitely complete the refinement for you. Hehe, I will be waiting." Fang Yuan lied down on the cloud bed with no hurry. The time flow in Fang Yuan blessed land was 36 times faster than the outside world. Over a month here would only be a day in outside world. The land spirit had inherited long-hair ancestors' arrogance, and his temperament became bad when he failed. He glanced at Fang Yuan and saw that he had already finished drinking the cloud mist tea. He casually pointed to an immortal. "You, clumsy and having breasts for brains, I don't need you to refine the Gu. Go make tea for my little friend." The female immortal who was scolded and ordered was Fairy Huangsha. She was furious, but did not dare to flare up as her life was in Fang Yuan land spirit's hands. She could only bite her lips and forcibly restrain her anger to steep tea for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, however, said, I don't like to drink tea. Do you have wine here? I only like drinking top-quality wine. There should be some in your grand Lang Yu blessed land, right? Why would there not be? Celestial horse wine and destitute wine, both are top quality. Wine, which one do you want to drink? Bring out both of them for me to taste. Fang Yuan said without batting an eyelid. Thereupon, Fairy Huangsha became Fang Yuan's serving maid. The celestial horse wine was milky white and gave off a thick fragrance of milk. It tasted silky, mellow, and soft. Destitute wine did not have any special color, looking like clear soup, and did not have even a bit of wine fragrance. It also tasted flavorless. However, the after effect was extremely strong. Usually only one mouthful would be enough to make one completely drunk for 7-8 days. Taking advantage of the land spirit refining Gu, Fang Yuan just took a light sip before openly storing these 2 vats of wine in Wolf Swallow Gu. The second Gu refinement attempt also failed. The land spirit's expression became even more unsightly as he howled. Humph, I don't believe it. I will continue. The land spirit naturally sensed Fang Yuan storing the wine, but right now, because of his self-respect, he chose to ignore it. Young master, please be merciful and save this servant. Looking at the land spirit and the rest going for third attempt at Gu refinement, Fairy Huangsha implored to Fang Yuan with a soft and weeping voice. Her skin was white and tender, like a lychee whose skin had just been removed. Her eyebrows were bluish-black. Her eyes were like a lake hiding an amorous gaze. Her breasts were very big and her waist was thin. Her figure was endlessly seductive, and one could even say it could shock heart and soul. Right now, as she talked with eyes that had tears in them, let alone men, even women would be moved. If you can save this servant, I am willing to serve you for my whole life and follow your orders. Fairy Huangsha implored again with soft voice. This was a pleading from a female Gu immortal. If it were any other mortal man, they would already be extremely moved, and their little brother would furiously rise up. Men all had a desire to conquer, especially if it was conquering a noble woman. But Fang Yuan did not even glance at her. These 5 immortals were all cannon fodder in his past life. They all died in Lang Yu blessed land. They paid a proper price for their greed and impulse. Although Fairy Huangsha was beautiful, she was no different from a pile of dung in the gutter in Fang Yuan's mind. But if I cannot obtain immortality, I am also a pile of shit in the gutter, Fang Yuan sneered in his mind. Fairy Huangsha was about to plead again. She had complete confidence in her beauty, and right now she had a feeling that this person might be her only chance to escape with her life. However, how could she know Fang Yuan was even more abnormal than Lang Yu land spirit? You are too noisy, get lost. Fang Yuan directly kicked the half-leaning delicate body of Fairy Huangsha. Fairy Huangsha fell down on the floor. She was baffled and could not react for a long while. She was actually rejected? Is he not a man? A strong sense of humiliation struck her proud heart, causing her face to become twisted and her gaze towards Fang Yuan filled with extreme resentment. Fang Yuan scoffed, got off the cloud bed and walked towards Fairy Huangsha. Then he lifted his foot in front of her face. A dull sound was heard. Fairy Huangsha was kicked over and her head struck the floor, producing another heavy dull sound. Her rank 5 Gu worms were all taken away. Under the situation where her immortal essence was used up and was under Lang Yu blessed land's suppression as well, how could she be Fang Yuan's match? Fairy Huangsha's lungs were about to burst with anger. Her incisor tooth had broken from the KCK, causing her mouth to fill with blood. She let out a deep growl and her expression turned malevolent. Compared to her weeping and pitiful look just before, they looked like 2 completely different persons. How can mere beauty entice me? If you look at me one more time, do you believe I will not smash all your teeth? Fang Yuan's dark and deep pupils shone with cruelty. Fairy Huangsha's delicate body shuddered. She tightly clenched her fists and seemed to exhaust all her strength to stand up. But she lowered her head in the end and did not look at Fang Yuan again. At the other side, Stargate Gu's refinement failed again. The land spirit stomped his foot in anger, his expression turning even worse. He was aware of the situation with Fairy Huangsha. He approached Fang Yuan and smiled. Little friend, please don't get angry. I just captured this little thing, so haven't had the time to teach them properly. You can play with her if you want. Make her dance or strip her clothes or do anything you want. Materials have been used up, I will go buy them. Hearing these words, Fairy Huangsha seemed to have fallen into an ice hole. An intense feeling of humiliation surged in her heart like a tide. Make me strip my clothes and dance. This proposal made her feel incomparably cold and afraid. Since young till now, she had never received such treatment. A grand Gu immortal being played with, Fairy Huangsha felt it would be better to die instead. Gu Wang and Loner Hong Yu at the side seemed to have been stimulated as they licked their dry lips and looked at Fairy Huangsha with burning gaze. The two who were normally close to Fairy Huangsha like sisters, Fairy Fenming and Fairy Qing Suo, remained silent as if they had not heard anything. As the tragedy was about to unfold, Fang Yuan sneered. Strip her clothes, make her dance? No need, what meaning is there in that? Lust? Desire to conquer? Nothing but pointless urges. What I am interested in now is only Stargate Gu. Chapter 465. The night sky is really beautiful. Gue Wang and Loner Hong, you were very disappointed. Fairy Qing Suo and Fairy Fenming let out a breath of turbid air. Their expressions were complex. The heavy stone in Fairy Huangsha's heart fell, and her body completely relaxed, almost falling down to the ground. The hatred in her heart towards Fang Yuan and the land spirit deepened by several times. As long as I can escape, as long as I can make a comeback, I will cut your bodies into 1,000 pieces to relieve this hatred in my heart. Hee, little friend is indeed worthy of being a demon Venerable's inheritor. The land spirit let out a forced laughter and took out Connecting Heaven Gu. This Connecting Heaven Gu turned into a round mirror when it was activated and flew to the top of the land spirit and stayed there. The scene of pitch darkness in the mirror suddenly changed, letting out a bright yellow light. The land spirit activated Divine Sense Gu. Divine Sense was transmitted into the mirror in waves after waves and exchanged with other waves of Divine Sense. At the same time, the surface of the mirror continuously changed and showed pictures of all kinds of materials. The land spirit seemed to have already made an agreement. He took out 2 immortal essence stones out of nowhere and threw into the Connecting Heaven Gu. The surface of the mirror seemed to ripple. The immortal essence stones went into the mirror and materials were spurted out by the mirror one after another. This time, I have bought 20 sets of materials. I don't believe the refinement won't succeed. The land spirit said fiercely. The Gu refinement began again, and at the final stage, bright starlight converged to become a pair of oval stones. Success. The land spirit laughed heartily and handed these 2 oval blue gemstone-like Gu worms to Fang Yuan. This is Stargate Gu. I have finished the agreement. How do I know if it works or not? Fang Yuan held this pair of Stargate Gu and asked. The land spirit fumed in anger as if it had received a great insult. Are you doubting my Gu refinement ability? You can exchange it if it won't do. All right, I shall take my leave then. Fang Yuan was extremely straightforward and expressed his intent to leave. The land spirit fiercely stared at his eyes. Leaving just like that? Then the remaining 2 chances, you won't use them now. I am saving them for now. Where's the exit? The land spirit waved his hand, teleporting the 5 immortals away. His expression then greatly eased. What recipes do you have now? Write them all out, and let me look. None left. If I had any, I would have exchanged them with you. Fang Yuan shirked. I have a feeling, little friend, you have something good still left. The land spirit looked at Fang Yuan doubtfully and mumbled. All right then, I shall wait for your return. The land spirit then waved his sleeve. Fang Yuan's vision blurred, and when it cleared, he saw he was back at the stone forest. Beside him was the stone stool he sat at before, and behind was that purple stone pillar. The stars shone brightly at the sky. The temperature was low, and one could see their breath coming out. Everything before seemed like a dream, causing Fang Yuan to feel like it was all a lifelike illusion. He looked at the sky. He had spent quite some time in Langya Blessed Land, but only 1/36 of that time had passed in the outside world. Stargate Gu, Divine Sense Gu, Connecting Heaven Gu, and the 2 small vat of top-quality wine in Wolf Swallow Gu were clear evidences that allowed Fang Yuan to recall this fortuitous encounter. I had intended to use all the 3 chances, but who knew I could use recipes to exchange for Gu? Thus I still have 2 chances left. If this Stargate Gu can be used, it would make spending a Gu refinement chance worth it. Fang Yuan thought of this as he left the place and returned to the wolf group. This was a time where he had to make use of every second to prevent causing any complications. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged at the grassy land under the protection of the Wolf Kings and began writing a letter. The letter was soon finished. He then activated Moving Perspective Cup Gu. After a moment, the Moving Perspective Cup exchanged with the other one through the space cave, and Fang Yuan took out a rank 4 Gu and a letter from it. This Gu was like a dried fish, named Dried Pond Gu, and was a water path Gu worm with a special effect. It is used to boost the effects of other Gu worms. Once this Gu arrived in Northern Plains, it was immediately suppressed to rank 3. Fang Yuan browsed through the letter and nodded in satisfaction. During these days when I was not at the Blessed Land, it seems Little Who Immortal had been extremely diligent and did not forget the task I gave before I left, refining 20 dried pond Gu. Great. Fang Yuan then sent another letter including several praises towards Little Who Immortal. Master praised me. I am so happy. Little Who Immortal's face flushed with happiness after she read the letter. Master, I miss you. Little Hu Immortal lied down on the table and started writing. When Master is not here, I feel anxious. Master, are you okay? I am sending another dried pond Gu there. Little Hu Immortal used her delicate small hand to fold the letter properly before putting it into moving perspective cup Gu. At the same time, she also added a dried pond Gu. After a good while, moving perspective cup Gu leisurely flew up and entered space cave, exchanging with the other moving perspective cup and appearing before Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan immediately took out the dried pond Gu and glanced at the letter. Then he absorbed primeval stones to recover his primeval essence before activating moving perspective cup Gu again. After repeating this over and over, he received a total of 8 dried pond Gu. If I use the 8 dried pond Gu together, their effects should stack up and match a rank 4 level. Fang Yuan crushed these dried pond Gu on the spot. The dried pond Gu turned into 8 halos which twisted around moving perspective cup Gu. At the same time, on Hu Immortal blessed land, Little Hu Immortal also crushed 8 dried pond Gu and overlaid them on moving perspective cup Gu. Moving perspective cup Gu was a rank 5 Gu, but in Northern Plains, it was suppressed to rank 4. Thus, it could only transport rank 4 Gu worms. Now, after using 8 dried pond Gu, moving perspective cup Gu's ability advanced to rank 5 and could transport rank 5 Gu. Fang Yuan waited for a while before taking out connecting heaven Gu and gravely put it in moving perspective cup Gu, then transferred his primeval essence. After successful activation, the 2 moving perspective cup completed their exchange in space cave, and the cup with connecting heaven Gu appeared in Hu Immortal blessed land. Little Hu Immortal cheered and took out the connecting heaven Gu. Tiny cracks appeared on moving perspective cup Gu. Although dried pond Gu could amplify a Gu worm's ability, it was like draining the pond to get the fish or burning the forest to hunt. Although it greatly raised the power, the Gu worm would perish because of the excessively forced power-up. Next, Fang Yuan sent Divine Sense Gu to Hu Immortal blessed land, and the cracks on moving perspective cup Gu intensified. Fang Yuan silently took out primeval stones and quickly replenished his primeval essence. He then sent 1 blue gemstone of the Stargate Gu to Hu Immortal blessed land. Fortunately, Stargate Gu was not an Immortal Gu, but a rank 5 Gu, allowing Fang Yuan to be barely able to use moving perspective cup Gu to send it to Hu Immortal blessed land. After the Stargate Gu was sent to the blessed land, moving perspective cup Gu had already become deformed with cracks all over it and was on the verge of collapse. At this point, it could still be used for one last time. Fang Yuan stored the moving perspective cup Gu in his aperture and did not use it again. He was waiting now. Moving perspective cup Gu had been refined by him and possessed his will, but he had already lent it to Little Hu Immortal, thus she could also use it. The several times before were all him using moving perspective cup Gu. It was because Hu Immortal blessed land's time flow was several times faster than at Northern Plains. If Little Hu Immortal recklessly activated it from the blessed land, it was very possible Fang Yuan would not have been prepared. Puff, it is up to Little Hu Immortal now. If she fails, she will have to send another moving perspective cup Gu for the final use. Hopefully, she can succeed. Before Fang Yuan left, he had refined only 1 set of moving perspective cup Gu, but he had reminded Little Hu Immortal. For a period of time, Little Hu Immortal and Immortal Crane Sect had made several transactions and exchanged many Gu refinement materials, and had already refined the second set of moving perspective cup Gu. Time was becoming somewhat difficult to endure. Whether it was connecting heaven Gu or divine sense Gu, they were both rank 5 Gu and had an extremely huge demand for primeval essence. Even a rank 5 peak stage Gu master might only be able to last for several breaths. Thus, usually only Gu immortals or land spirits would consume immortals' essence to use them. As for why Fang Yuan did not activate moving perspective cup Gu at Langya blessed land, it was because he did not want to expose them. If it was exposed, the Langya land spirit would definitely demand for its recipe. Minutes ticked by, and with several times the speed at Hu Immortal blessed land. The chilly night wind made Fang Yuan slightly restless. He stood up and began to pace around. The sky was filled with many stars, providing sufficient starlight. The Stargate Gu in Fang Yuan's hand, however, had no movement. Did it fail? Was that group of Starlight Firefly Gu at Treasure Yellow Heaven bought by someone else? As time passed by, Fang Yuan's heart continued to sink. He stopped pacing about and stood on the spot for a long while with his hands behind his back. He gazed afar. Crescent Lake sparkled with light and tranquilness. The wolf group beside him. Some were standing and some were lying down, all with different postures. He could not help thinking back to that scene when he went to capture the liquor worm at Qingmao Mountain. He broke out in laughter, his worries gone, and his gaze once more became unclouded. All the worries, all the pressure, all the impatience since the start till now dispersed with the wind. He gazed at the night sky and breathed out all the turbid air in him, and suddenly felt that his current life was so beautiful. giving everything to pursue the greatest goal, having no regrets. He came to an understanding. His heart was clear like a mirror that could not be stained by dust, tranquil like this crescent lake. Since his rebirth at Qingmao Mountain, he had always been exhausting his mind, and now he suddenly understood something. This comprehension was unclear as it lingered around his heart before finally turning into a sentence. He mumbled, "The night sky is really beautiful." This was his heartfelt emotion. The moment he said these words, Fang Yuan's body lightened and felt he had unloaded 1,000 jin of weight, as if he was about to fly. His entire disposition also seemed to have changed. The cold aura disappeared without a trace, turning into a clear and carefree aura. The dark pupils with abysmal depths let out a clear light now, just like a newborn baby or like a star. The Stargate Gu in his hand slightly shook at this moment, and the shaking intensified. Fang Yuan opened his hand. The blue gemstone-like Stargate Gu leisurely flew in the air. Large amounts of starlight gathered and condensed towards it. The scene was beautiful and dreamy. In an instant, the starlight formed into an enormous oval door. Stargate Gu had succeeded. Fang Yuan calmly watched it. The corner of his lips slightly curled up into a smile, but his eyes were still calm as water. He unhurriedly stepped into the Stargate. The starlight in front of him turned into a whirlpool and flew away with his body. After a dozen or so breaths of time, he walked out of the Stargate and appeared in Immortal blessed land. "Master, you are back." Little Immortal was extremely happy as she leapt into Fang Yuan's chest. Fang Yuan chuckled and rubbed the land spirit's tiny head. "Yes, I am back," he gently said. Chapter 466. There is nothing that cannot be sold after several months. Fang Yuan finally returned to Immortal blessed land. The little Immortal land spirit became very excited upon his return. The flow of time inside of the Immortal land was 5 times faster compared to the outside world. While Fang Yuan had only spent a few months in Northern Plains, to her, it had already been a year. Fang Yuan looked at the Stargate behind him. This Stargate, compared to the one in Northern Plains, was much smaller. It was about the height of a person and barely allowed Fang Yuan to fit through. The one at the Crescent Lake in Northern Plains was much taller and was many times wider. Stargate Gu isn't split into main and sub Gu. It consumes too much primeval essence. Even a rank 5 peak stage Gu master cannot sustain it for 3 breaths time. Only immortal essence could allow it to be used continuously. If little Immortal land spirit activates it first, while I hold the other half in my hands and activate it along with her, I will not have to consume primeval essence. However, the Stargate Gu's activation not only requires a large amount of primeval essence, it also needs a large amount of starlight in order to form the gate. Northern Plains is one of the 5 regions. Stars fill the sky, and starlight is abundant. But here in the Immortal blessed land, the starlight is vastly inferior, as the only source comes from the starlight Firefly Gu. As Fang Yuan was inwardly thought to himself, his gaze rested upon the small swarm of starlight Firefly Gu that fluttered about in the air. The starlight Firefly Gu was a rank 3 Gu, small in size, almost like a normal firefly, but when they were activated, they emitted genuine azure starlight. This swarm of fireflies originally consisted of more than 500, but because of the activations of the Stargate Gu, 32 of them already died. In order to maintain the activated Stargate Gu, 1 firefly dies in every 3 breaths time. 500 starlight Firefly Gu, while it may seem like a large amount, it could not maintain the gate for a long period of time. Because of this, Fang Yuan commanded little Immortal to deactivate the Stargate Gu. The Stargate dissipated and reverted back into a oval sapphire. Little Immortal stretched out her pale and delicate hands and commanded the precious Stargate Gu to return to her. "Master, here you go." Little Immortal cupped the Stargate Gu with both of her hands and looked up with her big watery eyes, offering the Stargate Gu to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan gently rubbed her little fox ears and gave her a soft smile. "I'm leaving it with you, so take good care of it. If I need to use it in the future, I will contact you using the moving perspective cup Gu." "Yes, Master. I'll definitely take good care of it." Little Immortal solemnly put the Stargate Gu within the small pocket of her dress and patted it with her tiny hand. As for the Stargate Gu in Northern Plains, it rested on the grassland, closely guarded by the myriad wolf pack. "Master, there are 2 pieces of immortal essence stones left. I listened to your instructions, using the Immortal Gu recipe to trade for the Starlight Firefly Gu. This is the excess." Little Immortal presented them to him. Normal primeval stones were the size of duck eggs and were gray in color. Immortal essence stones were also the size of duck eggs, but were not oval in shape. Rather, they were round like pearls, and the entire body was glossy, having a translucent and sparkly appearance. They resembled crystals, but had the luster of jade. If normal primeval stones were equated to mortals, then the immortal essence stones could be equated to immortals. Immortal essence stones were extremely precious, as it can be used to replenish immortal essence. In addition, it was also used in transactions between immortals, adopted as a precious currency. In the vast Gu world, only the heavenly court could produce immortal essence stones. I see immortal essence stones once again. Fang Yuan smiled with a sigh. These two immortal essence stones were incredibly valuable, more valuable than 200 million primeval essence stones. In his previous 500 years, the most number of immortal essence stones Fang Yuan had held at one point in time was merely over 60 pieces. Fang Yuan put away the immortal essence stones. Good, let's return to Dang Hun Mountain. Little Hu Immortal grew delighted upon hearing this, and quickly held Fang Yuan's hand, and in the next moment, they teleported inside Dang Hun Palace. Quickly activate the connecting heaven Gu. Fang Yuan commanded. There was another Stargate Gu was in northern plains. He could not relax. Trouble brews as time passes. Fang Yuan should act quickly and efficiently settle the matters of Hu Immortal blessed land. Little Hu Immortal promptly activated the connecting heaven Gu. Whole earth Gu, once planted in the blessed land, could no longer be changed. It was the same for connecting heaven Gu. Fang Yuan's connecting heaven Gu, since it was linked to treasure yellow heaven, it could no longer be altered. Little Hu Immortal consumed a slight amount of immortal essence, and the entire body of the Gu worm grew into a round mirror and floated in the air. Reflected in the mirror was a scene of treasure yellow heaven. The grotto heaven was deserted and absolutely empty, with a lemon-like yellow color dyeing the air slightly. The grotto heaven was devoid of any mountains, vegetation, and animals which were usually found in ordinary grotto heavens. Above blessed lands were grotto heavens. The most famous grotto heaven was recorded within. It was the famous immemorial 9 heavens. Verdant great sun refined the fixed immortal travel Gu and flew up to the 9 heavens. In azure heaven, he obtained a segment of the jade-green jade bamboo. In blue heaven, he collected the 8-sided diamonds inside the star fragments. The immemorial 9 heavens consisted of white heaven, red heaven, orange heaven, yellow heaven, green heaven, azure heaven, blue heaven, purple heaven, and black heaven. But later, when Rinzu's sun caused havoc in heaven and earth, red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple, the 7 heavens were destroyed consecutively, and all that remained were white and black heavens, with the 2 alternating between day and night. The treasure yellow heaven was closely related to the yellow heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. In the medieval antiquity era, a rank 8 Gu Immortal, known as Taoist Countless Treasures, acquired a fragment of yellow heaven by chance. He fused the fragment into his grotto heaven and formed treasure yellow heaven. Treasure yellow heaven was a very unique grotto heaven. It was empty without any mountains, trees, or rivers, and there were also no birds, beasts, worms, or fish. There were only precious treasure within. There was a rank 8 Immortal Gu in treasure yellow heaven, treasure light Gu. Rank 1 to rank 3 treasure light Gu were everywhere. Rank 4 to rank 5 treasure light Gu were often held in the hands of large forces. Above rank 5, the treasure light Immortal Gu, of course, there was only one which was inside treasure yellow heaven. Treasure light Gu specialized in assessing the value of an item. The greater the value of the item, the brighter the light of the treasure light Gu. In Shangclan City, the battle stage would use the treasure light Gu to evaluate the value of their various Gu worms, and thus assess the strength of the Gu master. The main application of treasure light Gu was not merely appraisal, but it could also be used to search for treasure. The range of the treasure light Gu was small, and often had to be used in tandem with other Gu worms to boost its detection range. In the past, Taoist Countless Treasures used the immortal Gu treasure light to find countless number of treasures. As time passed, he gained his reputation and title of Countless Treasures. Little Hu Immortal continuously activated the connecting heaven Gu. The image in the mirror changed constantly, as pictures of various objects appeared. Gu worms, beast groups, variant humans, vegetation or veins, soil, water, quality wine, and other various supplies. All that could be bought was sold. Suddenly, the screen displayed a swarm of starlight firefly Gu. Master, this is sold by Star-Lord Wan Xiang. Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit used the divine sense Gu to communicate with the merchant. Starlight firefly Gu cannot reproduce. I need a large amount of ordinary starlight fireflies. Fang Yuan nodded as he said. Little Hu Immortal communicated for a while, then turned to Fang Yuan. Master, Star-Lord Wan Xiang said he's not selling. Fang Yuan was not upset, but instead chuckled. Hee, there is nothing that cannot be sold in this world. Not selling merely means the price isn't high enough. The benefits are not enough to entice them. As he spoke, he recalled the remnant recipes of a few immortal Gu. He wrote them down on a piece of cowhide, and threw it into the connecting heaven Gu. The cowhide was completely ordinary, but because it recorded the remnant recipes of Immortal Gu, it was invaluable. Once it passed through the connecting heaven Gu and arrived at treasure yellow heaven, all of the cowhide pieces showed 3 to 9 meters of treasure light. This treasure light was rainbow-colored, a beautiful mix of purple and red. It was exceptionally beautiful. Inform him that the price is negotiable. Fang Yuan gave a bright smile and informed Little Hu Immortal. He wasn't afraid of Star-Lord Wanxiang's refusal. Immortal Gu were incomparably enticing to Gu Immortals. Although they were just remnant recipes, they were still often in high demand without ample supply. Looking at those Gu Immortals who had lived for a long time and had great foundations, which one of them did not have tins of Immortal Gu remnant recipes in their hands? But these remnant recipes were rarely sold. Similar or closely related Immortal Gu remnant recipes, when combined with each other, would often allow the actual recipe to be discovered. After the Immortal Gu were refined using the recipe, no one else would be able to create them. Because of this, the Immortal Gu remnant recipes were rarely traded. Even if they were sold, it would be to exchange remnant recipes for remnant recipes. Earlier, Fang Yuan had only given the most lacking recipe that he could remember. The treasure light only glowed for 1 meter, and Star-Lord Wanxiang gave him a swarm of starlight fireflies and 2 immortal essence stones in exchange. Now, with so many secret recipes, the treasure light was at least 3 meters. Star-Lord Wanxiang had to be moved. These remnant recipes, once sent in, attracted countless gazes within treasure yellow heaven. A large number of divine senses were immediately sent over. Little Hu Immortal had to use the divine sense Gu until her little cheeks turned pale. Master, so many Gu Immortals have sent their divine senses over, asking for the price for these remnant recipes. Fang Yuan gave a laugh. Send a message over. Tell them. Each of these recipes can be sold, but they have to queue up one by one. Tell them about the starlight firefly. Demand at least 100,000. Little Hu Immortal sent her divine sense over, and immediately, someone called Fairy Yao Guang, a female Gu Immortal, said that she nurtured a large number of starlight fireflies in her blessed land and wished to exchange. Fang Yuan smiled. As expected, Star-Lord Wanxiang also changed his attitude, repeatedly approaching him with offers. A third Gu Immortal, calling himself Di Yuan, said he possessed a large number of starlight fireflies. Fang Yuan paused for a short while, and when he did not see another Gu Immortal making an offer, he could help but let out a sigh of sorrow. These starlight fireflies were immemorial creatures. By the present age, only a small amount were still around. With competitors, everything became easier. Fang Yuan stayed silent and let the 3 immortals bid against each other. This was an undisguised scheme, but how could there be any morons who cultivated to the level of Gu Immortal? The 3 immortals did not bid against each other aggressively. Instead, they negotiated properly, each offering 33,000 starlight fireflies. The 3 groups of starlight fireflies entered the connecting heaven Gu respectively, each emitting a treasure light. Among them, Fairy Yao Guang's group of fireflies emitted the most feeble light, only 3 meters in length. Di Yuan's fireflies emitted a treasure light of 5.5 meters, while Star-Lord Wanxiang's fireflies emitted the most powerful light, 7 meters in length. This was because there were many starlight firefly Gu mixed in with his group of fireflies. It seemed this Star-Lord Wanxiang nurtured a lot of starlight fireflies. I remember now, originally after the Stargate Gu appeared, Star-Lord Wanxiang acted quickly and relied on selling starlight fireflies Gu to earn a large amount of immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan suddenly recalled this bit of information. 500 years of memories contained too much information. Many details were not clear, but upon seeing this, his originally obscure memory became clearer. After the appearance of the Stargate Gu, the price of starlight firefly Gu also rose like a boat riding the tide. In the future, the treasure yellow heaven would not even sell starlight firefly swarms anymore, but only sold starlight firefly Gu. Gu worms cannot reproduce, but only ordinary insects had that capability. Immediately, Fang Yuan traded 3 recipes and obtained over 100,000 starlight fireflies. As long as he bred them carefully afterwards, Fang Yuan would be able to produce his own starlight firefly Gu and not need to pay an exorbitant price to purchase them in the future. Chapter 467. Wisdom Path. Despite having purchased over 100,000 starlight fireflies, the trade was far from over. Fang Yuan also needed to take care of the issue of feeding these insects. Starlight fireflies consume star fragment grass. I happen to have a large amount of star fragment grass on me. I can sell them to you. Star-Lord Wanxiang conveyed his thoughts using divine sense. I need the seeds as well as your farming knowledge. Let's look at the treasure light intensity first. Fang Yuan spoke through Little Hu Immortal, who relayed the information to Star-Lord Wanxiang, Fairy Yao Guang, and Di Yuan using divine sense. Soon, 3 documents entered into treasure yellow heaven. each giving off a strong treasure light. This time, instead of Star-Lord Wan Xiang, it was Fairy Yao Guang's document which had the greatest treasure light, at nearly 2 meters tall. I am most fond of growing grass. I deliberately migrated a small swarm of starlight fireflies for the production of star fragment grass. If you follow my instructions, you will definitely not suffer losses. Fairy Yao Guang conveyed with her divine sense. Fang Yuan contemplated. Originally, he had already forgotten about it. After all, in his previous life, he had had no use for and had never used the Stargate Gu. Now, through the successive reminders from Lang Yalan Spirit, connecting Heaven Gu, and Star-Lord Wan Xiang, his brain gradually began to recall more distinct memories. In his memories, once Stargate Gu came into the limelight, everything related to Starlight Firefly Gu became secret. Not a single person wanted to sell information. Now that Lang Yalan Spirit had obtained Stargate Gu's recipe, perhaps it might refine the Stargate Gu, then put it in Treasure Yellow Heaven for sale. Once the Stargate Gu is put up for sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven, getting more of such secret information will not be easy. Thinking of that, Fang Yuan made his decision. He let Little Hu Immortal transmit his thoughts. I will buy from all three of you. We'll deal using Immortal Essence Stones. The purchasing power of Immortal Essence Stones was very high. One piece of Immortal Essence Stone could purchase all 3 documents, with a quarter remaining. Fang Yuan opened the 3 documents and saw many things written on them. Star fragment grass can only be planted in the sky. It grows on clouds. Therefore, it is a good idea to use high-quality cloud soil. Star fragment grass is fond of yin energy, but loathes yang energy. Therefore, excessive sunlight can kill the star fragment grass. However, it cannot be completely derived of light. The amount it requires is about. If starlight fireflies live in the star fragment grass, it will aid in spreading the seeds and possibly increase the area that the grass can grow in as well as its quality. Among the 3 documents, Di Yuan was simple and brief, Star-Lord Wan Xiang had innovative ideas, and Fairy Yao Guang was verbose and detailed. Fang Yuan used their knowledge to make up for his shortcomings and quickly memorized everything. In an instant, he became an expert in cultivating star fragment grass. He laughed internally. With this, I will become the largest seller of starlight fireflies in the future. When the Stargate Gu becomes popular, I will make a fortune. It's time to buy liquor. Fang Yuan did not forget the need to purchase top-quality wine. He had already collected 3 kinds of top-quality wines. This was the last one left. Within Treasure Yellow Heaven, naturally, top-quality wine was sold. It was primarily used to refine Gu by Gu immortals, but it was also an excellent beverage for enjoying life. But when Fang Yuan wanted to purchase his wine, the whole of Treasure Yellow Heaven erupted, as countless divine senses were stirred up. Immortal Gu, someone is selling Immortal Gu. Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit cried out. The mirror flashed, and the image of an Immortal Gu appeared. Divine Travel Gu. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. The Immortal Gu that was being sold was exactly the one he needed, Divine Travel Gu. Someone was one step ahead of him and had already grabbed possession of the Divine Travel Gu. Sigh, after all is said and done, I was late by 1 step. Fang Yuan was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. He wanted to refine Second Aperture Gu, thus he needed Divine Travel Gu. But in 3 Kings' blessed land, due to the circumstances, he refined Divine Travel Gu into fixed Immortal Travel Gu. According to the records in, consuming 4 top-quality wines was the criteria to obtain Divine Travel Gu. Fang Yuan had been collecting wine for this purpose, but now, someone was a step ahead of him. Without Divine Travel Gu, the Second Aperture Gu would be stuck at the last step. I won't be able to complete it. Thankfully, there is still a few decades of its lifespan. All in all, it was because I was too high profile on Sancha Mountain when I refined the Gu, causing everyone to know about it. It is not strange that someone snatched it from me. Fang Yuan shrugged. He had predicted this long ago. When he used Divine Travel Gu to refine fixed Immortal Travel Gu, it was seen by a lot of Gu masters. This definitely caused a great commotion. The Gu immortals in southern border were not idiots. How could they not act? But earlier, Fang Yuan was banking on the competition between Gu immortals, that they would restrict each other and delay their progress. Thus, he was working hard to collect the wines. In life, there were always a few things that one had to work hard for despite a low chance of success so that they would not have regrets. If they did not even work for it, then it would be absolutely hopeless. Regarding matters in this world, most do not go according to one's wishes. I am used to that. But since this Divine Travel Gu was put up for transaction here, I have to take a look. There might still be a chance. Fang Yuan took it in his stride. He did not worry about losses or boast over gains. His mind was always peaceful and calm. Since Treasure Yellow Heaven was the greatest transaction market among Gu immortals, there were very rare instances where Immortal Gu were sold. These transactions were mostly using Immortal Gu to trade for Immortal Gu. But the Gu immortal who sold the Divine Travel Gu Old Man Yanshi, had a rather peculiar transaction request. I want to use this divine travel Gu to exchange for the second aperture Gu's recipe. The information in this request was too stunning, it created a lot of commotion. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, the divine senses of all sorts of Gu immortals were interacting with each other, turning the scene into chaos. Divine Travel Gu. To think that we will get to see this legendary Gu worm today. Although it is an immortal Gu, the Divine Travel Gu's ability is way too random. Back then, even Rinzu's son got into trouble using it. It will be even more dangerous for us tiny Gu immortals. But Divine Travel Gu is still an immortal Gu, keeping it with you. When you are forced into a dead end, you can use it to gamble at the moment of despair. Compared to the Divine Travel Gu, I am more interested in the second aperture Gu's recipe. That's right, I've heard of the second aperture Gu long ago, but to think the recipe really exists? A second aperture. Mortals might not understand the full value of this, but to us Gu immortals, who would not be moved? Fang Yuan had already stood up, gazing at the connecting heaven Gu in mid-air. He had the second aperture Gu's recipe, he just needed a thought to exchange for this Gu. But this old man, Yanshi, who is selling the divine travel Gu, is coming for me. He requested for the second aperture Gu's recipe, and his timing in selling this Gu was neither early nor late. He picked the exact moment when I was browsing through. Impressive. This Gu immortal is mostly likely on the immemorial wisdom path. He is adept at predictions and deductions. The fact that I had used connecting heaven Gu and was trading in Treasure Yellow Heaven was already foreseen by him. Wisdom path was a very mysterious path among Gu masters. It had been passed down since the immemorial era, but the numbers were always very small. The creator of the wisdom path was star constellation Immortal Venerable, the lord of the second generation heavenly court. She lived for 19,000 years and had the second longest lifespan among the rank 9 Gu immortals. Before she died, she deduced from the heavenly secret and obtained the information of all that happened 3 million years after her death. She found out that after her death, the heavenly court would be without a lord for a long time, causing a long period of turmoil as 3 demon venerables appear. She made 3 arrangements that dealt with each of the 3 demon venerables respectively. Next, she instructed her descendants to follow what she said to ensure that the heavenly court was peaceful for 300 years. After she died, there was a huge turmoil indeed as the era shifted, as during 3 great generations, 3 demon venerables appeared one after another. The 3 demon venerables were invincible during their times, attacking the heavenly court, but were obstructed by star constellation Immortal Venerable's plans, failing and causing the heavenly court to stay intact. Wisdom path, Gu immortal. Old man Yanshi. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, muttering. It was not a good thing to be targeted by a wisdom path Gu immortal. Wisdom path Gu immortals knew about the heavenly secret and were most skilled at making arrangements ahead of time and making predictions about the future. Often, they could scheme against people without them knowing, causing others to fall into traps unknowingly. I gathered too much attention in Southern Border and ended up attracting a wisdom path Gu immortal. In this life, I was courageous and made great progress. Charging through a dangerous cliff, I went too fast, and with just my mortal body, I gained the attention of a Gu immortal. Such a scenario was like an ant attracting the attention of an elephant. At once, Fang Yuan could almost see a pair of wise and scheming eyes piercing through the connecting heaven Gu to observe himself. The air was filled with formless pressure, but Fang Yuan's state of mind was no longer like before. He laughed with his head up high, dispelling the pressure in his heart. Good. The schemes of a wisdom path Gu immortal makes this much more interesting. Just a mere divine travel Gu. Just a mere second aperture Gu. How can that entice me? His 500 years of experience nurtured a keen instinct that was sensitive to danger. Fang Yuan had a vague feeling. This divine travel Gu was likely bait that old man Yanshi was using to attract him. Although an immortal Gu is good, my goal is eternal life. This so-called immortal Gu is merely a tool in my cultivation journey. At the same time, in Southern Border, Shangxi blessed land. An old man, wearing a black robe, gave off the eerie aura of a rank 7 Gu immortal as he sat on the cushion silently. His face was wrinkled, his eyes were dark without any white parts in them. He stared at the connecting heaven Gu in the sky, feeling the divine senses moving about inside Treasure Yellow Heaven. He was expressionless and motionless. It was old man Yanshi. Before the old man was the kneeling killer ghost Dr. Chojio. He looked at connecting heaven Gu for a long time, before showing disappointment. Supreme Master, it seems that Fang Yuan did not take the bait. Old man Yanshi smiled, not showing any annoyance. This tiny fish is interesting. He is able to let go so easily. As a mere mortal, his disposition surpasses a large number of Gu immortals. But he was too daring. He turned you into his slave and messed with us Shadow Sect. He is simply courting death. Cho Jio quickly bowed. All thanks to Supreme Master's return, otherwise, I would have suffered the fate of being a slave for life. Old man Yanshi raised his head. Little disciple, I have already altered the slavery Gu on you. I calculated that Fang Yuan would join the righteous demonic battle of Etion Mountain. At that time, you can be a spy by his side and wait for a chance to strike. Yes, Supreme Master. Go down and call your junior sister by Ningbing. Yes, this disciple takes his leave. Chapter 468. Scheme and Immortal Gu was hovering in the air, emitting quiet and exquisite light. A lemon-colored halo completely covered by Ningbing's body and sank into her aperture. Yellow-green light-colored vines had already creeped around her aperture walls, densely attached to the walls. After a moment, Old Man Yanshi took a deep breath and recalled the Immortal Gu back to his aperture. All right, I have used Everlasting Gu's ability on your aperture. You will be fine for the next 3 months. According to your cultivation speed, you must come here after 3 months to reinforce your aperture again. It has already been a long time since the Sancha Mountain battle. Bai Ningbing's aptitude had already recovered to 100%, restoring one of the 10 extreme aptitudes, Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique. 100% primeval essence emitted an extremely great pressure on her aperture. If not for Old Man Yanshi using Everlasting Gu to reinforce her aperture, Bai Ningbing would not have survived till now. Although Old Man Yanshi was her life-saving benefactor, Bai Ningbing did not feel any gratitude. Instead, she stood upright with an ice-cold demeanor. After Old Man Yanshi took away the Immortal Gu, she opened her blue eyes, her gaze cold and her expression indifferent. She was no more the novice, greenhorn kid from back then. By traveling alongside Fang Yuan, she had learned many things. Old Man Yanshi had taken the initiative to look for her after knowing about her, through Chojio, clearly to make use of her. Her joining Shadow Sect was also no more than a transaction. Old Man Yanshi smiled warmly. Bai Ningbing, as long as you sincerely pledge allegiance to Shadow Sect and make a new sea oath, I will turn you back to a male. No need. You are helping me to suppress my aperture, so I am joining Shadow Sect temporarily to help you deal with Fang Yuan and obtain fixed immortal travel Gu from him. This is nothing more than a fair transaction. As for my male body, I will personally retrieve it. Only then can it be spectacular. How could I, Bai Ningbing, do something like relying on others? Bai Ningbing then turned around and left. Only when she exited the secret room did Bai Ningbing's ice-cold expression loosen up, her brows furrowed, and her gaze turned cold. She did not like this rank 7 wisdom path Gu immortal Old Man Yanshi. She always felt he had a hidden motive. Although the other was a Gu immortal, Bai Ningbing had never feared death. As a person who was not afraid of death, why would she be afraid of Gu immortals? However, they had the same objective. Both of them wanted to deal with Fang Yuan, so Bai Ningbing agreed to this transaction and joined Shadow Sect temporarily. Fang Yuan. When she thought of him, Bai Ningbing could not help thinking back to the scene at Three Kings' Blessed Land. Under countless people's eyes, Fang Yuan flew towards heaven and with a mortal body, refined in Immortal Gu. Shortly after, Three Kings' Blessed Land collapsed, and everyone fell into chaos as they hurried to leave Sancha Mountain. Winds of assimilation blew and wiped out the whole Sancha Mountain until it was a barren land. Little Beast King's name was talked by countless people and soon spread to the whole southern border crazily. Fang Yuan disappeared, and Gu Immortals gave orders to all their forces to look for him. Bai Ningbing, who had traveled together with him, naturally became a target all great forces chased after. Whether it was righteous path or demonic path, they all wanted to get her. If not for Wei Yang's sense of brotherhood and thus intentionally let go of Bai Ningbing, as well as her meeting Chojio while gravely injured, Bai Ningbing would have been a captive somewhere already. After Chojio healed her injuries, he made a proposal to her to join Shadow Sect and deal with Fang Yuan together. After Bai Ningbing's scheme against Fang Yuan failed, she was even confident of her guess that Fang Yuan had a prediction Gu, and when she heard behind Chojio was a similar predictive wisdom path Gu immortal, she could not help but be moved. Although she did not fear death, she was truly not resigned to losing her life like that and letting Fang Yuan live. It would be her greatest defeat and was too lackluster. Thus, she agreed to Chojio's request and temporarily joined Shadow Sect, making an oath in front of the Immortal Gu, Sea Oath Gu, with Old Man Yanshi and Chojio. She was free to leave and regain her freedom once they killed Fang Yuan. At the same time, Shadow Sect cannot directly or indirectly make a move against her. When Bai Ningbing's receding figure disappeared, Old Man Yanshi's expression slowly turned dark. Bai Ningbing had a demonic nature, causing even this wisdom path Gu immortal Old Man Yanshi to find it hard to control her. This kid has no care for laws and morality, and is only joining hands with me because of the situation. She is absolutely not someone who will stay under others for long. Old man Yinshi's gaze was extremely profound. But it is not important. I have planned for so many years in my quest for immortality. Why would I be afraid of the tiny ripples that this little fish can create? Umph. Old man Yinshi coldly snorted and turned his gaze to connecting Heaven Gu's screen. Right at this time, a divine sense was transmitted to him. I have second aperture Gu's recipe here. I want to exchange with your divine travel Gu. The owner of the divine sense called himself Fang Yuan Old Immortal. Old man Yinshi laughed heartily. The fish has taken the bait. Who said this bait could only lure Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan was only a small fish. Fang Yuan land spirit was the true big fish. Fang Yuan blessed land is rumored to have stored countless recipes. It has dropped from a grotto heaven to a blessed land, and in the present age, it can be said to be the #1 blessed land. Even more importantly, this blessed land has a lot of immortal Gu as well. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus is at the top. I must obtain it. Old man Yinshi's eyes flickered with a burning light filled with avarice. He had been scheming since a long, long time ago. In actual fact, the second aperture Gu recipe that Fang Yuan blessed land had was intentionally due to his planning. With Fang Yuan land spirit's love for collecting recipes and refining Gu, he would definitely want to refine second aperture Gu. Now I have to wait for a good opportunity. Old man Yinshi sneered at the side while sending out his divine sense to accept Fang Yuan land spirit's offer and began their transaction at Treasure Yellow Heaven. Divine travel Gu came out from the mirror. Even if the connecting Heaven Gu's ability had been amplified by many other Gu, it still caused the connecting Heaven Gu to be filled with cracks, and after several breaths, completely collapsed. Fang Yuan land spirit did not care about this connecting Heaven Gu. There were still many connecting Heaven Gu left in the blessed land. The land spirit looked at divine travel Gu with a burning gaze and laughed heartily. I had already wanted to refine second aperture Gu. This is really too good. He took out another connecting Heaven Gu on the spot and connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven, looking for Gu refinement materials without restraint. An easy prey. Old man Yinshi laughed heartily as he looked at this scene through connecting Heaven Gu. A heavyweight transaction relating to immortal Gu naturally would be noticed by many Gu immortals. Fang Yuan was also paying attention. Who bought the divine travel Gu? Fang Yuan's gaze flashed and immediately asked Little Hu Immortal. It is Fang Yuan Old Immortal. Little Hu Immortal replied with clear voice. Fang Yuan land spirit. Just like what I expected. Fang Yuan slightly narrowed his eyes before concentrating on connecting Heaven Gu again. After a moment, he discovered Fang Yuan land spirit wantonly buying Gu refinement materials. His eyes flashed with rays of cold light. So many Gu immortals are dumping precious Gu refinement materials to Fang Yuan land spirit. This is clearly a trap. The land spirits have wisdom, but their obsessions are much deeper and can be easily exploited by Gu immortals. Wait a second, Fang Yuan's thoughts suddenly shook. The immortals selling the Gu refinement materials were Metal Path, Gu Immortal Tai Jiazi, Soul Path, Gu Immortal Wang Gan Yang, Wood Path, Gu Immortal Fairy Tan Xiang, Enslavement Path, Gu Immortal Great Immortal Shui Xiong. These names were familiar. Weren't they the Gu immortals who participated in the second wave of attacks against Fang Yuan blessed land? For a moment, Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with sharp light. He became aware of an enormous scheme that had not been recorded in the history. So it was like this. In my past life, Fang Yuan blessed land endured 6 waves of attack before finally collapsing in the 7th wave. So there were manipulators behind the scene. They were hatching a sinister plot. Before, Fang Yuan was only an audience, but now that he was involved, he discovered this truth. This old man Yinshi's purpose in selling divine travel Gu is not just to aim at me. His bigger target is Fang Yuan blessed land. Out of the 7 waves of attack, how many did he organize? If he is Southern Borders Gu Immortal, then why would these Northern Plains Gu Immortals listen to his arrangements? Is he indirectly making use of them, or did he give them a direct order? No doubt, the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal old man Yinshi had organized a group of immortals. Just this information created a formless pressure. Fang Yuan did not know right now that this organization was the shadow sect he had heard before, but this did not hinder him from guessing the strength and the mystery of this organization. An organization that spanned across Southern Border and Northern Plains. How big would it be? But Fang Yuan had never heard of such an organization, even in the 500 years of his past life. How mysterious was this organization? Of course, all these speculations are based on the foundation that old man Yinshi is a Gu immortal of Southern Border. Maybe it is all just a coincidence. Let me think again. Did old man Yinshi plan the first wave of attack? As for the next waves of attack, did he have a hand in them? As for the 7th wave, it was Heavenly Court's move. That was absolutely not something old man Yinshi could control. Fang Yuan was certain of this. Heavenly Court was high above others. It originated from Central Continent and had a formidable background. It was not something an immortal of southern border could interfere in. Among the 5 great regions, since ancient times till now, the greatest Gu immortal organization was only the Heavenly Court. Heavenly Courts might made people feel suffocation. Only rank 8 and rank 9 Gu immortals could establish their presence there. This point could be judged from the conclusion. After the Heavenly Court made their move, they left after taking away all the recipes in Lang Ye blessed land. Where was Old Man Yanshur at that time in my previous life? Old Man Yanshur was a mysterious character who had hidden in the depths of the history. Behind him was a mysterious organization that had influence in both Northern Plains and Southern Border, 2 great regions. Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, a mysterious organization, Heavenly Court. The path to immortality is truly fraught with danger at every step. When I burst through these obstacles, how great would I feel? The higher the difficulty and stronger the enemies, the more fighting spirit Fang Yuan would have. The path he was walking on was destined to be a lonely one from the start, destined to make an enemy of the world. Heavenly Court and the mysterious organization were like 2 giant beasts blocking this path. At the same time, this dark path was filled with thorns, traps, and schemes. This was an incomparably difficult path, and no one had been able to reach the end since ancient times. Fang Yuan, however, was fighting by himself, marching by himself, and waging war by himself. The source of all his motivation was the simplest, most insatiable, most sneered at, and most incomprehensible dream. A seemingly unrealistic dream about eternal life. Whether he could succeed or not, Fang Yuan had never considered it. He only knew that even if he failed and died, he would have no regrets. Today, through a transaction, he discovered the whirlpool that had been hidden in the shadows. Then he looked at the prospects of his own path, which was filled with incomparable darkness, incomparable danger, and dead ends at almost every step. Since there is no path to walk on, I shall carve out my own path. Fang Yuan smiled, his gaze containing a profound light, and his disordered thoughts all tidied up as he once again concentrated on connecting Heaven Gu. It was time to buy Relic Gu. Chapter 469. Living Chess Relic Gu can directly increase the foundation of the aperture, raising a Gu Master's cultivation realm. From rank 1 to 5, they were green copper, red steel, white silver, yellow gold, and purple crystal Relic Gu. Relic Gu were mortal Gu. There were no rank 6 and above Immortal Gu for it. Among them, green copper, red steel, and white silver Relic Gu were widely sold in the market. As for yellow gold and purple crystal Relic Gu, because they affected the battle strength of rank 4 and 5 Gu Masters and could influence the status of many forces, they were restricted and controlled by large organizations and were hardly sold in the market. But in Treasure Yellow Heaven, yellow gold and purple crystal Relic Gu were available. Gu Immortals could not raise their cultivation through purple crystal Relic Gu, but they were still very rare Gu. Because not only could these 2 Gu be used to rank cultivation, they were used to refine Immortal Gu as well. In Immortal Gu recipes, they were often used as important catalysts. Other than refinement, if a Gu Immortal had descendants, they would collect many Relic Gu for their clans or juniors to use. Thus in Treasure Yellow Heaven, although rank 1 to 3 Relic Gu were sold in batches, there were few rank 4 yellow gold Relic Gu, and even less purple gold Relic Gu. Yellow gold, purple crystal Relic Gu, these were widely used in Immortal Gu recipes. When Fang Yuan refined the spring Autumn Cicada and the second aperture Gu, he used them in the process. In fact, even the Immortal Gu Blood Deity's remnant recipe also required large amounts of Relic Gu. But because Immortal Gu were involved, prices of Relic Gu were always sky high. Even so, this situation was way better than the Mortal Realm's restrict control. Fang Yuan immediately bought 3 purple crystal Relic Gu and spent a great sum to buy an immediate success Gu. This Gu was much more expensive than purple crystal Relic Gu because it could raise the success rate of Gu refinement. Thereafter, Fang Yuan bought a large number of low-rank Gu and refinement materials, preparing to refine rank 5 breath concealment Gu and others. Although Treasure Yellow Heaven could inspect the treasure light, just the height of the light could not detect whether the Gu worm had been tampered with. Thus, it is not very safe, and Fang Yuan decided to refine the Gu himself to be safe. Selling all the remnant recipes in his hand and buying large amounts of resources, after deducting Treasure Yellow Heaven's processing fee, Fang Yuan had 28 pieces of Immortal Essence Stones left in his possession. Of course, he could repeatedly sell these Immortal Gu remnant recipes, but their corresponding treasure light would decrease. Only after an amount of time would the treasure light recover. Transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven heavily depended on the treasure light. The stronger the light, the higher the price. When the treasure light weakened, the sale price would fall as well. After all, the value of remnant recipes drop when more people know about them. If he continued to sell them, Fang Yuan's earning will decrease. and the Gu Immortals who bought them earlier would feel that they suffered a loss. Waiting for a period of time before selling it again benefited both parties. The seller sells at the original price, while buyers gain a lot of precious time to research on the recipe. After all, Immortal Gu were unique once they were created. This way, the most precious recipes I have left are Spring Autumn Cicada, Second Aperture Gu, and the remnant recipe of Blood Deity. As for the other recipes, I can sell them again, but only in a few months. This time obviously referred to the 5 regions time. As for the other recipes like using Divine Travel Gu to refine, fixed Immortal Travel Gu were known by all. There would be no light if it was placed into Treasure Yellow Heaven. Rockmen, I have to provide them to Immortal Crane Sect. This is to make sure Immortal Crane Sect does not find out the truth, so that I can relieve our tensions and stall for time. Now that Dang Hun Mountain was dying, the production of Guts Gu were decreasing. The number of rockmen in each transaction had been dropping, as Immortal Crane Sect's patience was running thin. They would fight eventually, but Fang Yuan had to stall for as much time as he could. But thankfully, they would only think that I was defending who Immortal blessed land from the inside, and was a trapped fish. They would never expect me to have gone to Northern Plains, and was even able to return. Even that old man Yen sure would not see this coming. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were skilled at deductions and predictions, but they could not gain information out of nothing. They had to use all sorts of clues and traces to track back to the source and make their deductions. Fang Yuan's vital Gu was Spring Autumn Cicada. His greatest advantage was rebirth. With 500 years of memories, he had Stargate Gu, Moving Perspective Cup Gu. All these were Gu worms that were more advanced than the current 5 regions by a generation. I can't sell remnant recipes for the time being, and the rockmen have to be supplied to Immortal Crane Sect, but I have other things to sell. Fang Yuan had a plan long ago. This item was none other than soil. The soil in Treasure Yellow Heaven were all rare goods, like cloud soil, rotten soil, salt soil, etc. Many blessed land produced soil, and they would sell it inside Treasure Yellow Heaven to exchange for what they needed with other Gu masters. The soil Fang Yuan wanted to sell was not ordinary either. It was the gruel mud. Back then, when the earthly calamity struck and Dang Hun Mountain was damaged, polluted by the ability of Immortal Gu gruel mud, the entire mountain started to turn into rotten mud. But in this world, fortune and misfortune came together. Although Dang Hun Mountain rocks were turned into mud, they contained the gruel mud Immortal Gu's power. In Gu Immortal's eyes, this was a must-have ingredient when refining the gruel mud Immortal Gu. As expected, after Fang Yuan placed it into Treasure Yellow Heaven, a large amount of attention was garnered. What day is it today? So many good things are on sale. Gruel mud. This is the real gruel mud. I can feel the intense Immortal Gu aura from it. It is a pity I do not have the gruel mud Immortal Gu's recipe. I have no use for this mud. The divine senses of the Gu Immortals were moving about, as many sent their divine senses to compete for the item. I need the gruel mud Immortal Gu's recipe. I will not exchange it for anything else. Under Fang Yuan's orders, Little Hu Immortal sent her divine sense over. This strict request caused the Gu Immortals to scoff. Using a pile of mud to exchange for an Immortal Gu's recipe? You are way too greedy. The gruel mud Immortal Gu is a one-time consumable Gu. The recipe is evidently more important than Gu worm itself. You have the face to say you want to exchange it for the recipe? This is too unrealistic. I advise you to change your condition, otherwise, this pile of mud will stay in Treasure Yellow Heaven without a buyer forever. But Little Hu Immortal quickly said, I am not requesting for the complete Immortal recipe. Whoever has the remnant recipe with the highest treasure light will get this. The Gu Immortals stopped talking, starting to observe this. Soon, a Gu Immortal took out a remnant recipe, and the treasure light was about 4 meters. This was not up to Fang Yuan standards. He stared at the mirror and laughed, instructing Little Hu Immortal. As long as the other Gu Immortals each took out a remnant recipe, we will add 1 gene of gruel mud. Yes, master. Little Hu Immortal replied quickly. In Hu Immortal blessed land, there was a lot of gruel mud. From start to end, all the gruel mud were cleared out of Dang Hun Mountain by Little Hu Immortal, but they did not throw it out of the blessed land, instead transferring it to the west area. After these years, through the conversion of the gruel mud inside the blessed land, there was a swamp forming slowly. The former disaster was now a resource. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, the Gu Immortals' divine senses were in a commotion. With the addition of every remnant recipe, Little Hu Immortal would add a gene of gruel mud. Such an act was telling others clearly, we have a ton of it here. All the remnant recipes were added in one by one, as the treasure light intensified. From the 4 meters, it had already rose to about 6 meters and was still increasing. Fang Yuan looked for a while, and his smile became wider. His soul was from Earth. His marketing skills far surpassed this world. On Earth, enterprises boomed, while in Treasure Yellow Heaven, immortal essence stones could barely be used as the currency of trade. Most transactions were done using the primitive bartering method. Fang Yuan's method was a form of increasing his exposure. It attracted many Gu immortals to sell the remnant recipe of the gruel mud Immortal Gu. Of course, this was only a tiny trick. Next, Fang Yuan instructed little Hu Immortal to handle the other matters one by one. It is about time. I have to go now. Fang Yuan was counting the time. Dividing the time he spent in Hu Immortal blessed land by 5 was the amount of time that had passed in Northern Plains. Master, goodbye. You have to come back often, okay? Little Hu Immortal brought Fang Yuan to the west area of the blessed land, and under the radiance of the starlight Firefly Gu, it activated the Stargate Gu once again. Fang Yuan was carrying many refinement materials, as well as low-rank Gu worms as he stepped into the Stargate. Not long after, he stepped out of the other Stargate, back to the Crescent Lake in Northern Plains. As he had calculated, it was currently near dawn, as the sun was rising, the first ray of sunlight shining on the land. The light breeze caused small ripples along the surface of the lake. The air was refreshing. There was dew on the grass near him, and there were bird groups gathering on the surface of the lake, spreading their wings like they were dancing. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. His heart was overjoyed. Snatching Ma Hongyun's fortune by force, Fang Yuan obtained Langya land spirits' help this time. In Langya blessed land, he used one of the chances to obtain the Stargate Gu and others. After that, he returned to Hu Immortal blessed land and used connecting Heaven Gu to settle the problem of the lack of resources. But after this, all my stagnating chess pieces have room for further development. The entire chessboard is alive once more. As the sky turned bright, Fang Yuan returned to Gu tribe camp under the wolf group's accompaniment. I am going to refine Gu and close cultivation. Nobody is to disturb me. He gave his orders as he locked himself inside the lizard house, starting his Gu refinement. Regardless of where the Gu refinement materials came from, the Gu worms created belong to the region it is born in. That is to say, although the materials in Fang Yuan's hands came from Central Continent, as long as he refined them inside Northern Plains, all of them will be Northern Plains Gu and would not be suppressed here. The first Gu he was going to refine was the Moving Perspective Cup Gu. Moving Perspective Cup Gu was rank 5. The set that was refined in Hu Immortal blessed land was about to break. It could only be used one more time. After visiting Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fang Yuan had the resources now. He was obviously going to refine another set of Moving Perspective Cup Gu. At the same time, in Crescent Lake, Yin tribe's 9 Gu masters were traveling quickly on their hump wolves. Stop, there are wolf footprints here. Yin tribe leader stopped his wolf. Looking at the large number of footprints in front of him, he expressed great shock. So many wolves, this is a myriad wolf group, the other Gu masters exclaimed. Gu tribe camp is not too far away. Do you think this myriad wolf group is heading towards them? Not good. Look at these footprints. There are poison beard wolves, wind wolves, as well as turtleback wolves and night wolves, and so on. Wild wolf groups only live among themselves. A mix of so many wolves only means that they are being controlled by a Gu master. Yin tribe leader pondered. Gu tribe was once a large-sized tribe, but now that they were forced to migrate, they are no longer as great as before. They have no way of feeding such a huge wolf group. Most likely, this wolf group belongs to a demonic Gu master. Our objective this time is to seek reinforcements from Gu tribe. Let's go see what happens first. If Gu tribe faces trouble, we will retreat quietly. If we can do them a cheap favor, we will help them encircle the wolves. Yes, Lord Tribe Leader. Everyone shouted. Go, let's go to Gu tribe. The hump wolves moved again, bringing these people towards Gu tribe camp. Chapter 470, Water Demon Halt. The patrolling Gu tribe Gu master saw the Yin tribe Gu masters and shouted. Yin tribe Gu masters stopped their hump wolves, as an elder spoke. The person beside me is Yin tribe leader Lord Yin Tianji. We are here to visit Gu tribe leader. Yin tribe? Gu tribe Gu master's expression changed. That's right. Our main tent is about 100 li away. Please wait here, lords. According to Northern Plains time, Gu tribe had just reached Crescent Lake and had set up camp for just a day. Gu tribe camp was still busy constructing their homes. Lord, the wolf group footprints all entered Gu tribe camp. A tribe elder said softly at Yin tribe leader, Yin Tianji. Yin Tianji nodded, his gaze turning firm. To think this enslavement path Gu master is from Gu tribe. It seems we came to the right place. This is a strong aid in dealing with water demon Hao Ji Lu. But Gu tribe might not necessarily help us. A tribe elder was worried. Yin Tianji sneered, acting as if he had Gu tribe dancing in the palm of his hands. Humph. Gu tribe wants to attend the heroes' assembly. My daughter is Lu Wenwu's fiancé. If I use Lu tribe's name to ask for reinforcements, can this tiny Gu tribe refuse? Saying so, the newly constructed camp gates opened, as Gu tribe's new leader Gu Guang came out with the band of elders. Yin tribe leader has come personally. It is our honor. Please follow me to the main tent. Gu Guang invited him enthusiastically. Why is he only a rank 3 Gu master? Sensing Gu Guang's cultivation, the Yin tribesmen showed contempt. Bringing the Yin tribesmen into the camp for a banquet, after they had some wine, Yin tribe leader gazed at his elder. The elder quickly said, "To speak the truth, good tribe leader, we are here today to ask for help from your tribe." Help? The elder continued. That's right. Our tribe's big missy Yin Chui heir was kidnapped by Hao Ji Lu. This person is unscrupulous and shameless, hiding in Crescent Lake and extorting our tribe. He is a water path Gu master. He has great battle strength when fighting underwater. Our tribe's few attempts at saving her failed. This time, we would like to ask for Gu tribe's help. Hao Ji Lu? You mean that water demon Hao Ji Lu? Gu Guang thought of this person and his expression changed. This person was a rank 4 upper stage Gu master. He walked the water path and his vile name was famous in Northern Plains. He was a devious and scheming demon. Gu Guang frowned deeply. After thinking about it, he rejected. Members of the demonic faction deserves to be brought to justice. As a member of the righteous faction, Gu tribe should help out, but right now, we do not have the ability to do so. My father had died in battle. I was tasked to be the tribe leader immediately after. We have already suffered great losses. We have no strength left to exterminate the water demon. Why? Gu tribe leader is unwilling to help. Hearing Gu Guang's words, Yin tribe elder's expression sank. An elder sneered. Gu tribe leader, you are too young. You do not know certain things, let me tell you. Our tribe's big missy Yin Chui heir had been engaged to Lu Wenwu. Her status is Lu Wenwu's fiancée. If you do not help us save her, when Lu tribe pursues the matter, you will not be able to explain yourselves. Gu Guang's expression changed. There were a few super tribes in Northern Plains. Among them were He tribe and Lu tribe. Lu tribe's third young master Lu Wenwu was an expert in both the brush and sword. He had outstanding talent and high aspirations. This time, he brought his supporters from his tribe and separated from Lu tribe, trying to create his own tribe from scratch. He was one of the few most famous competitors for the throne of the imperial court. Lu Wenwu had a huge force. Yin Chui heir was his fiancée. If Gu tribe did not save her, Lu Wenwu would definitely find trouble with them during the Heroes' Assembly. But now Gu tribe was in dire straits themselves. They had just lost a lot of high-rank Gu masters. If they fought the water demon, they would have to shoulder a great loss. Gu Guang thought about his tribe's benefits and did not wish to make enemies with the water demon for no reason. But if they did nothing, it might attract Lu Wenwu's animosity. Gu Guang was very troubled. Yin tribe leader saw Gu Guang's hesitation and laughed. The righteous path had always stuck together. I believe that Gu tribe would not leave us in the lurch. Gu tribe has outstanding strength. You do not need to conceal it. When we came, we found a large number of wolf footprints. As long as Gu tribe mobilizes your enslavement path Gu master, we are willing to pay 3,000 primeval stones in advance. Gu Guang was secretly furious. Just 3,000 primeval stones. Were they giving loose change to a beggar? He controlled his anger and laughed bitterly. You might not know, this enslavement path Gu master is not a member of Gu tribe. I cannot command him. He is Lord Changshan. Changshan. Yin tribe leader was stunned, thinking that this name was very familiar. Gu Guang then told him what he knew about Fang Yuan's origins and identity. Yin tribe's gang were overjoyed at hearing the news. Changshan, he is alive. I remember now, he is someone from my generation. He was once famous throughout Northern Plains, a highly acclaimed genius enslavement path Gu master. This is great. Even heaven is helping us. Chang tribe had already submitted to young master Lu Wenwu. If we tell Changshan our request, he will definitely help. Yin tribe leader was candid. Tribe leader Gu Guang, lead the way. Gu Guang laughed bitterly. If I can bring you to him, I would have done it long ago. Lord Changshan returned this morning and announced he was going into closed cultivation to refine Gu. If we interrupt him, I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Yin tribe leader stood up. Changshan is from the same generation as me. I've heard of him long ago. Chang tribe and Yin tribe are already under young master Lu Wenwu. We are on the same side. Young master Lu Wenwu is Changshan master. Furthermore, this matter is so important. It is no big deal even if we interrupt his Gu refinement. Bring me there. This, Gu Guang hesitated. Yin tribe leader's expression turned stiff. Gu tribe leader, do not stall for time. If we are too late and my daughter faces mortal danger, when young master Lu Wenwu blames you, Gu Guang gritted his teeth, conceding. All right, I will bring you there. Water demon Hao Ji Lu? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, looking at these Yin tribe Gu masters. Brother Chong, you have been asleep for 20 years, you might not know this. This water demon was a rising star from the younger generation. After receiving a mysterious opportunity, he is already rank 4 upper stage at 35 years old. Yin tribe leader explained. Fang Yuan nodded, exclaiming. Northern Plains is huge. There are countless heroes and conquerors. Since Yin tribe is asking with their life on the line, I shall make this trip. The expression of Yin tribe's gang changed. What was Chang Shanin saying? What life on the life? It sounded like they were very feeble and defenseless. Lord Chang Shanin, why are you lauding the spirit of the enemy and belittling that of our own? That water demon is scheming, hiding inside Crescent Lake while holding our big Missy hostage. That is why we cannot take him down. An elder was indignant. Lord Chang Shanin, your Chang tribe has already submitted to young Master Lu Wenwu. This is your opportunity. Another elder spoke as if he was thinking for Fang Yuan's benefit. Yin tribe leader smiled lightly. Brother Chang, with your help this time, what can a mere water demon amount to? Fang Yuan snickered. By logic or emotion, I should help out. I will battle alongside all of you. Yin tribe was overjoyed. Good, let us set off now. Yin tribe's old man, I want 10 million primeval stones, and that backwater battle goo. Did you bring them? Water demon stood at the edge of Crescent Lake as he looked at the people with caution. Of course I brought it. Where's my daughter? Yin Tianji said, taking out 2 goo. One was a rank 5 storage goo, the other was backwater battle goo. Backwater battle goo was a rank 5 goo. It could greatly boost the power of water path goo worms. It was very precious with no market supply. Seeing these 2 goo, water demon's gaze became heated. He had a young appearance. His face was pale as he had broad shoulders and a thin waist. He was handsome and had a carefree disposition. His sideburns were already turning white, giving him a mature aura. Return my daughter, and I will pass you what you want. Now I want to see my daughter first. Yin Tianji said solemnly. Water demon snorted, snapping his fingers. Swoosh. In the lake water behind him, waves started moving as a giant fan shell appeared from under the water. This fan shell was as big as an elephant. The surface was shiny. As the 2 sides of the shell opened, a young girl could be seen inside. The young girl was tied up tightly. Her mouth was gagged. When she saw Yin tribe leader, she was so agitated that tears were flowing on her face as she struggled. Water demon snorted. You've seen your daughter. Now hand over the goo. Don't try anything funny. Your daughter is in my hands. If anything happens to her, how will you account to Lu Wenwu? Damn it. Despicable scum. Fight me fair and square if you have the guts. Yin tribe elders gritted their teeth. Yin tribe leader's expression was calm as water as he tossed 2 goo towards water demon. Water demon received it carefully. He did not use his hand to grab it, but instead let the 2 goo fall onto the ground. You did not do anything fishy to these goo worms, right? Water demon squinted, looking at Yin Tianji sharply. Yin Tianji's expression was livid. Humph, go ahead and refine it. Water demon snickered. Step back by 30 steps. Yin tribe's gang had no choice but to comply. Water demon stared at the Yin tribe goo masters before squatting down and picking up the 2 goo worms. He first inspected them and found no problems with them. Next, he carefully started refining the backwater battle goo. Backwater battle goo had Yin Tianji's will. As he cooperated with Water demon, it allowed him to refine the backwater battle goo easily. Water demon chuckled. Very good, Yin Tianji, you are very tactful. Next, I will inspect the primeval stones. If the amount of correct, I will return your precious daughter to you. Don't worry, I do not wish to be enemies with Lu Wenwu. Your daughter is still a virgin. I did not even touch her hands. HMP. Yin Tianji snorted, not saying a word. He willed and aided Water demon in refining the storage goo. Water demon's mind entered the goo as he saw a large amount of primeval stones, unable to control his joy as it showed on his face. But at this time, from among these primeval stones, a goo flew out and crashed onto him at breakneck speed. Rank 4, Immobilization Goo. Strike, Yin Tianji shouted, and the elders surrounded Water demon quickly. Oh no, Water demon was grabbing the storage goo. As he was unable to move, he watched himself get surrounded helplessly. Water demon, today will be your death date. Fang Yuan rode the hump wolf as he and a large group of wolves emerged from a nearby woodland. Chapter 471. Wolf King, are you crazy? Kill, Yin Tianji shouted. In an instant, Yin tribe's goo masters starting attacking, using an assortment of moves. Water flow, starfire, white bone, firebird, all sorts of attacks were unleashed and targeted Water demon. Bright rainbow color lights soon shone on Water demon's face. These attacks were eye-catching and dazzling. They were like fireworks in the night sky, beautiful and lethal. Water demon was in a dangerous situation, but he did not dodge or evade. Instead, he showed a cold smile. In his eyes, a piercing eerie light burst out. The light was shining brightly as it stunned a Yin tribe elder in front of Water demon. This Yin tribe elder grimaced as he felt his vision blurring. This was Water demon, activating the rank 3 sight blow goo. His gaze had a strong attack and could bypass defensive measures, directly attacking the goo master's soul. Yin tribe elder who was attacked took 3 steps back, trying to regain his composure. A mere rank 3 sight blow Gu could only be used as a surprise attack. It caused little damage to Yin tribe elder. It could not change this dangerous situation around for Water Demon. But Water Demon's lips curled into a cold smile. He activated his rank for yellow gold primeval essence, injecting it into one of the Gu in his aperture. Rank 4, location swap Gu. Swoosh. With a light sound, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's body vanished and reappeared at Yin tribe elder's location. As an exchange, the Yin tribe elder who was attacked appeared at his original location. Oh no, quickly stop. Yin tribe's Gu masters shouted. Such a change caught them off guard. They were greatly shocked. They wanted to hold back on their attacks, but the attacks were already formed. They could not be stopped. That Yin tribe elder was scared out of his wits. He frantically activated his defensive Gu, but this Gu only lasted for half a breath's time before dying. Academy elder. Yin tribe leader Yin Tianji shouted, seeing his tribesmen dying in front of him, engulfed by the assortment of attacks, beaten to a pulp. Ha ha ha, great. It seems that Yin tribe Gu masters are all dumb pigs. You actually killed yourselves. Ha ha ha. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu laughed as he raised his head, saying in a mocking tone, Water Demon, Yin tribe will be enemies with you for all eternity. Hao Ji Lu, I will tear your tendons apart to relieve this anger in me. Tear this demon to shreds. Yin tribe Gu masters shouted angrily, their necks turning red from agitation. But even though they shouted loudly, none of them attacked. Water Demon had a rank 4 location swap Gu. This was beyond their expectations. Rank 4 location swap Gu was a unique movement Gu. One had to make contact with the other party in order to swap locations. But the use of the Gu worm not only depended on suitability, but also its compatibility with other Gu worms. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu used the rank 3 sight blow Gu together with the location swap Gu. As long as his gaze attack works, it means he made contact with the other party, and he could use the location swap Gu using this exploit. Hao Ji Lu had such a Gu worm. He was not afraid of fighting a crowd. This was why he dared to challenge the entire Yin tribe higher-ups, kidnapping Yin tribe's big Missy Yin Chui'er and extorting Yin tribe. Although there were many Yin tribe Gu masters, the academy elder just died in front of them. Everyone was lost and did not have any confidence at the moment. Water Demon, so what if you have location swap Gu? This Gu causes intense primeval essence expenditure. How many times can you still use it? I'll tell you. We invited the righteous hero Wolf King Changshan Yin who had just returned. You are now surrounded by the wolf group. There is nowhere to run. At the crucial moment, Yin Tianji stood up. His words were like a tranquilizer that stabilized the people. Wolf King Changshan Yin. Hao Ji Lu's gaze concentrated on Fang Yuan who was sitting on his wolf. Fang Yuan had a broad shoulder and thin waist. His gaze was sharp and divine. He rode the hump wolf as he was surrounded by wolves, like he was standing at the top of a mountain. Although he was silent, he gave Hao Ji Lu a strong sense of pressure. Wolf King Changshan Yin, I have heard of your name since I was young. You are not dead. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu concentrated on guarding against the Yin tribe Gu masters as he tried probing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a little more than 300 steps away from Water Demon. He observed him from far away with a plain expression. Water Demon's heart shook. Although the sight blow Gu had a wide attack range and could attack anyone who could be seen with his eyes, the further the distance, the weaker the attack would be. A distance of 300 steps was the limit of the sight blow Gu, and it had zero threat once the target was further than 300 steps away. Fang Yuan's location made Water Demon very uncomfortable. This was a very peculiar distance. If Water Demon moved a step out, he could hit Fang Yuan, but it felt like Fang Yuan was trying to trick him into doing so. Hao Ji Lu's heart felt greater pressure. If this person really is Changshan Yin, I cannot use the sight blow Gu to attack him. Sight-based attacks compete the souls of both Gu masters. As an enslavement path Gu master, his soul is definitely extremely strong. Are you really Changshan Yin? What evidence do you have? Humph. Your Yin tribe randomly brought one person to impersonate the Wolf King. Do you think I am a fool? Hao Ji Lu purposely snorted. Yin Tianji laughed coldly. Water Demon, you really failed to recognize Mount Tai. Is the Wolf King so easy to impersonate? When we battle later, you will feel the Wolf King's true power. Lord Changshan Yin, it is up to you. Kill this Water Demon. Get rid of a great threat to the people. The other Yin tribe elders shouted, trying to make Fang Yuan fight for them. Fang Yuan sat on the wolf back, looking around. When he saw that his wolf group was at their planned location and encircled this battlefield completely, he knew the time was ripe. His lips curled, revealing a cold and callous smile. He nodded slightly, the killing intent surging in his eyes. Indeed, you reminded me. It is time to strike. As he said that, the wolves howled as they opened their bloodthirsty mouths, flashing their sharp claws and teeth as they charged relentlessly. In an instant, 10,000 wolves attacked, and starting killing the Gu masters. The Grand Army caused everyone's expressions to change. Changshan, what are you doing? How can you attack us? Yin Tianji shouted furiously, while feeling shocked and suspicious. Quickly stop. We are on the same side. Wolf King, are you crazy? You dare to attack us? Our Yin tribe and your Chang tribe had already submitted to young Master Lu Wenwu. The other elders blocked the wolves as they shouted frantically. That is exactly why I am dealing with you all. Go in peace. I will send the Chang tribesmen to accompany you soon enough. Fang Yuan said hatefully, his face distorting into a maniacal expression. Soon after, he shouted, Humph, I swore long ago. I will take revenge for what happened back then one by one. Back then, when Changshan fought Hatu Gu and the bandits alone, Chang tribe did not send a single person to help him. There were hidden reasons after all. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu felt his heart jump as he thought of something. He did not expect such a huge change. He dodged the wolves' attacks as he shouted anxiously, Wolf King, I do not wish to be your enemy. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, right? Fang Yuan gave him a cold glance, saying lightly, Look at you jumping all over the place. You are simply like a flea. Just die together with them. Chapter 472, Power of the Enslavement Path. What? Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was furious. Ever since he started traveling the world, no one had dared to make such remarks about him or showed such contempt. Wolf King, you are too arrogant. Today, I shall make you pay the price for it. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu roared furiously and pushed forward with his palms. Rank 4 Waterfall Gu. His primeval essence poured crazily into the Gu, causing water vapor to fill the air. Then with a rumbling sound, an enormous water stream appeared out of nowhere. The water stream was incomparably fast, just like a waterfall crashing down from a high altitude. The light silver rapid stream brought with it an intense chilly might as it fiercely struck the wolf group. In an instant, over 1,000 wolves died or were injured. The rapid stream spread far away, thoroughly clearing the area around Hao Ji Lu. At the same time, Yin tribe's Gu masters jointly activated a Gu worm. This was a rank 5 wind barrier Gu, and when activated, it formed an enormous wind. The wind was silky and brought with it some green threads as it surrounded everyone. The wolf group's assault was all blocked by the formless wind. The wild Gu on many wolf kings attacked the wind barrier, but it was like a pebble falling into a sea as the attacks vanished without trace. How can this be? On Crescent Lake, Yin Chui'er, who was taken as a hostage, looked at the intense battle on the lakeside with a dumbfounded look. She had never expected the situation would develop in such a way. She, who had been the main reason of the fight previously, was now a spectator instead. Hump wolves retreated, pulling distance from Fang Yuan and Water Demon Hao Ji Lu. Idiots! Fang Yuan sneered as he looked at Water Demon Hao Ji Lu charging over, approaching closer, and Yin tribesmen who were in a defensive formation. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu and Yin tribe leader Yin Tianji were 2 rank 4 Gu masters. Moreover, there were also Yin tribe's higher-ups, a dozen or so rank 3 Gu masters. Their strength could be said to be truly formidable. However, an enslavement path Gu master's strength was the ability to fight an army alone. Back then, Changshan led his wolf group and battled higher realm experts, not only killing rank 5 Gu master Hatu Gu, but even exterminating Hatu Gu's group of valiant generals. How? Because he was an enslavement path Gu master. At present, the wolf group with Fang Yuan had already taken shape to form a decent size. The wolf group scale had reached 30,000 and above. Not only did it contain 100 wolf kings and some 1,000 wolf kings, there was also a night wolf myriad beast king and a young mutated beast white eyes wolf. This scale might not even be half the size of the wolf group Changshan had at his peak period, but it was already enough to annihilate 2 to 3 Gu tribes. And right now, Fang Yuan only had to deal with just 20 or so Gu masters. It was like using an ox cleaver to kill a chicken. Sure enough, after some time, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was gasping and his momentum gradually stopped. He felt exhausted. Damn it. Such troublesome wolf manipulation skills. There are only some 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's gaze towards Fang Yuan had already changed right now. It was not that he had not fought enslavement path Gu masters, but how could those enslavement path Gu masters he had fought before compare to Fang Yuan? Is this the wolf king's wolf manipulation skills? Being in it is like falling into a deep swamp. You sink deeper and deeper. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's heart turned cold as he kept on warding off the wolf group's assault. He divided a bit of concentration to look into his aperture and grumbled. That intense charge and the activation of many powerful abilities to clear the path had caused his primeval essence to be expended intensely. Now there was less than half his total primeval essence left. Once the primeval essence was at the point of exhaustion, a Gu master's battle strength would start plummeting to the abyss. Hao Ji Lu had no choice but to exercise restraint once he considered this to be a long battle. Like this, his momentum thoroughly disappeared, and he was firmly surrounded by the wolf group. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, a rank 4 Gu master who uses water path Gu worms, has great offense and is an expert at fighting one against many. He roamed all over northern plains since his early years and has committed many crimes, gaining a bad reputation. After capturing Yin Shui Air and successfully extorting Yin tribe, he then went on to participate in the Heroes' Assembly, offering Yin Shui Air to He Lulan. He Lulan was joyous and gave him great status. After entering Wang Ting blessed land and making great merits, Hao Ji Lu became He Lulan's number 3 general. Fang Yuan recalled the relevant memories, his gaze flickering faintly. In his past life, this Hao Ji Lu was also able to make a name for himself, and after living actively for 89 years, he was killed by Changshan Yin. Great offense usually means a huge consumption of primeval essence. Hao Ji Lu is nothing to worry about anymore, and right now, he should be secretly making an escape path for himself. He is good at escaping in water. It will not be easy to make him stay today. After all, there are not many water wolves with me. But my main target is not him, but Yin tribe's Gu masters. Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards the Yin tribesmen. Yin tribe's Gu masters were experts in defense and were famous for it in northern plains. These Gu masters sure enough defended extremely well. Their rank 5 wind barrier Gu was simply like a tortoise shell, firmly protecting everyone within it. Oomph. These Yin tribesmen are really naive. They still have the intention to protect their energy and watch from the sidelines when they are trapped. No wonder. History said Yin Tianji was extremely conservative, lacking initiative. Even though they want to stall for time, this is also exactly what I want. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly and intentionally slowed down the wolf group's offense. As time passed, Hao Ji Lu and the Yin tribesmen's primeval essence were also being depleted. Suddenly, a large group of shadows emerged from the woods. Lord Changshan Yin, we have arrived. Gu tribe's current tribe leader Gu Guang arrived with Gu tribe's Gu masters behind him. You came quite fast. Fang Yuan indifferently glanced at him with a profound meaning. Gu Guang seemed to be pierced by the profound light in Fang Yuan's eyes as he unconsciously lowered his head and thought with reverence. This is the true heroic nature of the Wolf King. I didn't think I would see it today. Yes, after receiving Lord's letter, we immediately hurried over. People need to repay favors. Lord, you have helped our Gu tribe time and again. Lord's hatred is our Gu tribe's hatred too. Gu Guang immediately answered. It would not have been good for Fang Yuan to make a move at Gu tribe camp. Thus, he agreed to Yin tribe on the surface. After gathering all the wolves, he used a Gu worm to send a letter when they were halfway to the lake. When Gu Guang received the letter and read it, his face was immediately filled with shock and horror. Lord Changshan Yin wants to attack the whole Yin tribe? He could not help but cry out on the spot. Stabilizing his emotions, he continued reading and saw Fang Yuan's reason for it. It turned out that back then, Changshan Yin's mother had been secretly poisoned, and Changshan Yin entered deep into poison grassland to search for the Gu worm that could detoxify the poison. On his way, he was ambushed by Hatu Gu and his group of experts. The whole matter was a sinister plot. It was due to internal conflict in Chang tribe and a move to suppress Changshan Yin. In Fang Yuan's past life, after Changshan Yin was saved by Ma Hongyun, he did not return to his tribe but instead joined Ma Hongyun. It was also because of this reason. Later, after Changshan Yin helped Ma Hongyun ascend to the position of Lord of the Imperial Court, he targeted Chang tribe, getting rid of all the Chang tribe higher-ups. He then became Chang tribe leader and took revenge for what happened back then. Now, Fang Yuan was using this reason to deal with Yin tribe and persuade Gu Guang. Gu tribe originally had ties of friendship with Chang tribe. When old Gu tribe leader had first met Fang Yuan, he had said that his second daughter was married in Chang tribe. But after Gu Guang read the letter, he immediately made a decision to stand with Fang Yuan. Gu Guang, you have matured. Gu tribe will prosper under your rule. Fang Yuan lightly commented while sitting on a wolf, then waved his hand. You don't need to move in this battle. It will be enough for you guys to make a tight encirclement. Remember that every Yin tribe elder that we block means a higher chance of success when we attack Yin tribe camp. Yes, Junior shall listen to Wolf King's instruction. Gu Guang agreed and brought the group of Gu masters to outside the battlefield, forming an encirclement formation. Seeing Gu tribe Gu masters coming over to reinforce Fang Yuan, Yin tribe Gu masters were shocked and furious. Gu Guang, you despicable, shameless scoundrel. A Yin tribe elder shouted furiously. Gu tribe, you have made a wrong decision. Making our Yin tribe your enemy means you are going against young Master Lu Wenwu. None of you will have a good end. Another elder cursed. Gu Guang sneered, his heart filled with disdain. Bringing out Lu tribe's name when their death was imminent, was there any use? We cannot wait any longer. We need to charge and break through. Yin tribe elders realized the severity of the situation as they shouted with ashen expressions. Go! Yin tribesmen charged together, attempting to carve out a blood path. Pillfire Gu, Gold Silkworm Gu, Frost Breath Gu, Snowball Gu, Tornado Gu, Thunderclap Gu, Fireclaw Gu, and other Gu were activated one after another. Fire and snow continually shot out. Golden Silkworm turned into a light ray and charged. Blue Frost Breath was breathed out. Tornado caused havoc. Thunder rumbled in all directions. Flames formed into claws and attacked. Under this fierce assault from Yin tribe's Gu masters, Fang Yuan's wolf group suffered heavy injuries, but they moved forward unceasingly, coming waves after waves disregarding their death. These Gu masters might be experts among mortals, formed from rank 3 and rank 4, but so what? Fang Yuan maneuvered the wolf group while sitting on a wolf. He had Wolfman Soul, which made it a lot easier for him to maneuver these wolf group than when he had 100-man Soul. It was as smooth as a wolf king personally commandeering them. Fang Yuan's expression did not change at the sight of the wolves dying like flies. He remained aloof and indifferent. These wolves were only ordinary wild beasts. If they died, then so be it. There was no heartache over it. Instead, using them as cannon fodder to wear down these Gu masters' primeval essence would be a great beneficial deal. The weakness of these Yin tribe Gu masters was their low numbers. Although they were experts, they lacked subordinates to share the pressure of the battlefield. The battle was already in Fang Yuan's control and was moving in his intended direction. They simply did not have time to calm down and recover their primeval essence. Terrifying, there is actually such a fearsome wolf manipulation skill in this world. A Yin tribe's elder said with ashen face. Could it be that we are going to die like this? The aura of death was already pouncing upon them. Chang Shanin, by killing us, are you not afraid young Master Lu and Wu would take revenge? An elder was hoping to pressure Fang Yuan. Charge, don't stop. Yin Tianji shouted. His voice had already become hoarse and his primeval essence was less than half of his total amount. Chapter 473, Righteous Path Hero, It is Time. Fang Yuan willed. As the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King brought over a dozen Night Wolf 1,000 Beast Kings and entered the battle, blocking the Yin tribe Gu masters. Under the wolf group's attacks, Yin tribes suffered their first death. Wolf Howl Gu. Fang Yuan howled at the sky, crying like a wolf as his voice spread far and wide, increasing the wolf group's battle strength. Wolf Smoke Gu. Immediately after, he emitted dense smoke that engulfed the battlefield, healing the wolves' injuries. Yin tribe were shocked. Water demon Hao Ji Lu's face became pale and white. Earlier, Fang Yuan merely dispatched his wolves. Now that he joined in, he turned to advantage into a victory. Tens of hateful, frightened, furious, and icy gazes shot towards Fang Yuan. Under everyone's stare, Fang Yuan smiled lightly as he moved backwards with the hump wolf, pulling some distance from Yin tribe's gang. To prevent the beheading the leader tactic, Fang Yuan had many wolves around him. He even had a white-eyes wolf. Although it had not matured yet, it still surpassed ordinary 100 wolf kings in terms of battle strength. Seeing Fang Yuan's movement, the Trap Gu masters felt their hearts sinking as their spirits dampened. They had a feeling of being captured by a demon and had no way to escape. Time continued to pass. Yin tribe Gu masters seemed to have fallen into a swamp as they sank deeper as they struggled. Fang Yuan had used cannon fodder wolves earlier to expend their primeval essence. The effect was starting to show. Yin tribe elders died in battle one by one, as a sad and angry atmosphere took over the battlefield. Chang Shanin, I will not let you off even as a ghost. An elder screamed, cursing before his death. But this curse only made Fang Yuan scoff coldly in his heart. You have no chance to be a ghost. Your soul will become fertilizer for Dang Hun Mountain. Wolf King, fight me alone if you dare. Yin tribe's battle hall elder screamed. Come, you coward, you chicken. He tried to provoke Fang Yuan, using the last drop of his primeval essence to charge at Fang Yuan for the final time. Fang Yuan looked at him expressionlessly. As he willed, the wolves charged over like a wave and ripped the battle hall elder to shreds even before he got near. As the wolves dispersed, his broken corpse remained on the ground. His bones were showing as blood poured out. His furious eyes were staring wide towards the air. Battle hall elder, Yin Tianji growled. His body was trembling. With the sacrifice of each elder, an intense pain assaulted his heart every time. He was turning numb from the anguish. Chang Shanin, you will die a painful death. In spite of being a righteous hero, you actually assaulted your comrades. You will not have a good ending. Young Master Lu and Wu will take revenge for us. Yin Tianji's face was full of hatred, his expression twisting into an ugly sight. If it was possible, he would love to eat Fang Yuan's flesh and drink his blood. Humph. The curses of a loser is just like the whimpering of a dog before death. entrusting your hopes of revenge to others. That is a weakling's mentality. Fang Yuan evaluated coldly before waving his hand, as the night wolf myriad beast king burst out like a dark lightning, sending Yin Tianji flying. Yin Tianji's primeval essence was expended. After this blow, almost all his bones were broken. He was like a kite with its strings cut, flying far away and drawing an arc of red blood in the air. When he landed, his entire body was smashed as he no longer breathed. Lord Guguang led a band of elders as he hurried over. Wolf King is mighty. After this battle, Yin tribe's higher-ups were all exterminated. There was only one rank 3 elder left in Yin tribe camp. The letter Gu that Yin Tianji sent out was obstructed by us. Yin tribe has no idea what just happened now. It is a good time to assault them. Gu tribe's battle hall elder shouted. It is a pity that water demon Hao Ji Lu escaped. Lord Wolf King, do you think we should chase after water demon or take down Yin tribe camp? Guguang asked. Fang Yuan smiled indifferently. Of course we attack Yin tribe camp. A clam Gu spun its body as it dived in Crescent Lake rapidly. Swoosh. The clam drilled out of the water surface as its shells opened, shoot out 2 people who were inside. They were a male and a female. The male was water demon Hao Ji Lu, and the female was Yin tribe's big missy Yin Chui Air. Huff huff huff. Hao Ji Lu's breathed roughly as he looked behind with lingering fear. He only relaxed after seeing there was no one chasing him. This was a floating island on Crescent Lake. When Hao Ji Lu was scouting the area, he chose this as his third route to escape. Wolf King Changshan. Hao Ji Lu muttered this name in his heart. Hatred, anguish, fear, and shock were flashing in his eyes as he showed a complex expression. Until now, he had never faced such a huge loss. With rank 4 upper stage cultivation, he could roam northern plains freely. But today, he met Fang Yuan and felt an unprecedented weakness, helplessness, and loneliness. This is the strength of an enslavement path Gu master? This is not even his peak condition. Back then, Changshan could kill Hatu Gu, who was a realm higher than him, and exterminate the entire group of bandits. How great was his strength back then? Hao Ji Lu thought about this as he felt difficulty in breathing. Fang Yuan's wolf manipulation skills made him think of Jiang Baoya, Yang Pering, and Ma Zun. It seems that among the first-rate enslavement masters in northern plains, they would no longer be just 3 people, but it would be a contest among 4. Luckily, he did not have many water wolves with him, otherwise I would be dead meat today. Thinking of the dangerous scene when he escaped for his life, Hao Ji Lu felt a great fear. But why do I have the feeling that Changshan purposely gave me a way out? Hao Ji Lu was a vigilant person. When he recalled the scene, he felt a sense of suspicion. A pity that Yin tribe's higher-ups were all killed by Changshan. I can no longer extort them. But forget about that. I have already obtained Backwater Battle Gu. This trip was a success. Now, I should follow my original plan and escort this Yin tribe missy to young Master He Lulan as a gift. Thinking so, Hao Ji Lu's eyes shone with brilliance. The 10-year blizzard of northern plains. It was a huge challenge even for lone traveling demonic Gu masters. But with the lack of resources, Hao Ji Lu wanted to use the hero's assembly to join a certain force. If he was lucky enough to enter the imperial court, not only will Hao Ji Lu keep his life, his cultivation would even go a step further. There were a few favorite candidates in this contest to be the lord of the imperial court. Hao Ji Lu thought about it and decided to bet on the most popular person, young Master He Lulan. He Lulan's lecherous nature was known to all. If Hao Ji Lu gave Yin Chui Air to him, he would be handsomely rewarded. Yin Chui Air was not only beautiful like a flower, she also had a special identity, the fiancée of young Master Lu Wenwu. And Lu Wenwu was one of He Lulan's fiercest competitors in this contest for the imperial court. Making your archenemy's fiancé part of your harem. This was an irresistible temptation to He Lulan. If Yin tribe was still around, this gift would be extremely importantly. Unfortunately, after Wolf King killed Yin tribe's higher-ups, he would definitely deal with Yin tribe. Thinking of this, Hao Ji Lu gave a mocking gaze at the dazed Yin Chui Air, whistling. He made fun of her. Little beauty, you have to thank me. If I did not save you, you would have died in the hands of Changshan. Yin Chui Air's thick brows moved as she seemed to have woken up from a nightmare. What do you mean? What meaning is there? Changshan killed your father and all the elders with him. He will definitely take over Yin tribe. The wolf group must be on their way to Yin tribe camp already. You were a young missy, but now, you're going to be alone soon. No way. Yin Chui Air shook her head. Her expression was pale. She tried her best to deny it, but her logic told her that Hao Ji Lu's conjecture was accurate. Changshan is a great righteous hero. How could he do something like this? She refused to face such a cruel reality. Her tears fell like pearls as they flowed down her cheeks, onto the ground. The crying of a beauty, the weeping of a lady, it was a painful scene. Righteous hero? How Ji Lu sneered. Sometimes, righteous heroes are more terrifying than us demonic path cultivators. I only kidnapped you and extorted your tribe, but when Changshanin strikes, he would destroy and devour your tribe. The worst thing is, he has a proper reason to do so, claiming he is taking revenge. He is the ultimate victor. Once Yin tribe is gone, who can rebuke him? This is the truth of this dog's hit world. Yin Shui was in shock as she listened. Suddenly she kneeled on the ground as she grabbed Hao Ji Lu's pants, begging, "Please, please save my Yin tribe. My father's letter Gu were all blocked. Yin tribe is without a leader now, and have no clue what is coming. They don't know the danger waiting for them." The world was wondrous and cruel. Yin Shui had never thought that one day, she would kneel down on the ground and beg the enemy she had hated the most. "My father is dead. I am Yin tribe's next leader. Hao Ji Lu, help me, send a letter from me and inform them. As long as Yin tribe remains, I am Yin tribe leader. I can decide on this and make you Yin tribe's external elder. All of our resources will be yours to use." Yin Shui gave her side of the deal. The words made water demon Hao Ji Lu's heart jump. External elder? Yin tribe's resources? It was a good suggestion, but when Fang Yuan's figure appeared in Hao Ji Lu's mind, he shuddered. You dare to tempt me?" His expression changed as he gave Yin Shui a tight slap. Yin Shui grabbed her face as her tears fell, completely stunned by this as she looked at Hao Ji Lu blankly. "Don't worry, I have already found a good partner for you." Hao Ji Lu laughed as he grabbed Yin Shui, tossing her into the clam goo. The large clam shells closed as Hao Ji Lu stepped on the water surface, giving the shore one last look. At Yin tribe camp's position, there were huge fires as smoke rose into the air. Yin tribe is finished. Hao Ji Lu was gloating, but he also felt a chill in his heart. This world worked on the survival of the fittest. There is one mountain higher than a mountain, and a person stronger than another person. Yin tribe was a huge force to him, but to Changshanin, it was just a plump, juicy meat. In the following competition for the Imperial Court, Northern Plains will definitely be shook as heroes and conquerors arise. I wonder how many people will lose their lives. Hao Ji Lu sighed and exclaimed as he traveled west on the large clam. Chapter 474. Surrender in the fire of war that spread everywhere. The wolf group surged forward with craze. The attack on Yin tribe camp had already lasted for 4 hours. Yin tribe's Gu masters were experts at defense, but because of the successful ambush and there being no leader, the Yin tribe camp was already ruined beyond recognition by now. There were broken walls everywhere along with human and wolf corpses. "Brothers, hold on. We need to hold on." In the center of the camp, the remaining forces of Yin tribe stubbornly resisted. However, the wolf group surged forward with no end, and the whole defense line was already on the verge of collapse. Kill these invaders. Despicable Gu tribe. I curse your entire clan to perish." Besides these curses, there were also the weeping of the old and feeble, the women and the children. Seeing their family and friends behind them, the already exhausted Yin tribesmen squeezed out every bit of strength they could muster. In their hearts, a thought kept them going, telling them to hold up their defense, that they must defend. Behind them were their wives, children, and their parents. If they could not resist, then all their relatives would end up in the wolves' mouths. Suddenly, 1,000 Wolf King broke through the battle line and charged into the depths of the formation. "No, careful, get away." The Gu masters at the front line roared with fury in their eyes, but it was already too late for them to rescue anyone. They could only stare as the 1,000 Wolf King opened its bloody mouth and started slaughtering the old, feeble, women, and children. "Bastard, you are looking for death." At this time, a seriously injured Gu master who was lying on the ground with just one hand and one leg remaining, jumped up with a strength that God knew where it came from and threw himself into the wolf's mouth. The 1,000 Wolf King bit his waist and almost severed him into two. The Gu master foamed from his mouth and gave a desperate yet satisfied smile. He fiercely clenched the wolf's head and roared, "Evil beast, die with me." With that, he self-destructed, blood splashed everywhere, and the 1,000 Beast King also died with him. The encircling Gu tribesmen all saw this scene. Someone sighed. "Yin tribe's sons are so brave." Fang Yuan lightly nodded. Although Yin tribe did not show initiative, they were experts at defense and were extremely united. In this invasion, the number of wolves that died were truly beyond his original estimation. However, Fang Yuan did not feel any pain and snorted. What is the use even if they were to be more brave? Those defeated usually have no hope of reprieve. This is the cruelty of the struggle for imperial court. "Okay, this is enough. Go ask them to surrender." These words caused the Gu tribe's Gu masters to feel a chill. If they were ever to be defeated, their tribe would be at the same state as the Yin tribe before them. However, when their gaze landed on Fang Yuan, their heart relaxed. "With the Wolf King beside us, Our Gu tribe has a great tree to lean on. We still need to rely on the Wolf King to lead us. The intense and fierce battlefield gradually quietened. The wolf group stopped their offense and slowly retreated, opening up a path. A Gu tribe elder moved through the path and appeared before Yin tribesmen. Yin tribesmen, surrender. The Gu tribe elder shouted loudly. Northern Plains elites are those who can adapt to circumstances. Bullshit. I shall never surrender to you shameless sneak attackers. Come, just cut my head off. Yin tribe's descendants would rather die than surrender. Some Gu masters roared furiously, but there were also some whose gaze loosened and showed hesitation. The Gu tribe elder sneered. If you don't surrender, we won't lose anything in killing you all. But shouldn't you consider your wives and children behind you? They will die a cruel death just because of your stubborn resistance. You will be the ones who harmed them. These words caused the Yin tribe's remnant forces to quieten. The chilly wind blew across everyone's faces. Those Yin tribe's Gu masters who had been roaring furiously had a sluggish expression now. They looked back and their expressions turned soft. Only the Yin tribe elder felt extreme hatred towards Gu tribe's psychological tactics when he sensed everyone's fighting spirit crumbling. However, this discontent, when it reached his mouth, turned into a sigh. Under everyone's gazes, he walked forward and said forcibly, "Our Yin tribe surrenders. Lord Elder." Yin tribe's Gu masters shouted one after another. Some couldn't believe it, some wept with grief, and some felt relieved. At the same time, Gu tribe's Gu masters also rejoiced. Victory, victory. The situation is set. We have annexed Yin tribe. They were both at the same place, but their situation was as different as cloud was from mud. Gather the troops and clean up the battlefield. Gu Guang also had a joy he could hardly contain on his face. Considering their strength, Gu tribe was below Yin tribe, but they were able to swallow this big force in one move. As long as we digest these war spoils, our Gu tribe's strength will increase by 3 times, even surpassing the strength we had back at Hongyan Valley. This is all thanks to Lord Chang Shanin. Gu Guang could not help looking at Fang Yuan when he thought of this. Truthfully, Gu Guang had hesitated when he received Fang Yuan's letter. But this hesitation was only for an instant before it turned into resolution. The fact had proved his choice was a correct one. If I had refused the Wolf King back then, I'm afraid our Gu tribe would have had the same ending as the Yin tribe. Gu Guang's reverence towards Fang Yuan deepened by another level. Fang Yuan sized up the whole Yin tribe camp from above the hump wolf. There were broken debris everywhere. Fire still lingered, corpses littered the place, and blood dyed the ground red. All the Yin tribesmen who were hiding were searched and arrested. Yin tribe's Gu masters were tied with manacles and leg irons, their Gu worms seized, and their primeval essence locked as they were taken as captives and were strictly watched. Fang Yuan's expression was tranquil. He had seen such situations many times. In the great battle of 5 regions in his previous life, the situation had been much more bitter and terrifying than this. Yin tribe is annihilated. Next is the heroes' assembly. Before this, I need to return to Immortal blessed land. I also need to go to Lang Ya blessed land once, if my luck is good. 3 days later, it was a night where many stars filled the sky. Fang Yuan led the wolf group and came upon a remote area. He first used Moving Perspective Cup Gu to communicate with Little Hu Immortal, then used Stargate Gu to return back to Hu Immortal blessed land. This time, thousands of wolves entered with him. These wolves were either injured or old with weak battle strength. Ordinary enslavement path, Gu master's only choice, in this case, would be to sacrifice them as cannon fodder in battle to stop them from consuming more rations. However, Fang Yuan possessed a blessed land, and thus had a better option. That was to breed them. These wild wolves can reproduce at the blessed land, and several months later, they should be able to give birth to wolf cubs. Fang Yuan moved this wolf group to the western part of the blessed land. In this world, the wild beasts' ability to reproduce were very strong, adding on to the Hu Immortal blessed land's 6 times faster time flow than northern plains. Fang Yuan's troops would from now on be self-replenished. With this, Hu Immortal blessed land's western part became the wolf group's farming land. The northern part was almost completely cut off by Fang Yuan. Eastern part was covered with dark clouds along with tens of lakes, which filled the air with moisture, and the southern part was the Stoneman's homeland. In the center was Dang Hun Mountain, which was gradually dying after being struck by Moonlight Gu. Master, I have already settled down the starlight worms according to your instructions. Come take a look. Little Hu Immortal was extremely happy at seeing Fang Yuan again, and dragged Fang Yuan to the eastern part of the blessed land. Master, look up. Little Hu Immortal said with a delicate voice. Fang Yuan looked up at the sky, and saw a large expanse of light blue color clouds. Threads of starlight shone down like a dreamy gauze and shook gently with the breeze. The scene was very beautiful, as if it was carved out of a painting. Fang Yuan looked carefully and discovered these clouds were not originally blue color, but rather a large number of star fragment grass were planted on them. Star fragment grass were deep blue in color, and starlight fireflies fluttered among the grass, shining with specks of light. Moreover, among the starlight fireflies were starlight firefly Gu that blossomed with true starlight radiance. Not bad, Fang Yuan evaluated. Little Hu Immortal immediately squinted her eyes in happiness, rubbing her small head against Fang Yuan's hand, and said with her delicate voice, "Master, pat me." Fang Yuan lightly smiled and rubbed Little Hu Immortal's head. Little Hu Immortal's long snowy tail immediately curled. The two furry ears on her head also lowered gently, and her face reddened in happiness. Fang Yuan had bought many star fragment grass from Treasure Yellow Heaven. However, the grass was extremely peculiar and could not be planted on any mortal soil, only on clouds. When they had transacted, Fairy Yao Guang had suggested Fang Yuan to buy cloud soil to raise star fragment grass. But Fang Yuan did not take her suggestion because there were enormous scale of dark clouds in Hu Immortal blessed land. These dark clouds were created from the water and fire collision when Fang Yuan eradicated the earthly calamities effects. The dark clouds did not dissipate and covered the eastern part of Hu Immortal blessed land, and was a problem that was neither big nor small. It had been obstructing light for a long time and was affecting the whole eastern part's ecology. However, now, Fang Yuan used it to plant star fragment grass and turned this calamity into fortune. Not only was it making use of trash, but it also saved Fang Yuan a lot of expenses in buying large amounts of cloud soil. At present, large plots of star fragment grass were already growing on the dark clouds. The starlight firefly worms lived among them, filling the whole eastern land with beautiful starlight. As long as I properly cultivate these star fragment grass, there will be guarantee in the reproduction of the starlight firefly worms. In future, there will be much more starlight firefly Gu to use. If the cultivation raises to an optimum level and there is a surplus of starlight firefly Gu, I can put them at Treasure Yellow Heaven to sell. In the Battle of 5 Great Regions, starlight firefly worms will be one of the Gu worms with most demand. Fang Yuan slightly looked forward to the beautiful future before returning to Dang Hun Mountain with Little Hu Immortal. Standing at the peak of the mountain, he grabbed the soul burial toad Gu. When he besieged Yin tribe's higher-ups and during the whole process of attacking Yin tribe camp, he had been using the soul burial toad to collect the souls on the battlefield. He released all the souls from the soul burial toad. These pitiful souls had just exited when they were shaken up by the mystical power of Dang Hun Mountain and were turned into the purest nutrient, nourishing the whole Dang Hun Mountain. Tomorrow, Dang Hun Mountain will again be filled with guts Gu. Fang Yuan nodded his head with satisfaction. Gathering large numbers of souls was one of the reasons why he killed Yin tribe. Tonight, it is time for me to break through to rank 5. Fang Yuan's cultivation did not receive any suppression when he got back to Hu Immortal blessed land. He was at true rank. For peak stage, he had already stayed at rank 4 peak stage for a long time, and with his current A-grade aptitude, it was time to challenge the boundaries of rank 5 realm. Chapter 475, Soaring Cultivation Rumble. The 90% primeval sea in the aperture surged with high waves, and true gold primeval essence shone brightly on the aperture walls. The aperture walls were also extraordinary, sparkling and clear like crystals, containing life force in them. This was the crystal membrane of rank 4 peak stage realm. Waves continually surged, reaching towards the sky. Then, they crashed towards the crystal membrane wave after waves. At first, the crystal membrane was like the reef of a sea, being unmovable. But it gradually became unable to endure the fierce waves and cracks started appearing. As time passed, bigger cracks appeared. The primeval sea slowly reduced, while the crystal membrane was full of cracks and appeared extremely fragile. However, there was still a little distance left from breakthrough. Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged on the bed with both his eyes closed, and almost all his attention was on the aperture. He possessed 90% aptitude, which was classified as a grade, and also had very deep accumulation. He could break through to rank 5 realm just by relying on his own strength. Right now, there was about 20% left of the primeval sea. The sea waves had also weakened and was getting to the point of being tranquil. But suddenly, as if it was accumulating its strength, a huge wave erupted out of the true gold primeval sea. This wave was fierce and majestic, surpassing any of the waves from before. It was like a tsunami, soaring up and then fiercely smashing towards the aperture walls. Boom! A soft sound echoed, and the aperture walls were finally unable to bear the pressure. They were smashed into pieces by this enormous wave. The shattered fragments of the crystal aperture walls were like a broken ice mountain, and as they fell into the sea, they turned into pure essence before slowly melting down. After a while, the fragments on the crystal walls had all fallen down, leaving behind a light membrane that covered everything. The light membrane was dazzling with very powerful aura, far surpassing the rank 4 peak stage crystal wall. This was the appearance of a true rank 5 initial stage. Following it, a trace of light purple primeval essence appeared in the depths of the sea. Rank 1 Gu Masters had green copper primeval essence. Rank 2 had red iron primeval essence. Rank 3 had white silver primeval essence. Rank 4 had yellow gold primeval essence. And rank 5 was purple crystal primeval essence. Although it was only a thread of light purple, it was a qualitative difference. From now on, Fang Yuan's primeval essence would be light purple primeval essence. Since my rebirth, I have wandered around everywhere, drifting miserably. Yet now I am finally a rank 5 Gu Master. Inside Danghun Palace, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes and sighed with joy. Rank 5 Gu Masters were the lords in this mortal world, the true peak stage. Those who could cultivate to this stage were not even 1 in 10,000. If it were others, they might have already become wild with joy. However, Fang Yuan had already experienced this in his previous life. Right now, rather than ecstasy, what he felt was joy towards his future prospects. Compared to my previous life, being able to enter rank 5 at such a young age is truly a success. Fang Yuan was only 30 and so at present, cultivating to rank 5 at this age was a performance that would only be seen in the absolute top geniuses of the 5 great regions. But rank 5 is not my end point, it is only a starting point. Next, I need to once again advance to Gu Immortal. Those genius Gu Masters would feel some hesitation when they talked about charging to Gu Immortal realm. However, Fang Yuan had his previous life's experiences, thus he had plenty of confidence in advancing to Gu Immortal realm. After becoming a Gu Immortal, the deadly crisis from Spring Autumn Cicada can be completely resolved. Fang Yuan looked at Spring Autumn Cicada. Since this rebirth, Spring Autumn Cicada had fallen into deep hibernation, continually absorbing the water from River of Time and recuperating. Right now, it had already mostly recovered and a faint pressure was filling Fang Yuan's aperture. For a long time now, Spring Autumn Cicada was like a guillotine hovering above Fang Yuan's neck. As time passed, this enormous guillotine would move closer towards his neck. Spring Autumn Cicada gave Fang Yuan an enormous death threat, forcing him to risk dangers and do everything he could to advance his cultivation. Only by reaching the rank 6 Gu Immortal realm could Fang Yuan's aperture be able to store Spring Autumn Cicada. At that time, Fang Yuan would have more freedom and leisure and not be so repressed like now. Light purple primeval essence continually appeared in the aperture, settling down below the remaining gold primeval essence. Fang Yuan gathered his concentration and slowly stood up, walking out of this secret room and into another room. There were several large vats in this room. There was green liquid in the vats, and a purple crystal relic Gu was floating on each liquid. There were 6 purple crystal relic Gu. Most of them had been purchased by Fang Yuan or Little Hu Immortal from Treasure Yellow Heaven. Purple crystal relic Gu could raise a rank 5 Gu Master's cultivation. Fang Yuan had paid a considerable price for them. Fang Yuan only required 3 purple crystal relic Gu to raise his cultivation to the peak stage. But right now, he looked at the vats with various liquids. One vat had muddy green liquid. Another had a mixture of green and yellow, and the purple crystal relic Gu on 2 of the vats had tiny purple black hair growing out of them. The remaining 2 vats had clear green liquid with no change. Fang Yuan snorted. Most of these 6 purple crystal relic Gu had been tampered with. With his 500 years of experience, Fang Yuan was able to conjecture something wrong with these relic Gu. Among the purple crystal relic Gu in these 6 vats of green liquid, only 2 could be used. Fang Yuan immediately took out the 2 purple crystal relic Gu from the clear green liquid and used them. Using 2 relic Gu, Fang Yuan's cultivation immediately rose to rank 5 upper stage realm. Fang Yuan again took out 2 purple crystal relic Gu whose bodies were filled with tiny hairs and repeatedly used them. The 2 relic Gu's strength combined and was able to raise his cultivation to rank 5 peak stage. In a short period of time, Fang Yuan advanced from rank 5 initial stage to rank 5 peak stage, completing an enormous jump. Moreover, relic Gu had no side effects and would not cause his foundation to weaken. Gu Master's cultivation was extremely focused on resources. As long as there were enough resources, cultivation could make rapid progress. Theoretically, as long as one had sufficient relic Gu, a Gu Master's cultivation could advance in a lightning speed. But in reality, extremely few Gu Masters did this. One reason was that relic Gu could only raise a Gu Master's cultivation by a small realm. Every great realm required the Gu Masters to break through by themselves. It was extremely easy to raise cultivation with enough relic Gu, but this would instead cause normal Gu Masters to be reliant on them, and breaking through a great realm would become much harder. Second, higher realm did not represent everything. To survive in this cruel world, one still needed planning, wisdom, opportunity, experience, and training. A sudden increase in strength without the knowledge to control, it was like an infant brandishing a broadsword. They could injure somebody and injure themselves. Third, relic Gu were extremely expensive. Few Gu masters could enjoy advancing so lavishly. Even if a Gu immortal's descendants could enjoy such treatment, their elders would not allow them to be so spoiled. Finally, there was an even more important point, and that was aptitude. Without good aptitude, relic Gu would have no use even if there were more of it. Fang Yuan could smoothly advance to rank 5. Because of his experience and also the great help from a great aptitude, Fang Yuan might be the only one who could use relic Gu like this repeatedly to sharply raise his cultivation. If it were other rank 5 Gu masters, even if they were geniuses from the Shang House clan, they would still have to follow the prescribed order. After all, a Gu master's cultivation still required long training of Gu worms. High cultivation could not directly indicate the battle strength. It was no more than making oneself look like a fat target. Previous life experiences were Fang Yuan's great wealth that allowed him to smoothly control this burst of strength. Unknowingly, a night had already passed while dashing through the cultivation levels. Fang Yuan walked out of Danghan Palace and onto Danghan Mountain. Just like he expected, many guts Gu had grown on the mountain rocks. He walked a few steps and crouched, casually kneading one, but it was only a pile of yellow mud. Even since Danghan Mountain was struck by immortal Gu gruel mud, it gradually began to die, and a part of the guts Gu created on it would become yellow paste. Fang Yuan's expression did not change as he had already expected this. He again pinched 7 to 8 guts Gu. But in this process, he only got 2 good guts Gu. Using their strength, his wolfman's soul slightly strengthened once more. The immortal Gu gruel mud strength has already invaded deep. I remember that 4 to 5 guts Gu would be intact out of 10. Now, only 3 or 4 are good. Fang Yuan sighed. Although these yellow mud were all gruel mud and could be sold at Treasure Yellow Heaven, but compared to the guts Gu, the difference in worth was as different as night and day, and was an enormous loss. Fortunately, all these guts Gu belonged to Fang Yuan alone. Although 6 or 7 out of 10 guts Gu were useless, with their enormous numbers, it was still enough for Fang Yuan's soul to progress greatly. Now, I am at rank 5 peak stage, and the next step would be to attack the Gu Immortal realm. But this matter is quite difficult, and I need many preparations and attempt it slowly. Fang Yuan inwardly planned. With rank 5 peak stage aperture, spring Autumn Cicada's pressure had greatly resolved. The urgent matter was to rescue Danghan Mountain. Though Danghan Mountain was dying, saving it would be a great help to Fang Yuan's future cultivation, even after he advanced to Gu Immortal realm. After completely cleaning off all the guts Gu on the mountain, Fang Yuan entered Danghan Palace again and collaborated with Little Hu Immortal to activate Connecting Heaven Gu. Wave after waves of divine sense were mutually tangling up in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Just after they opened Connecting Heaven Gu, a large divine sense rushed was transmitted to Little Hu Immortal, asking about the price of gruel mud. Fang Yuan had sold great amounts of gruel mud, and this attracted many Gu Immortals' interest. Using these gruel mud for the Immortal Gu recipe, one could refine the Immortal Gu gruel mud. Although this Gu could only be used once, it was a genuine Immortal Gu. In this environment where Immortal Gu were scarce, Gu Immortals scrabbled madly for Fang Yuan's gruel mud. As for these gruel mud, Fang Yuan's price was Immortal Gu gruel mud's recipe. Originally, these Gu Immortals brought incomparably damaged remnant recipes that did not have even 10 feet of treasure light. But after a few days, the recipes these Gu Immortals brought out had already reached a treasure light of 30 to 40 feet. Fang Yuan still kept on disregarding them. He had large amounts of gruel mud to sell. In fact, none of the gruel mud recipes that appeared nowadays could satisfy him.